They are on Zoom.
Okay, perfect. All right, well, we'll start shortly. Thanks. Okay, Madam Clerk, are you ready? Is everything,
Yes,
is all of our technology working?
we think so.
Yeah, all right. Good morning, everyone. Happy Wednesday, September 10th, 2025. We are going to start off with the Pledge of Allegiance. And Connie, our Parks champion, do you want to lead us in the pledge, Connie? Thank you. Okay, Madam Clerk, I'm going to send it to you for roll call.
We are calling roll for the Wednesday, September 10th, 2025 Reno City Council meeting. Vice Mayor Taylor. Councilmember Dewar.
Here.
Present on Zoom. Councilmember
here.
Martinez.
She's in person.
I see you.
Zoom and in person.
Double dipping
You're
here.
double dipping. Okay.
Councilmember Martinez.
Here.
Councilmember Ebert.
Here.
Present on Zoom. Councilmember Reese.
Here.
Present on Zoom. Councilmember Anderson. And Mayor Sheeby.
Here.
Madam Mayor, you do have a quorum.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, we're going to start off with public comment, item A3. So I'm going to send it back to you, Madam Clerk.
Madam Mayor, our first item for today is public comment. Members of the public may hear, observe, and provide public comment virtually by registering through the following link, which can be found on reno.gov/meetings, https://LINKS://COUNCIL09-10. It should be noted for those in attendance that comments are to be addressed to the mayor and council as a whole. Comments heard under this item will be limited to 3 minutes per person and may pertain to matters both on and off the council's agenda. Council may not take action upon any matter not agendized on today's agenda. When you are called on for public comment, please state your name for the record and begin speaking. The timer will begin when you've stated your name, and you will be afforded 3 minutes. For those participating in chambers, in accordance with Council Rules 6.3.11, while in this room, please be respectful. Disruptive behavior from audience members like clapping, yelling, whistling, etc., which impede the meeting may result in a warning issued by the presiding officer. If the behavior continues, you may be removed from chambers. If you are an attendee in the Zoom meeting and would like to make public comment, please raise your hand at this time.
Okay.
Terry Brooke,
I just want to give a little note to everyone in the audience. To take an inventory, because I like to get everyone started with their day. If you're here for a specific item, please let the clerk know, because then that way we can also accommodate the agenda. And so, Madam Clerk, will you also please help me in making sure that we know everyone that's in the room so that we can streamline our agenda. All right, thank you so much. Go ahead.
Terry Brooks, followed by Stephen White, followed by David Shakar.
Good morning, it's me, Terry Brooks again. And today I'd like to share with you my thoughts on Medicare and what seniors go through. The older that seniors are, the more they need health care. And it's fortunate that we have the benefits of Medicare. For a long time, health care has become more expensive, and prescription drugs and medications have become even more expensive. The older people are, the more susceptible they are to diseases and accidents, such as falling or getting hit by a car. And the older they are, the more difficult it is for them to recover from a disease or an injury received by them. So the older we are, then the more we need medical insurance that will help us get back up to speed. Medicare was enacted back in 1965, and since then it has helped so many seniors to stay alive. I've had Medicare for several years, and I'm really glad I have it. I'd rather have it and not need it than need it and not have it. The older that we get, the more we need health care. Not having it would be a heavy burden to bear. Medicare is a lot like the benefits of Social Security. The older we get, the more we need to be relieved of our insecurity. When we were young, we didn't worry much about our physical health. But when we age, we're more concerned about our physical health. And health care is way more expensive than it used to be. But when we age, we're more in need than we used to be. All people of all ages have a right to stay alive, and Medicare is one of those gifts that help us to survive. I would like to thank you all for listening to me today, and I look forward to coming back if I'm still alive that day.
Oh, no. Good job.
Thank you.
Don't say that.
Stephen White,
Mr. White, good morning.
followed by David Shakar, followed by Doug Irwin.
Good morning, Mayor. Good morning, council members, city manager. I brought another painting for you to look at real quick. It doesn't show up on the screen, but anyway, more important, that's a 4x6 foot oval, by the way, oil painting. I have over 12,000 of those paintings hanging in homes all across the country. This is a picture I brought of the in-town park in Fernley, showing all these pretty little umbrellas. So if you notice, they're cantilevered over tables. But what I did was I took one of these pictures and I photoshopped it. And if you did the same thing and you had a center pole, you could have 4 panels, an extruded metal panel sticking out. Each of the ribs would be supported by an outside pole going into the ground. And each one of those umbrellas, they're 10 by 10 foot feet, but each one of those umbrellas would provide a wedge for 4 artists to be able to come and hang their artwork on display. This would really help a lot of senior citizens, by the way, and a lot of young people that can't afford displays and all. Oil paintings and fine artwork that hangs on the wall, it has to be protected from the sun. And this is why you got to have an umbrella kind of fixture like this to do that with. But I'll bet you could install one of those for a cost of under $5,000, having it completely fabricated and everything, with metal tops on the top. These particular tops are made out of fabric, but that wouldn't work with artists because you don't want sunlight shining through a yellow fabric on a beautiful painting, for instance. So they'd have to be metal. But I'm sure hoping, you folks, we've been at this for a long time, Mayor. This would provide opportunities for artists in the park. It is required by state law that you have, areas in the park for artists to perform, display, and sell their artwork, no fees. And this is a way you could do it. If you made 20 of those, put out a contract and took bids on making 20 of those, it would provide space for 40 artists in various areas all around the city and various parks and along the Riverwalk as well. And they'd be colorful, and you could even claim them as being sculptures so you could use the art money to pay for them instead of spending $375,000 on a couple of sculptures out of New York and Seattle. So I'm sure hoping, I'm getting together with Nathan, and I'm sure hoping you folks will do this over the winter time. Let's get this done for next summer and have art in the park this next summer.
Yeah.
And provide opportunities for young people and artists all over
I
the
love
state.
it. See,
And you can become the example, by the way,
All
for
of the
every city in
entrepreneurs
the
out there.
state and every city across the country. This turns Reno into a true art capital of the country. Thank you, folks.
thank you so
Good on
much. Calling all entrepreneurs on that one, that could be a great business. Okay. Good morning, Mr. Shakar.
Good morning, Madam Mayor, council members, and the always helpful Reno City Clerk's Office. Steve was just talking about opportunities in the park, and we know that Reno is known as the biggest little city in the world, but I think that Reno should also be known as the city for lovers. And what I mean by that, people love to come to Reno for the wonderful special events that we have, like Hot August Nights. A picture is worth 1,000 words. I'm going to show you some pictures of lovers, and don't worry, everybody has their clothes on.
Isn't Paris the city of lovers?
Right.
Is that
Let's
right?
this.
That's right, okay.
Everybody loves Hot August Nights,
Oh.
the classic cars. This couple is clearly happy.
Look how great your pictures are.
It's a little bit dark here, sorry about that. It's not dark on my camera, but it comes out like that. And then young lovers,
Love that.
older ones. This couple, look at their faces if you can see it. They're both happy to be there.
Oh.
They're both happy they're in the presence of each other. And I think they're happy because I drew their picture. And this couple is clearly happy. This is their 3rd wedding anniversary. They celebrated at Hot August Nights. I was surprised to find that there were a lot of people from Mexico that traveled from Mexico to go to Hot August Nights. I met somebody from Peru. There was somebody from Alberta. No, I'm pronouncing it wrong. Saskatchewan, and somebody in Canada. I forget the name of the city. People came from all over for Hot August Nights. This is Jose from Mexico with his 2 sisters. They came for Hot August Nights.
We do get quite a bit of international visitors, for
Yeah,
sure.
they do. This is a typical caricature that I do. Forgive me if it sounds like I'm bragging, I'm not. I just don't do the cartoony characters. I like to do more of a formal.
They're great.
realistic.
They're fantastic.
Love to do eyes. Now, I want to show you this picture. This is at the Reno Labor Fest. It was in Ottawa Park about 2 weeks ago. And the last picture I wanted to show you, come on, I'm a digital doofus. Well, in any case, the vast expanse of Ottawa Park is perfect. You got lush green lawn. You are in the shade of old growth trees. It's right along the Truckee River. Reno truly is the shining star in the constellation of other cities that are art towns. Keep up the good work.
No, you keep creating and designing Reno. Keep doing that. Great job.
Doug Irwin,
Good
followed
morning.
by Art Rangel, followed by Tony Harsh.
Good morning, Mayor and council members. For the record, I'm Doug Irwin. And for the past 13 years, I've had the privilege of working at EDON, championing small business and entrepreneurship. And that's why I wanted to share my personal perspective today on the proposed restrictions for accessory dwelling units and short-term rentals. Short-term rentals are not just an option for visitors, they are part of Reno's small business ecosystem. The roughly 1,100 rental units in their city generate well over $25 million in revenue for local small businesses every year, and that translates into well over $3 million in room tax for the city that goes into really important community projects like our parks. Many of those rentals are managed by residents who have come to rely on that income to make ends meet, and this is really like grassroots entrepreneurship at its best. We also know that the problems like noise and nuisance are already addressed by existing ordinances. And if you look at the bigger picture, over the past several years, we've only had a handful of complaints across all the 1,100 units. That track record shows that we have tools in our tool chest that already work. I think the bigger risk is that the new restrictions will discourage the housing we're trying to encourage. Building an ADU is a significant investment, and what makes that possible for many families is that flexibility. If you take that flexibility away, many homeowners simply won't build ADUs, and that means fewer housing units, not more. This council has a proud history of standing by small business, and I think that's been one of Reno's greatest strengths. But make no mistake, restricting ADU as short-term rentals would be a decidedly anti-small business move. It would cut off a vital income stream for residents and undermine one of the few ways that everyday people can participate in Reno's economic growth. On a personal note, I have been an Airbnb host for 14 years, and I have a small 400 square foot unit in our backyard. Hosting has helped me support my family, pay for my kids' extracurricular activities, which are expensive, and provided a place for my parents to visit during the holidays. I've also welcomed many people to Reno, from my neighbors' family during the holidays to travelers discovering our city for the first time. That flexibility is what has made our short-term rental a real asset to our family, the neighborhood, and our community. So in closing, I urge you to stay true to Reno's values: pro-housing, pro-community, pro-small business. And really before you today is a choice to decide whether to support residents who are investing in housing and entrepreneurship or to restrict them. So let's trust the regulations we already have and continue building a Reno that supports small business, families, and its future. So thank you very much.
All right, thanks so much.
Appreciate it.
Art Rangel, followed by Tony Harsh, followed by Taylor Kern.
Hi, Art.
Hello. Madam Mayor, members of the council, before my time starts, I wanted to thank you, seated at the, as a redevelopment agency, for approving the GSR UR and Nevada University Stadium. It was a great project, the right place, the right time. But I'm here to talk about the Reno's public engagement review process. I'm going to read what it says verbatim. It says, by examining engagement, the city aimed to create more effective and accessible engagement strategies. This review was essential to ensure that community voices are genuinely heard and considered in decision-making, ultimately leading to more transparent, responsive and trusted governance, quote, close quotes. I have a policy I'd like for the council to consider for a vote at some point. And it starts with this. During the budget preparation process, the planning staff recommended increasing the land use appeal fee from $107 to $500. After a lot of deliberation by this council, you approved a land use appeal fee of $1,200. It only seems fair to have the project proponent, typically the developer, pay 90% of the $1,200 fee and the appellant pay 10% of the appellant fee. The project proponent, typically a developer, can write off that expense, while the appellant cannot, typically a homeowner, cannot write off that expense. By adopting this policy, that would ensure that community voices are genuinely heard and considered in decision-making, ultimately leading to more transparent, responsive, and trusted governance, thereby making it consistent with this public engagement review process. I have to say that throughout my decades of career as a city planner, I've never seen as many land use appeals as I have for the city of Reno. My assessment is that because of Nevada's taxing structure, the planning staff is recommending approving development for the sake of development, never mind compatibility with neighborhood properties. That's not good public policy. By adopting the mentioned policy, the result could be that the project proponent engages more of the neighborhood to come up with a development more suitable to both parties. Please put this on an upcoming agenda for your discussion and a vote. Thank you.
Thanks, Art.
Tony Harsh, followed by Taylor Kern, followed by Thomas Tate.
Long time no see.
I know.
Was it, 12 hours ago? We were at a dinner last night
Right.
together.
Up at the university for the honors college.
That's how small
which
Reno
was-
is. Very
No
small.
matter where we are, there we are, right? Thank you for taking the time to talk to me about this. For the record, Tony Harsh, and I have had the opportunity to talk to many of you, and I appreciate that immensely. The one thing that I heard from every discussion was the concern for the neighborhoods. And I think that as we bring ADUs into every neighborhood, this is a huge component. I have before you the map, which is the map from the draft proposal. And on the left is the yellow. This is the way we look now. And on the right, this is the way we will look, because we will be required to add one more dwelling unit to every residential lot, thanks to AB 396. AB 396 came in under the banner of affordable housing. It is clear that that was the impetus for it. Also, under the draft ordinance, as we look at it in the introduction, it is for affordable housing. So in the discussions, we can listen to many things, but truly, short-term rentals is the antithesis of affordable housing. So we need to look at affordable housing. In fact, one of the discussions that you put forth and that you yourself put forth with comments to the ordinance is a ban on short-term rentals. I want to celebrate truly all of the components of the draft ordinance. The only one short-term rental, only one ADU, I get confused with my initials. The one parking place, the height restrictions to the primary residence, setbacks, we could look at setbacks and terraces setbacks, that could be a discussion. The protection of the CC&Rs, this is just so important. And I would add, as a personal note, I'd like to see it come in under your historic conservation districts. You have a chapter in chapter, or you have a place in chapter 18 that's sitting there for that. Also, the design standards. I would encourage that you consider, as you move forward, a requirement of having, when they they apply for a building permit for a new ADU, that they are required to post a sign so that their neighbors know what is coming down the pike. Let's not get into warfare in the neighborhood when all of a sudden it's there. So I think that would go a long way for helping us move this forward. I would, in my final discussion, really ask you to bring back short-term rental law within 6 months. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Taylor Kern, followed by Thomas Tate, followed by Chris Bell.
Good morning, Mayor and Council members. My name is Taylor Kern, and this is my colleague, Carly Norton. We are recycling education representatives for WM. Part of our role is to serve as a resource for the community, ensuring residents and businesses have access to recycling education and helping connect customers with solutions when questions or concerns come up. We wanted to take a few minutes today to introduce ourselves and share some of the outreach and initiatives WM has been leading in our community. Over the past several months, we have hosted over 12 tours of our materials recovery facility, where residents, students, and businesses can see firsthand how recycling is sorted and processed. Tours can be signed up for online through Reno Recycles. We've also been partnering with local schools. We have given 3 presentations on recycling and visited 2 different schools to help support students who want to establish or expand recycling programs and encouraging hands-on involvement in sustainability, reaching over 200 students. We have attended the following community events this summer, such as Community Health Alliance Vaccine Clinic, Labor Fest, Milk and Honey, where we set up outreach tables and shared information on how to recycle right and reduce contamination, which keeps our recycling program strong and folks on the same page. While sharing recycling education at these events, we were able to speak with over 600 individuals. This is what we've been up to this summer, and Carly's going to share where you can find us in the future.
So here's where our outreach tables will be, including where we will be bringing a WM truck for those residents who get extra excited about big trucks.
Yay, love this.
We are sponsoring a ball game at Aces Ballpark on September 14th with a truck that will be parked outside of the field entrance. On September 20th, we will be at the Tahoe Bear Fest, as well as Dozers and Dirt, and we'll be bringing a truck to Dozers and Dirt as well for kids to play in. September 27th, we will be at the Washoe County Sheriff's Office Community Picnic. We'll be on a panel on October 2nd for the Nevada's Energy and Economy Summit at the Reno Sparks Chamber of Commerce. And on October 26th, we'll be tabling at the Reno DMV for a trunk or treat hosted by the Nevada State Police, and we'll be bringing a WM truck there.
What's the date?
October 26th.
Okay.
And then, so for those who don't know, we send out bill inserts that look like this to residents every quarter for their bills. For residents who have paperless billing, it should come in their email. For this quarter, we are highlighting the items which can go into the recycling, including gable top and aseptic containers, which we've had confusion around their recyclability. So we are highlighting that we do take these in your curbside recycling. Another thing we aim to do each month is support multifamily buildings and business parks in starting to improve their recycling programs. Since recycling isn't mandated in Nevada, businesses and apartment complexes can choose whether or not to participate. Because there's often hesitation around setting up recycling, Taylor and I visit locations that request help. Whether they're new to recycling or just need a refresher, we provide customized on-site support to owners and managers. Thank you for taking the time to hear from us today.
All right, good job.
Thomas Tate, followed by Chris Bell, followed by Barry Levinson.
Good morning. I'm Tom Tate. I live in the Newlands Historic District of Ward 2. I've attended just about all the meetings on ADUs since 2018, and I have spoken out against ADUs at almost all those meetings using different arguments each time because there are so many things you can't cover them in just a few minutes. AB 396 requires an ADU ordinance by July 1st of next year. It does not require a bad ordinance. And there are actually very few requirements in there. Specifically, it doesn't specify anything about lot size. So you could pass an ordinance that says ADUs are only allowed on large lot residential, 2.5 acres with 1 parking spot and residential setbacks, and that would completely satisfy the requirements of the law. Unfortunately, you've chosen, another thing that the AB 396 says is that one of the purposes of zoning is to preserve historic areas. I live in a historic district, not just an area, but a district that's officially recognized, and there's no carve-outs at all in the existing ordinance for doing something special. There are also other historic areas in Reno, such as conservation areas. These probably require special attention also. Instead, what you've done is you seem to have channeled Shane Phillips, the consultant who came here, who seemed to think that all single-family houses were bad and ought to be replaced by fourplexes, and most parking ought to be changed into housing. I exaggerate slightly, but really not very much. One of the things that the ordinance has done, which doesn't appear in the ordinance, but they've changed the setbacks so that housing units, ADUs, now have the setbacks of auxiliary buildings, which are intended to be storage. Residences should have people in them. Storage buildings have storage and they're quiet. It's inappropriate to use storage type setbacks for residential use. Every meeting I've gone to, people have expressed concerns about ADUs being used for short-term rentals. There's a law, the ordinance now says you can't use them for STRs. Unfortunately, this is toothless. For effective laws to work, you need a law that's clear, you need enforcement, and you need penalties for violation. Those last two things don't exist. People will just go ahead and use them as ADUs, and there's no penalty. What are you going to do? Nothing happens. My biggest concern, or one of my concerns, is that corporations are buying up a lot of houses and renting them out. In the old parts of town, small houses become very attractive for corporations to buy up. This will take these things off the market, and so young people cannot buy houses, and I think that's important for community cohesion. I hope you reconsider this and pass a better law before July 1st.
Thank you, Tom.
Chris Bell, followed by Barry Levinson, followed by Sally Tate.
For the record, my name is Chris Bell. Good morning, Mayor Sheevy and
morning.
council members and hardworking
That
city
sounds like a Nevada accent, for sure.
I'm working on it. I might need another 20 years. I'm a resident of Reno and urge the city to refrain from appealing the August 4th Truckee Meadows Regional Planning Agency's decision on the Stonegate Hines Ranch development. The Stonegate proposal is a mess It'll make a mess of what's now a beautiful piece of natural landscape. It defied the city's master plan. It was a complete switcheroo from housing to more ugly warehouses. Its water issues are far from certain. There are obvious traffic and trucking problems emanating from this location. Frankly, there are critical issues still missing, enough to make this a momentous and long-lasting mistake. Where will the water come from? How can such a huge load on existing groundwater not affect those whose lives have been depending on the same aquifers for decades? Messing up the water supply for established residents will be a devastating outcome, so please triple check the viability of these water supplies. Where will the water go? We have seen and should understand that catastrophic rain events now happen with more frequency. Are the water retention rates for all these roofs and hard surfaces sufficient to prevent the flooding of cold springs? Do these codes consider that a once-in-a-100-year deluge can now occur much more frequently than that? I am deeply concerned about the ambition for data centres to be sited at this development. When they arrive, in this development, the aquifers will really take a hit. Data centres are not a business that aids our community. They are disproportionate drain on public resources for a mere sprinkling of long-term jobs. They will be running diesel generators at all hours, and our air quality will suffer. We need housing, and this expanded industrial proposal is a reversal of the right intention to help families get housed. What's more, it will be another bland and uninspired welcome for visitors entering our beautiful region. Welcome to Reno, biggest little industrial park. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Chris. What, and was English? Oh, see. Anyway, nice job, thank you.
Barry Levinson, followed by Sally Tate, followed by Peter Newman.
Is that a bad thing to say? I don't know, is that an Aussie thing versus like an English thing? Oh, no, whenever I said, is that English? I'm so sorry if I offended you. But I love your accent. Okay, go right ahead,
Good morning,
Barry.
Mayor, council members. Happy to be back here.
So nice
talking
to
with
see you.
again. Yes. So my name is Barry Levinson. I'm a resident of Reno, and I'm a retired physician and chemical engineer, and a volunteer with Sierra Club. I'm speaking today in opposition to the proposed zoning change for the Stonegate development. The Stonegate developers are seeking to dramatically shift land use from primarily residential and commercial to industrial use. Although we don't know exactly what industries are planned for this space, the developers have indicated that at least 15% of the land will be used for data centers. If you do the math, that is over 250 acres. For comparison, the Webb data center is 8,700 square feet, which is about 2 acres. 250 acres is therefore enough land for over 100 Webb data centers. That's a lot of data centers. As we all know, data centers can consume a large amount of cooling water. If the city of Reno allows development of even 250 acres of data centers in Stonegate, the impacts on water could be severe. Currently, the Great Basin Water Company has 314 acre-feet of water available. According to the TMRPA staff evaluation, the new proposal will require 1,008 acre-feet, which does not even account for the potential data centers, according to Dr. Jeremy Smith. So the water requirements will likely be far greater. And the proposal comes amid an ongoing hydrological study of the Cold Springs Basin, a region already impacted by drought and sewage issues. Sierra Club feels that approving industrial expansion now, before this study is completed, would be premature and irresponsible. Data centers will also cause significant air pollution from diesel generators, including particulate matter and toxic chemicals. These pollutants have been proven to contribute to increased rates of asthma, cancer, and cardiac disease in the local population. Data centers will also cause light pollution from bright nighttime lighting and significant noise from cooling fans and generators. As you know, at this point, the city of Reno does not have a specific ordinance governing the approval of data centers. This means that developers have virtual free rein to get approval of their projects without regard to their environmental and health impacts. This is a serious problem. If this rezoning proposal goes through, we will be at serious risk of many new data centers coming to our area without adequate guide rails. So I'm urging a vote of no on the Stonegate proposal. So, thank you.
Sally Tate, followed by Peter Newman, followed by Timothy Kirk.
Good morning, Mayor, City Council members. My name is Sally Tate. I live here in the Old Southwest. I have sent you other information regarding the ADU and under D1, and today I will embellish on that from another perspective. I read AB 396 like my husband. It identifies a few parameters to include into policy on the ADU issue. However, Reno went to an extreme on establishing policies like we are on steroids. They made a simple fix into a complicated attack on most of our older single-family neighborhoods and chose 5,000 square foot lots, which will destroy our current long-existing neighborhoods forever and turn them into cement wood jungles, reducing our green footprint, thus affecting climate even further and impacting existing older infrastructures. This also includes our historic districts, which should be preserved as is. Shouldn't we respect our history and preserve what was established? In most communities, such treasures are cherished and protected. What is our problem? It appears to me that this was an opportunity for some city staff to implement Shane Phillips' philosophy into our town, which ruins our quality of life. We are not California and don't want to be. Later developments such as Somerset, Conlin Ranch, Del Monte, with HOAs and CC&Rs will be exempt at this time. And is this fair to the older neighborhoods in our city? Let's go back to the drawing board and create a simple solution we all can live with. Let's be smart and do it right for everyone more equitably. We should start with a larger lot footprint. Then we will not have major issues and possible lawsuits with the city and neighbors regarding tight property lines, infringement on property, and issues with older infrastructure, some of which runs in our backyards. We will then preserve neighborhoods for families who have sacrificed to save for a single-family neighborhood for them to enjoy and continue to have that quality of life that is so deserved for people of Reno. It is not about small business. It is about maintaining our family neighborhoods and quality of life. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, honorable council members, my name is Peter Newman, president of Newlands Neighborhood Association, on behalf of which I speak today. I'm going to read this. On behalf of the Newlands Neighborhood Association, I request you to exercise the greatest of caution in adopting zoning standards which would allow residential homeowners in Reno to construct additional dwelling units on properties currently zoned for use as single-family dwellings. To effectively rezone existing single-family dwelling residential property in any manner that would permit owners to construct or maintain additional dwelling units on properties currently zoned for single-family use would amount to an unconscionable taking of valuable property rights. This would subject the city of Reno to thousands of inverse condemnation lawsuits that could, without question, subject the city of Reno to many years of litigation and hundreds of millions of dollars in damages. This, in turn, could force the city of Reno into bankruptcy and ruin its credit rating forever, thus prohibiting its ability to borrow money for needed projects such as street maintenance and repair, maintenance of an adequate police force, and dozens of other civic needs. ADUs are touted as a way to provide low-cost housing, but the real reason that a relatively few developers are lobbying for ADUs is so that the short-term rental industry, such as Airbnbs, can make a financial killing. Because ADUs do not create low-cost housing for the long-term residents. This because the construction costs today are quite high, and in order to recapture those building costs, the ADU developers must sell their tiny homes for very expensive prices. In turn, the owners who short-term rent their tiny homes for Airbnbs must charge relatively high rents. Existing single-family residential owners in Reno will not stand for their formerly quiet, leafy Reno neighborhoods to be turned into Airbnbs and other short-term rentals, with all the additional nuisances that will bring to those neighborhoods, such as parking problems, traffic, noise, and increased risk of crime perpetrated against both children of tender years and aging adults. Accordingly, Newlands Neighborhood Association urges the entire City Council and Mayor to just say no to ADUs. Thank you.
Timothy Kirk, followed by William Mantle via Zoom, followed by Sharon Engel.
My name is Tim Kirk, and I live in the Newlands neighborhood. And when I heard about AB 396, I did some research and found out that it was heavily supported by the state developers' lobbies. And you have to understand that when state developers' lobbies support something that affects local jurisdictions, they do it to make them money. They don't do it because they care about low-cost housing. They don't do it because they care about your community. They're looking at your community and they're drawing and quartering it so that they can make more money out of it. Affordable housing doesn't increase property values, it lowers them consistently. And if they can get property values to lower, then they can buy it on the cheap and turn it into a Rancho O'Hara or whatever they have planned for it with apartments. It's downtown, it's really close to everything. It would make them a lot of money. They contribute to both political parties at the state level because they want to work both sides of the street. I will also say that I noticed that in our neighborhood, I've only been there 5 years, there is no citizens impact or advisory committees. So we have no way of communicating. And when you have meetings like this at 10 a.m., we appreciate the chance to be heard. But I had to leave my business to be here. And a lot of people who work, who would fill this place up at 6 o'clock, they don't get to be here. They don't get to be heard. If we did have an impact committee, we would be able to discuss things like the plans to widen Marsh Avenue, which I've heard about, and I guess they're going to try to take a piece of everybody's front yard to do it. So it would be a good idea for us to establish I heard it from city workers. Anyway, the thing about it is, getting back to what I was saying, if we had some sort of impact committee where we could, or advisory committee where we could have meetings, discuss it among ourselves, and have better communication with City Hall rather than waiting for a meeting, because this is sort of like, it doesn't really happen until it becomes a crisis. So it's an important issue, and we like to take care of important issues before they become crises. And since there is no impact committee, since there is no advisory committee, we don't have that. So I would like to see something like that formed, if it's possible, so that people like the qualified people that we've heard speak today could actually get together and come with a proposal that would help everybody. Because right now, we're looking at people building whatever they want, however they want, with street parking. And the street parking there is so narrow already. I mean, there's no place to park. Thank you for your time.
Just real quick, too, a reminder for those on Zoom that if you did want to give public comment, please raise your hand so that we don't skip you. William Mantle via Zoom.
Good morning, Council. Thank you for having me. I know that you heard comment already from Mr. Bell, who has a far more enjoyable voice than me, and Ms. Levinson. They both talked to you regarding the Stonegate appeal that's on your agenda for later. And I don't want to reiterate their comments. I want to embolden and support what they said. And in addition to this appeal was already denied by your Reno Planning Commission and by the Regional Planning Commission. for a variety of purposes, which I'm sure you're well aware of. I recently sent a PDF to all of you, which some of you have already read and already had seen, regarding the technical challenges that regard data centers specifically, but I don't want to talk to that further today as they already have. I just want to state that the Stonegate appeal is, in my opinion, poorly conceived and clearly lacks the public support that it should have for such a massive use of land that is front and center in our region. While there could be a better compromise potentially of industrial and more public uses, that's not before you today. What's before you today is a massive industrial park that, in my opinion, and I believe you've heard unanimously from your citizens, doesn't support their vision or their desire of what they want to see in their region. They want to see more homes, more amenities, more grocery stores, more things for them to live with, not live by. And I urge you all to consider that there could be a greater partnership and effort on the applicant's end to engage the citizens, get public support for a vision that they actually enjoy and want, which presently is the current plan of the 5,000 homes and supporting industry of grocery stores and whatnot, and not this industrial park. I encourage you to think what the citizens have told you, to consider what could be, and the efforts that the applicant has actually made to get buy-in here, which I see little of. But further, I haven't seen any data on why they can't produce housing in the area, and maybe you have. But I think to the Talus Valley development that's building right now down in South Reno for 4,000 homes that was permitted around the same time and has the complication of being directly in a floodplain, somehow managing to produce their homes, and yet this developer, this applicant, cannot do so and hasn't at least expressed, in my opinion, transparently what their issue is, completing their original form of what they've promised the city. So again, I urge you to consider the previous commentary that you've heard, consider the unanimous opposition that the citizens have told you, again, from what I've seen, and please vote no to approve the appeal for Stonegate, not because it's impossible to change what they want, but because they haven't done a good enough job to create a partnership and move the entire community forward like they really should have. And I think that we all deserve. Thank you.
Sharon Engel, followed by Audrey Keller via Zoom.
Good morning,
Hi,
City
good morning.
Council. My name is Sharon Engel. I live in Northwest Reno in Ward 5. I'm a former assemblywoman, so I know how laws are quickly made in Carson City, and I believe that often those laws have unintended consequences. The law that was made concerning ADUs is one of those laws. They overlooked some of the real consequences of increased populations within single-family dwelling neighborhoods. I've lived in my neighborhood for over 30 years, and within a mile of my home, there are over 20 apartment complexes and more going in. This ADU situation would increase that density even more. I've seen crime rates go up in my neighborhood because of that increased density. It is an impact on water, sewer, parking. Even traffic within our neighborhood has increased because of this increased density. I think that you have an opportunity to make some regulation that would help us as residents here in Nevada keep our lifestyle, the one that we've become used to, the one that says a single family can live within the city limits without these density problems overcoming them. This was tried in California, and it's a cautionary warning, I believe. They did it because they wanted affordable housing. That increased ADU, the increased density there, did not allow for affordable housing. In fact, it just increased the density and gentrified those neighborhoods where they were allowed to come in. We need to have certain things happen. I put in that I wasn't against this, and I'm not for this either. I am neutral only because I think you have an opportunity to allow for growth here in Reno, but smart growth, things that make sense to neighborhoods. And that's why I've come before you this morning, asking you please to make considerate deliberation, and those things that could impact neighborhoods negatively can now be stopped right here at this point. And I ask you to do that today. Thank you so much for
All right.
allowing me to speak to you.
Thank you, and thank you for your service. I don't know if we've ever truly met, but I know who you are, and thank you again. All right. Anytime, come anytime.
Audrey Keller via Zoom, followed by Wendy Baroli via Zoom. Audrey, I think you're muted.
Thank you. Good morning. Regarding the ADUs, it's Audrey Keller, Ward 2 NAB member. Regarding ADUs, yes, I am pro small business. However, I don't believe this is a vote for small businesses launched in backyards on the backs of adjacent neighbors. I do not support short-term rentals of ADUs via third-party online entities. Why? Because online businesses who collect money are not present at midnight to enforce the noisy vacationers of such units. I've lived in 2 major cities that have experienced what you're about to vote for as ongoing, constant negative impacts created by short-term rentals of ADUs. In Bend, Oregon, a high desert town just like Reno, and in Oxnard, California, a cool beach harbor town. In my personal experience, neighbors of short-term ADUs get party houses next door. The nature of short-term ADUs is to invite more people who are there to party and have a good time. It is their vacation and in their neighbor's worst nightmare. In short, it's about money, and the city must consider this before you vote. Council must require a fixed budget increase for code enforcement officers and their vehicles in proportion to the projected ADU's density. How will that work considering City Council has an extreme budget shortfall? As part of staff included additional budgets for additional code enforcement officers. If you vote for this, guaranteed in my other cities, you will not have enforcement officers to cover these short-term rentals. And then what are the defined penalties, which means fines to the owners? Fines require collection staff. What is the fixed budget increase for fine billing and collection staff? Sounds mundane, but truly, that's what happened in my prior cities, both of them. They needed a lot of code enforcement officers for the complaints that were ongoing. And in both cases, true experience, hometowns ended up adding more rules after the fact, costing more money to enforce. And at the end, the poor neighbors that are directly adjacent are left with problems, with trash, with parking, with loss of sleep, and with noise. So again, if you haven't funded this properly with code enforcement, that is an ongoing problem for the city. So I beg you, please consider how it will get paid for. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Wendy Baroli via Zoom.
Hi, I'm Wendy Baroli, and I'm a resident of Reno, Nevada. And thank you very much, Mayor and Council, for once again letting the public participate in an environment that often seems like our voices are not heard. First of all, I'd like to say that I'm not anti-growth, and I'd like to speak about the Stonegate specifically. And I find it ironic that this very moment you guys are discussing ADUs and people are frustrated because it's supposed to address housing issues, and yet you have in front of you 5,000 houses pre-approved. And we spent a lot of time getting to that place. And I have 3 issues that I would like you to consider because it has been rejected by planning, not once, but twice. The first issue is that this particular organization is represented by locals. However, it is a corporation out of England specifically to develop personal family wealth. We know that. We've had conversations with the representatives, and I think it's pretty awful that our taxpayers have to end up somehow being harmed because it's easier for them to put in warehousing than it is to do the promises that they made to do tree-lined walking paths and multifamily housing and help with the housing crisis that we have. And I think it's unfortunate that instead of listening to the citizens and the taxpayers, we are dealing with a corporation that doesn't even exist, nor does it care about the community that it is proposing and asking for the zoning amendment change. And the second thing that I have a concern about is that we spent years, literally years, arguing about this piece of property. And they tried to do an end run and go to the state legislature and have it deemed a super pad instead of having to go through the public process. And when forced to go through the public process, we all spent a great deal of time negotiating, showing up to meetings, talking about it. And no one wanted 5,000 houses. We can't even imagine it out here, but we know it's happening. And we also know that's part of the regional and master plan is that workforce housing and housing needs to occur out here in the North Valleys. So we get to this number of 5,000 houses. That's a good thing in the end, long term. And this goes to my third point and why warehousing is the worst for this particular piece of property and why housing is much better. Warehouses go up now from anywhere from 12 to 20 weeks. Literally, the truck traffic out of here can change in 3 months. And we don't have the on-ramp, the off-ramps, or any of those infrastructure requirements to keep up with that kind of industrial growth that's occurring. And there's not a thing we can do about that. But we can do something about this. Because if you put 5,000 houses here, we can grow into that. The infrastructure can grow into that. We can build grocery stores. We can build high schools. We can build recreational areas. Warehousing is just an easy fix. And these guys have told us, point blank said, we don't have to do anything because we own this outright. So I think that the city council, in its rush to want to please this particular group, has forgotten that the taxpayers have worked very hard with council and with other members of the public and all of your agencies to get to the number of 5,000 houses. And we would urge you to vote no against Stonegate.
Madam Mayor, with that, we have no additional public comment registered. We did receive 5 comments that were general in nature or not directly associated with an agenda item prior to yesterday, September 10th at 4 p.m.
Okay. Wendy, thank you so much for your comments. Very appreciated. Okay. Hold on. I think you might have more public comment, Madam Clerk. No worries. Take your time.
They have decided that they would like to speak under A3 instead of D1. So are you okay with me adding them in?
Sure.
Okay.
No problem.
Beth Dory.
All right. Hi, I'm Beth Dory. First of all, regarding Airbnbs, a lot of these old neighborhoods have CC&Rs that prevent or they don't allow commercialization. So I would check your old CC&Rs, which are still enforceable. And I'm going to start out with the conclusion and the beginning. First of all, I had a nice visit with Shay Backus, who was the sponsor of this bill, AB 396. AB 396 would allow the city to have until July 2026 to pass this upzoning. This blanket upzoning does not have to be rushed. AB 396 would allow the city to notify affected property owners by mail instead of depending on an unreadable map. AB 396 would allow for the city to require proof of a recent recorded boundary survey prior to issuing an ADU permit to prevent building inside the required setback. AB 396 would allow for larger lot sizes, larger than 5,000 square feet. And AB 396 would allow the city to require an affidavit for which the owner declares that they don't have active CC&Rs prohibiting extra units. And this is the conclusion. I don't think the city wants neighbor wars or litigation. If the city does not require proof of a boundary survey prior to issuing an ADU permit, I'll have to engage a surveyor and pass that cost on to my tenants, many who are living hand to mouth. If I have to sue a neighbor who installs an ADU, which is in conflict with existing CC&Rs or encroaches into the setback, that cost too will be passed on to the tenants. It's my belief that this developer-friendly council did not seek to add costs and restrictions to the investors who will be building these unaffordable units. And by doing so, we'll be shifting these costs onto those who can least afford it. And, I don't have very much time. So the rest of my time, I'll show you my statement right here. Oops. Read it.
Can we make this visible online?
Thank you.
Tom Tabor.
Morning, Madam Mayor, council members, and especially my counsel, Kathleen Taylor, thank you. This ADU seems to become a greater and greater problem, and I speak to that because as people have moved out of single-family residence, most of the homes that have been repurchased as bedroom units. There is one unit, one home south of our house that now has construction going on without a building permit, and those people have never, ever been stopped. They continue now to increase their work inside of the residence, even though they don't have a permit to do so. One of the biggest problems that we have now is parking. On-street parking seems to be a major problem in our area, and that's the University Foothills, just north of Rancho San Rafael. When we, meaning my lady and I, were at the Reno Council, or Reno Planning Commission a week or so ago, one of the staff members said, I took as City of Reno, do not enforce ordinances. And I thought that was a terrible thing for somebody from the staff to say. But I have witnessed that because of the construction down the street. We also witnessed that because of the over parking on our street. People laugh when I say this, but most of the homes that are utilized as individual bedroom units happen to have college students in them. That's not a big problem, except on the weekends, there's usually twice as many cars. Does that make sense? So it makes it very difficult for people who are residents. If it's supposed to be a single-family resident, why are we allowing units with 4 bedrooms to rent out 4 different bedrooms? That seems to me more of a motel or a small place. And yes, they are greater than 29 days because most of them spend at least 1 or 2 semesters at the school. It's just frustrating, and I can't express that enough, that the city does not enforce ordinances, that the city does not stop construction from a place that does not have a permit for such construction. And the traffic increases and the parking problems that will arise from ADUs will be insufferable by the residents of the area. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you.
Thank you, Tom. I'm going to actually have someone from our staff meet with you. I'm going to have someone from our staff meet with you because that is part of the requirement that we do follow those ordinances. So thank you. I'm going to have our Assistant City Manager, Ms. Santoyo, meet with you. Thank you so much, Tom.
And sir, I just wanted to say, and this is for everyone, I mean, it's impossible for us to know what's going on inside people's homes. So if neighbors become concerned that there's building that requires a building permit that doesn't have one, that's what Reno Direct is for, is that you need to let us know. There's no way we can know. Okay? So just another.
We have been working on this for almost 2 years now.
Okay, thank you.
We have informed city people, city engineering, council members and so forth.
Okay, thank you.
And we have not gotten anywhere. By the way, because you're so interested in wild horses, may I chat with you to see about you coming on our radio show to talk about them?
Sure.
Oh, great.
No problem.
Okay, Tom. Thank you so much. Ms. Santoyo is right there.
I believe that is it.
You believe that's it?
I believe so.
Okay, anyone else want to speak? Or forever hold your peace? Do you want to come on up? And then just make sure, did you fill out a public comment card?
I didn't. I'll do that on the way out.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, my name is
You
Cliff.
know the drill. I love it. Go
Yeah.
ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, my name is Cliff Nellis. I've lived in this area for 50 years, and I've lived in the city of Reno properly for most of that time. Right now, I'm in Washoe County for the last 6 years, so I'm outside of the city. But one of the things I want to bring up is the fact that the city streets in Reno are not designed for heavy traffic. It was designed for a small city. I grew up in Las Vegas where we have 8-lane roads all over the place, and they're full now because they got 2 million people. The population will just keep on growing. And when you add units into the inner city like that, you're creating a real serious traffic problem. Now look at the state of Nevada. How big is Nevada? I mean, how many empty acres do we have? For affordable housing, it needs to be built outside of the city. See, that's the thing. And so this whole concept of affordable housing, I'm all for it, but there's all kinds of ways to make affordable housing happen. Oh, and by the way, subsidized housing makes rent for regular people more expensive. A lot of people don't realize that because it's pushing the market higher. But yeah, so I'm totally against it, and I know just about everybody is, so I hope you guys will listen to the voice of the people. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Okay, Madam Clerk, are we good?
Yes.
Yes, okay. With that being said, I'm actually going to hand it over to our city manager for updates on the agenda and any notes you have.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The plan today is to pull items off of the consent agenda and then immediately move to item C1. for the EDON guest presentation, followed by item C2 for the property tax presentation. After those two items, we'll move down to our public hearing section and open up item D1 related to ADUs, followed by D2 related to Stonegate. And then after the break, we will follow up with the pulled consent items. And no earlier than 2 p.m., we will hear C3 for the most team presentation.
Okay, fantastic. Appreciate it. Okay, at this time, Madam Clerk, I believe item A4, I'm going to ask for the approval of the agenda. Might I get a motion?
So moved.
I have a motion, I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those
Aye.
opposed? Motion carries. All right, I need item A5, approval of the minutes.
So moved.
I have a motion, I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, we are now going to head into consent items, and I am going to start with you, Councilwoman Anderson. Do you have any items you want to pull off consent?
Not today, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you so much. Mr. Martinez, Councilman
Good as
Martinez?
well, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm good, thank you.
Good, okay,
I have a disclosure and an abstention for item B4.
okay. I would just ask our city attorneys, do you want her to read that now, or can we do that when we come back?
Yeah, probably pull it and then bring it back.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, we'll pull that item. Heading over to Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah. I don't want to keep people, but I wanted to identify B4, which is over $4 million, and B5, which is really special about naming our city after General Jesse Lee Reno.
Okay, sounds good. All right, Councilwoman Ebert.
Yeah, I'd like to pull B3, B4 and B5 have already been pulled, but also B13, B14, and B15, please.
All right, perfect. Okay, with that being said, I just want to remind council members that we will come back to these items. So I would like to approve, did you want
A motion to approve the rest of the
All right,
consent
thank you.
agenda.
Second.
So I'm a little ahead of me. So a motion to approve, I have a second.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those
Aye.
opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay. All right, now we're going to head into item C1. We have a great presentation today. I'm looking forward to this. We have the one and only Taylor Adams here to present for EDON and give us a sneak peek of what's happening and all the exciting things that are going on with economic development. So the floor is yours, my friend. Take it away.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. For the record, I'm Taylor Adams, Chief Executive of EDON. And I'm excited to give you a presentation on the fiscal impacts of AD. I'm kidding. No. No.
I went, what?
Yeah, no. We'll dive into what's going on in the region. I'll be pretty quick as we work through this. And also, I'm going to say I'm not going to. For the benefit of council and also for the public that's in the room, I'm not going to go through every slide here. Some of the information we provided is purely for the public's reference, so they have something to refer to as we move on, but we'll hit the high points for sure. Also, I'd be remiss, Mayor, if I went any further without commenting on what a fine job you did last night at the Honors College Gala. The mayor participated in a panel with two other community leaders and did an exceptional job of representing all of the great things that City Council continues to do in our community and that your staff is doing for us every day. So thank you for your comments. It was really enjoyed being a part of that and getting to hear your perspective.
Well, thank you. I was impressed because there was a young man there that was so incredible, so kind, so polite, and I said, your parents must be proud. He said, that's my dad sitting over there. And he was pointing at you. I said, no way. So anyway, you should be proud because it really stood out, but I had to harass him that you were his father, so.
Thank you. He thankfully,
did a great job.
For those of you that know my wife, thankfully, all of my kids take after her. But our oldest is a freshman at the university, and we're certainly proud that he's part of the Honors College. And so it was great to be with you last night. But quickly on what I always like to start by reminding the public of just sort of what is EDON. We're, of course, we're the Economic Development Authority of Western Nevada. It's important that we tell people that we're a public-private partnership. And this is where, as you can see here, about 30% of our revenues come from.
Crickets.
I know.
What is that?
I know.
Okay.
It's not me. I guess I'm already boring them to sleep, Mayor.
All right.
But,
Yeah, that's what I thought. You haven't even started and
That's
you're
right.
putting us to sleep.
That's right. But no, 30% of our funding comes from the public agencies in Northern Nevada, chief among them the city of Reno, and we're of course grateful for your support. But then also, every year my team goes out and about 70% of our revenues are raised in the private sector from organizations that generally believe that the rising tide lifts all ships. How is our team organized? Well, obviously, business attraction is what everybody knows us for doing, and that's where I have a team that we'll show you a little more about in just a moment that goes all over the world, trying to attract companies that are right for Northern Nevada, that embrace our cultural pillars and would enhance our economy. We also have business retention and expansion. This is something that you've not historically heard us talk as much about, but it's incredibly important. We believe that 80% of the net new jobs in any community should come from the existing business community for us to be a healthy and sustainable economy. More simply put, I like to say if the promises that we make to businesses that are moving here aren't true for the businesses that are here, then we got it wrong. And so and you'll see more about this in just a moment, we put a tremendous amount of resource over the last 2 years into building a more robust business retention and expansion program. We'll talk about that in just a moment. But just to make sure that we're caring for our local business and industry. One thing I should note here, EDON works exclusively in the commercial and industrial side of the economy. We don't specifically work in retail. But what that does mean is, it's a great divider in Ann Silver's work at the Chamber and my work. Ann does an amazing job of providing assistance to our smaller businesses, our mom and pops, our Main Street retailers. We work more in the commercial, industrial, and professional services side, and so a little division between our work. But again, working on business retention, we'll talk about that in just a minute. Entrepreneurial development, I'm so proud of Doug. I always love it when team members of ours come and participate in public processes. You heard from Doug Irwin just a few minutes ago. Doug Irwin, of course, longstanding fixture at EDON that basically has built our entrepreneurial development division. And then we have a group focused on strategic partnerships and workforce. And what's that about? That's just making sure that our regional education partners are producing a great day one employee for the employers in our region. We know that the great companies that we bring here are going to train employees once they get there. We talk a lot about lifelong learning and pathways, but all of it starts with a great day one employee, and we're so fortunate to have great educational providers in the community. Chief among them, Washoe County Schools, our own community college, Truckee Meadows Community College, and the University of Nevada. What did 2025 look like? I always like our fiscal year, like yours, runs July 1 to June 30. I always like to start with the raw data so that you all can see, put a little context behind the charts we're going to show you in just a moment. This is everything that happened in our last fiscal year that ended on June 30th. Here's what our industry breakdown looked like. And by the way, really happy to have made the announcements that we made. But I'll tell you, there's something that's a little concerning here. There aren't nearly as many pieces of pie on this chart as you're accustomed to seeing. Think of that as an indication of just the economic headwinds that we faced. A lot of uncertainty this year, an unknown corporate tax policy. Along with that, the Fed maintaining its restrictive interest rate policy. All of that led to a really hard year. Make no mistake, we performed well above most of our peers, but we did see the breadth of industry where we were able to generate success reduce a little bit. I'll show you something on that in just a minute. Quick look, this is specifically what happened in Reno last year and basically projects that are moving into delivery right now. If we were to break that down for EDON, you can see it roughly conforms to what we showed you just before. But let's look at 24. Again, showing you the list. But see, you can see in the fiscal year that ran from July 1, 2023 to June 30, 2024, a lot more diversity in the employment uses that we attracted. And so you can see more tech, advanced manufacturing, aerospace, things of that nature. What did that look like specifically for Reno? You can see that right here. And then here's the Reno pie chart. Again, roughly conforms to what we saw across the region. Why do I show you these back to back? Because I think it's important that we note, we anticipate that as we work into 26, we're going to return to something that looks more like the fiscal year 24, the more diverse chart. Why is that? The Fed has all but said they're going to start lowering rates next week. We had some economic data yesterday and today that really drives that home. Most importantly, I always get the name of this, but whether the big, bold, beautiful bill thing, whatever it was, I always get the name of it wrong. But what's really important about that bill is whether you love it or hate it. Before that bill was adopted, corporate tax burden in America was unknown. At the completion of that bill, we now know what it is. Whether you like it or hate it, the important thing to know is it's now a known thing, and so business can plan for it. You know, I thought we were on a glide path to understand what final tariff policy would look like by the end of the year. Obviously, there was an appeals court decision that sort of thrown that whole thing back up into turmoil, or up into question, but I still believe that in the coming months, the uncertainty around tariffs will abate, and we'll return to a more traditional development pattern for Northern Nevada. So we're very bullish on 2026. We're already seeing a real uptick in prospecting activity, and we're hearing from our commercial real estate partners that they're experiencing the same thing. So a couple of recent announcements that we were happy, and I love to show these because everybody thinks we only do deals the size of Tesla. No, Tesla's a once-in-a-generation deal. Redwood is a once-in-a-generation deal for most economic developers. It's interesting that we've been blessed with a number of these. But the truth is, the majority, I think last year we did about 18 deals, and only 4 of them, I think 5 of them, qualified for an abatement in Nevada because these are small manufacturers. They're coming here because they believe in our region. And so here you can see 5 new jobs that tried it, and then a great company, BitDeer, that's going to bring 100 new jobs to our region. We see a lot of advanced manufacturing. Energy generation is a big part of what we're seeing. Now, why is that? There is a race everywhere in the West, as there has been for the last 25 years, to bring on as much energy generation as we can to meet our growing population and industrial needs. What's interesting is, I didn't think, if you back up 12 months, I didn't think you'd see another natural gas or fossil fuels fueled generation facility built in the western half of the United States. Well, that has ended. With the new administrations, like we always say, the economy always expands on the back end of a presidential election. We just have to have the election to know which part's going to expand. Well, make no mistake, we're seeing a vast acceleration in what would be natural gas generation projects coming through. Well, in Nevada, half of our generation has to be from renewable sources. And so that's actually created a really interesting opportunity for us in the short term. And so we're spending a lot of time talking about where we can appropriately site renewable energy generation that can feed both Northern Nevada, but also the state in whole. And then I could talk about data centers all day. What I can tell you is, where there are certainly data centers in our pipeline, it's important to talk about why data centers are in our pipeline. Data centers are in our pipeline because that is the most financeable deal in the marketplace right now. As we work into 26, where you'll certainly see that demand continue, you'll see it diminished by the fact that that manufacturing becomes and basically logistical uses, distribution specifically, are able to be or start to pencil again, become a lot more attractive. So again, we anticipate you'll see more balance in the pipeline as we work into 26. What's this map mean? 2 years ago, we asked ourselves the question, what can we do nationally speaking? California's been the gift that keeps on giving to this economy for a long time from an industrial standpoint, and it still is. But we have to admit that that's a mature part of our business. So we looked east and said, all right, what can we do? Well, in the first year of looking east, we cited projects from 10 different states that aren't California and Nevada. And you can see, and then the hatched lines, we added a few more this year while holding serve in those other markets. So what's great is we're seeing this as something that's driving diversity within employment uses in the region, and it speaks to how attractive our market is. This last year, we asked ourselves the question, what does that look like if we spread that internationally? Well, all of a sudden, now we're working projects on three continents around the world that aren't North America. And so we're really excited to speak about, to sort of be able to say to you that as our market is continuing to mature, it is an attractive destination, not just for national business, but for global business. And we're really, really excited to work into this year and see what that can mean for us. These are the slides I'm not going to read to you, but I wanted to provide for the public's reference. And so you can see here 1,800 jobs last year in business attraction, this is the one I do want to spend a minute on. As we're building this program, historically, EDON has visited about 120 companies per year just to do health checks, find out what's going on. We're on a 3-year path to get that to 650. So we went from, in year one, we went from 120 to 250. This year, the year that we've just started, we're going to go from 250 to 450, and next year we're going to visit 650 primary companies in Northern Nevada. Why are we going to do that? We want to have robust data. And we want to have our finger on the pulse of truly what's going on in business within our community. And so just know we're building this program out, but it's amazing just going to 250 what we learned about what our businesses on the ground are facing here every day. As we're working towards 450 this year, we're learning even more. Really excited that next year when I'm standing in front of you, we'll have talked to these 450 companies, and I'll be able to tell you, provide real information on what our businesses are facing on the ground in our community as they're trying to grow, scale, and in many cases just hold serve right here because they love it here and they want to be here. So looking forward to continuing to enhance this part of our offering and report more to this to you as we move forward. Entrepreneurial development, I'm going to talk more about entrepreneurial development in 1 second as I wrap up. Strategic partnerships, as I mentioned, this is where we're building that day one employee. This is what I want to cover with entrepreneurial development. I mean, as all of you, I believe, know, we had EDON we had our first startup week 2 years ago. So my first year here, I wish I could take credit for it. Doug had been working on it a year when I got here, but 3 months after I arrived, we had our first startup week. We thought we'd have 300, we had 600 businesses come and participate that week. Last year, we were hoping that we would have 600 again. We had, as you can see here, just over 1,000. Reno Startup Week 2025 is in 3 weeks. It's the 29th, Doug, is that right? The 29th. It starts, and it runs into the weekend. I would love to tell you we're going to have 1,000 again, but I think we're going to grow out of that number. And Doug and his team have done an incredible job working with our partners and volunteers throughout the community to make an even richer event this year than we had last year. The reason I want to focus on this is something that with your help, and it's important to know that that Startup Week happens exclusively downtown and in Midtown. And so it happens in the core of our city. It is free to the public. Any existing entrepreneur, starter, founder, wannabe entrepreneur, investor, this is a free event. It runs all week. And thanks, Doug's team has to go raise about $150,000 a year for us to do this at no charge to participants. But we would welcome anyone from the public that wants to participate to come and join us. Registration is open. And what's great about the event this year, one of the enhancements Doug has done is we've now pulled our event and the Offbeat Music Festival together. So as Startup Week is wrapping up, Offbeat is kicking off. And so we anticipate that this will be a great week of programming in the core of our city. And I will tell you, I don't ever want to be in front of you where I don't talk about downtown a little bit. We moved our office downtown the first year that I was here, and I'm in the district every day, walk through it every day, and I just can't tell you how excited I am about the future for our downtown and some of the great restaurants that have come in recently, like Toro Bravo and the Belleville Wine Bar, that just in addition to all of sort of the traditional legacy providers that we have primarily through our gaming community. So really happy to be delivering this in the urban core of our city for our entrepreneurial community. Here's a quick link to where a potential business can come and register. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay. Thank you so much for the presentation. Great information.
Thank you.
I'm going to hold my comments, but it's going to be hard to do because I'm so excited. So I'm going to start on the right-hand side with Councilmember Anderson. Questions or comments?
Thank you for coming before us today. I was just looking at the industries on that pie that simplified to 3 different areas. It looks like we lost most momentum in clean energy and in aerospace and defense. So what makes you so confident that in those 2 areas we're going to see those investments come back in 2026?
So important to know about aerospace and defense. When that one landed on us in '24, I didn't see that one coming, but I'm glad it did because it's a great job, great expansion, and we're working in that space. The decline in renewable energy development was was almost exclusively attributable to the change in administration and some of the direct pressure that was being felt in the lithium industry. As we're working through those and finding a road forward, we anticipate that we can restore some momentum there. I mean, the truth of it is, we are still the home to what is at minimum the largest lithium deposit in North America, and what many believe to be the largest lithium deposit in the world. So this is going to be part of our economy. Our university is working through the lithium tech hub that it was awarded. They've been a great partner in this space, and so I think that the slowdown that you saw specifically in lithium over this last fiscal year was about us pivoting on the back end of what is an administration change and figuring out what our road forward is going to be. We have a much better sense of that now, and so we're confident that we're going to be able to restore that activity. And by the way, I think it's important to note that I separate renewable energy from lithium production. So lithium is a storage medium. Renewable energy is sort of that's how we make it. And there's a lot more to renewable energy than solar. One of the great things about Nevada is we have one of the most exciting geothermal opportunities, which counts as base load and which is great energy in the country. And so we see as the market is calming down, returning to norm in that space. Now, as it relates to aerospace, I don't know that it will be aerospace specifically that we see next, and thank you for the question. But I would say what I think you'll see more of from us, particularly as I'm looking at our startup pipeline, you'll see more tech manufacturing. So we've had 2 really exciting starts in what would be the equipment that is used to make AI, the manufacturing of AI-specific equipment. 2 local companies have received great funding in this space, and so we anticipate that we're seeing real growth in that space, and then that's going to create some new diversity for us.
Okay, one more question. Thank you so much. There's an audience here that probably bristles to hear that we have data centers that are, very, very interested in Northern Nevada. For a variety of reasons, whether it's renewable resources and the concerns around that, including water. But I want to hear, because I hear 2 things here, because you're also speaking very excitedly or optimistically about the development of more natural renewable resources, and I'm hoping that you're considering that that's going to go hand in hand with data center development, because those are the 2 things that I think need to be married to give people confidence in those investments.
Councilmember, thank you for the question. And now, I promise you, I could talk about data centers for the rest of the day, and I promise you I won't. The simple thing I'll say about data centers is there's a ton of misinformation in the community about data center development in the present. But now I want to be quick to also say the reason that exists is because if we back up to earlier generations of data center use here in our country and around the world, it was all true. It was 100% true that we only knew what we knew 10, 15, 20 years ago when we were doing this. And it's important to know, one of the biggest data center hubs in the world is in the Commonwealth of Virginia, where I spent the 10 years preceding my time here. And I should also tell you, the first 2 subsea cable landings that happened in this country in a long time happened in the community where I was doing this work. The Maria and Bruce cables, I landed them to sort of enhance that use in Northern Virginia. So this is something I've spent a good bit of time about. And so make no mistake, some of the criticism that we hear is well-founded, but it might be a little outdated. And so as we're working forward, I think it's really important that we have intentional conversation as a community, because there are ways. One of the things that we often hear is that data centers are big water users. If they use evaporative cooling, they are. There are other technologies that can be mandated now that can buy that down. Absolutely, generators are loud. And by the way, if we do mechanical conditioning of space in a data center, that's also loud. Here's what's great. There's an amazing company. There's several of them, but the first one that comes to mind, called Acoustical Sheet Metal. All they do is they make giant steel boxes with acoustical panels that can sit over the top of these data centers. They're used in metropolitan areas all over the country, primarily around research facilities and hospitals, to ensure that adjoining residential uses aren't impacted by the cycling of what would be industrial generators. And so what I would say is, and yes, we agree that it's critical that as we look at the future of generation in Nevada, that we safeguard the residential ratepayer. and that we make sure that we build a resource that is adequate to ensure that we have a safe, reliable grid going forward. And I'm so thankful that we have partners like Nevada Energy that are helping us with that every day. So what I would say is, the market has moved because of the need, and there are answers and solutions that can be put in place to solve a multitude of concerns about data centers. And I would say, as we go forward as a community, my organization will be delighted to stand side by side with you and make sure that we deliver that we deliver answers and we deliver solutions in a way that the public can embrace them.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thanks for your partnership.
Councilmember Martinez.
Thanks so much, Madam Vice Mayor, and thank you, CEO Adams, for the presentation. I really appreciated seeing you back another year and getting an update. I think it's good to hear sort of the overall picture of what you're seeing and the impacts that, the federal elections have had and how you're sort of adapting and trying to work within the current system that we have. So I just wanted to say thank you for those presentations, the breakdown between the partnerships that you have with the Chamber of Commerce. And I got a chance to meet individually with the RCVA and got to hear some updates with your partnership there and also with the Reno Tahoe Airport. So really appreciative of you moving your family from the Commonwealth, taking the gamble to be here in Reno and establishing roots and bringing all that expertise that you have into our region. So I think it's a great asset. You and obviously Mr. Irwin and your team have brought a lot of really great things. I'm really looking forward to the expansion of Reno Startup Week and how excited folks are to contribute and be a part of that. So thank you.
Councilmember, thank you so much.
Councilmember Ebert.
Me to go?
I was just going to go.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. I do have a lot of questions, so I'll probably need to go twice. But first thing I want to ask about, because it's kind of a hot topic, especially with data centers, is tax abatements. Is the process of applying for tax abatements, does EDON help with that at all? Is that a part of kind of the process for trying to have businesses come here just to make Reno or the region more desirable? Is that a function of EDON?
So it's important to know. So short answer is yes, and let me provide a little context. So it's important to know abatements in Nevada are statutory. They're not discretionary. So it's simple. If you qualify for them, the state code is clear. We must advance the application. EDON has a contract to do our work on behalf of the Governor's Office of Economic Development. It's in our charter that we are an extension of GOED at the local level. And so to answer your question simply, yes, if a business that meets the minimum requirements applies for an abatement, we must advance that to the Governor's office, but we don't approve them.
Okay, but do you help them navigate that process to qualify for abatements?
Yes, that is a requirement of the contract that we have with the Governor's Office of Economic Development.
Great. And I know that City of Reno funds a portion of EDON in the region. What other partners do you receive funding for or from in the region?
So I'm going to, and by the way, for anyone who might be watching this, if I miss one, I apologize for that in advance. But the governor's our largest public investor, and that's defined basically in the biennium every year. City of Reno, City of Sparks, Washoe County, Story, Fernley, oh goodness, tangentially parts of Churchill.
Okay.
And I hope I didn't miss one. I ran through
Yeah, no, that's fine.
And excuse me, a number of our infrastructure providers, the RTC, the RTAA, the RSCVA.
Great.
TUMWA, so on and so forth.
Okay, awesome. The other piece I wanted to ask about real quick, and I just have these questions I wrote down as you were speaking. Do any of these businesses express any kind of concern with housing for their employees once they come here? I know you mentioned commercial real estate partners, and it's a hot topic. Do you get any feedback after businesses come here that it's been difficult?
Sure. I mean, I mean, I don't know that there's. So what I'll say is our commercial community, and we are blessed with great employers in our region. But in almost every case, they care about their employees. They care that their employees can enjoy the quality of life that our region offers. And certainly we felt the pinch of housing shortages. That said, if my colleague Dan Morgan was here, he would talk about how hard his builders are working to solve that problem. But it's important to know, yes, I mean, certainly our employees are feeling the pinch.
Okay, so if you'll allow me just one quick follow-up.
I was going to say, go ahead, because Councilwoman Anderson went over too. So.
Okay. So knowing that, do you try to find more commercial developers to come to the region to build these apartments or starter homes, things like that? Is that part of the group that you're looking to bring here?
So twofold. Generally, what we are trying to do, what I can tell you is we have a robust and strong community of residential developers, be that owner-occupied or multifamily. The bulk of my work in this space has been around securing capital to help those partners secure capital so that they can start building again. If you look, I mean, and you all know this just from your work here, we do not hurt for entitled parcels. What is challenging right now is finding a way for the deal to pencil, given interest rates being where they are and the carry on the development. Also, I'm also sensitive to sort of what would be the availability of our average employee to pay rent. We've seen real upward momentum in rent, and so we're trying to stabilize that as well. So most of my work in this space is in trying to induce capital to come to the market that will invest in housing projects that our existing development community can deliver.
Great, thank you. I will have more if we can have a second round. Thank you.
I believe it's Councilmember Dewar's turn.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Taylor Adams. Appreciate you being here. I love getting to intersect with you and find out what's new and different and happening. Appreciated the presentation. Just a few things just to put on your radar and also to help us. You mentioned the employees coming here and the quality of life that they're looking for, and your predecessor helped fund, I think it was $75,000, a regional trail map, because a lot of them are coming the great outdoors. This is one of our big appeal. We are trying to put in part of that circling the whole meadows trails over in the Virginia range, trying to put them in ahead of the development coming so that it's something they can build on instead of having to create. I don't want to put you on the spot, but I'd love you to consider continuing that investment as we do this last phase of the full trail network. So I'd love to send some folks to visit with you on that.
So Councilmember, that would be great. We certainly are very proud of the work that's been done there. I will tell you, I have made a commitment to your city manager to talk to her about the city parks that are existing for future investment before we look at sort of new construction. But that said, consistent with this council's vision, we'll go where you send us.
And one of our items today is the Parks Recreation Open Space Plan update. But this is not really the building of those things. This is just planning for them. So it's much less expensive than having to invest in an actual park. The other thing I wanted to mention on a personal side, I'm chair of something called the Mackey School of Earth Sciences and Engineering Advisory Board. And we focus on getting students educated in a variety of fields that are related to earth sciences and engineering. And you happen to bring up lithium today, and clearly that's in our bailiwick, but also we focus too on geothermal. We focus too on the coming attractions such as sodium-ion battery development instead of lithium. So what I'd love to do is have you at one of those meetings so you can understand the sector better, maybe from lots of people, CEOs and so on that are part of that entire sector, including battery storage. I'd love to see those kind of businesses come here and build on the current wave of interest. I heard there's a lot of money about to be invested in the mineral sector. We used to have a federal Bureau of Mines that did a lot of analysis to develop why the underpinning of why we have the minerals we do today. Without that information and research, we wouldn't have what we do have today. So we need to continue investing on the R&D side. The other thing I wanted to mention is on data centers, and I see I'm running out of time. But what I wanted to do is make sure that you are know about and consider and participate in our special meeting we're having on October 1, which is all about data centers. And one thing I'm hoping that you will continue to support, as you did in Virginia, is that I think many of us understand the benefits of data centers, but what we're trying to do here is learn from Virginia and other places what the challenges are and make sure that we put in place policies, ordinance to mitigate those things. So you mentioned noise, and you mentioned that the corrugated sheet metal can really work. But unless someone says, hey, noise is important to us, we'd like you to see you install corrugated sheet metal, that typically isn't happening. Unless we sort of lay out some precedents and some expectations to minimize impact so we can get the benefit of the data center without the ancillary downsides, that's where our focus is, at least mine. And so I want to make sure that you mentioned something really important to me, which was safeguarding residential ratepayers. That's something we really care about too, and it's going to take all of us rolling up our sleeves with MV Energy to figure out how that happens. So I'll leave it there for now, but just to recap, love to talk to you about trails, love to invite you to be part of a bigger conversation on minerals, batteries, and startup type alternatives, and then the data centers. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Yeah.
Do you mind? Are you okay? Okay. Okay, so many good things happening. I'm really excited. I'm glad that you moved downtown. So that answered my first question, how are you promoting downtown? I want to say, like I said, you're doing great things, but I want to talk on a broader scale. The city of Reno, obviously, we're in a financial position that is a little bit challenging, and we need to think bigger, and we need to bring more resources and more revenue to the city of Reno with the jobs, and I think you are on track for doing that. One of the things that you talked about with your slides is you've just brought in a couple of new companies that have 100 employees. When we look at the rate that they're paying, which is our good paying jobs, it's still not enough to make up for the housing shortage here. We got a presentation 2 weeks ago from the Nevada Housing Coalition that you need to make over $100,000 a year to afford the housing here. So at $35 an hour, why that's a good paying job, there's still a delta of $20,000 or $30,000 a year that we have to do. So my plea to you is, how can the city of Reno help you bring in those jobs within the confines of what we do and those employers? And these are the things that I have heard. You mentioned predictability earlier. So this body needs to be predictable. We need to remove barriers, and we need to act with speed and where it's appropriate. Those are the things that I have heard that are the biggest barriers to attracting the companies that we want here. And I guess I'll just end with, I'm all in on advanced manufacturing. Anything that we can do, that was in your pie chart, to attract those people. Reno's ideal for that. We are ideal. We're just like Arizona. We're just like Salt Lake City. We can be attracting those companies. I want to know what we can do here to help you get them, land them, bring them here, and also the retention of the talent that we have up at UNR. Sure. I talked with President Sandoval a little bit about how many of our engineers how many people are staying here and getting jobs, which is, we want them to stay here.
That we do. And so,
that's a lot, but.
Yeah, but so thank you for those. Thank you for the questions, and I'll try to work them in order. So you hit on Nevada's superpower, which is speed to market. And so it's interesting where I get a lot of questions about abatements in Nevada and are they right, are they wrong? What I'll tell you is that they're a market condition, and we actually have less than almost all of our peers do, or certainly the communities I'm competing with. So if you look at what's possible in Arizona and Texas, Florida, Georgia, Tennessee, Virginia, all of these and many others, these are states that offer much larger abatements than and incentives than we do. So for us, the way that we work around that historically is with speed to market, our real estate, particularly in undeveloped or unentitled parts of our jurisdictions, generally a little less expensive than what they would see in those states, although that's closing. Our superpower is really getting that product built and online faster, which is the same thing as money for the developer. So anything that you can do to help us preserve speed to market is something that will help us be more effective. The other thing that I would offer, though, the average value of a job that we recruited last year was just over $85,000, which is great. I mean, it doesn't just lead the state, it really leads the region. But that said, to your point, how we've not seen a real reduction in housing costs as rates have stayed where they are. And so we're hoping for some relief on that. But in the event that we don't, we talk a lot about the need for a professionalization of our economy. If you look, we brought a ton of logisticians, manufacturers, but what we haven't necessarily seen is the growth in the professional services part of our economy that can support that. And this is generally what I'm talking about here. It's a downtown business climate. I would say the most important thing that is in front of us are the two towers that are just right up the street from where we're standing right now.
The old Harris revival.
We are absolutely talking about the old, and I don't want to get ahead of our development partner there, but make no mistake, the most exciting thing that could happen in this community this year is for us to turn the lights on in those towers again and get them on the road back to being an asset in our community, and not just from a real estate tax standpoint, although that would be meaningful. The other thing, though, is it brings energy to downtown that we don't presently have, and it allows us to start talking about more robust professional office uses in our community, which I think is critical for the next step and to achieve the incomes you're talking about. One quick thing about the university, you back up 15 years, we were lucky to keep 5 out of every 10 graduates from the University of Nevada here in the community. We're up to 7 out of 10, but we shouldn't quit till we hit 10 out of 10. You're absolutely right. And now that one of my children is a student there, and I hope the other 3 will be as well, I'm even more motivated to make sure that they stay here.
Well, thank you for the presentation, and thank you for bringing your organization to downtown. It's really impressive, and I appreciate that. Thank you. I don't think Councilmember Reese had a chance to go. Councilmember Reese, do you have any questions?
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Taylor, and I apologize for not being able to be there today, but I wanted to say a couple of things. First, thank you to you and your team for the Startup Week and your presentation about it. This is something that I know Madam Mayor has been very big fan of for several years. I, too, have decided to help support it financially because I think it is so very important to our region that people understand the opportunities that it brings. I was able to attend a few of the events last year, and really Doug and the team have just done a fantastic job of highlighting the ways in which the startup economy can drive innovation and opportunity for our region. So thank you for that. Second is, we are a challenging environment in Northern Nevada, especially because, some of our geographic constraints, some of the tax-related constraints make it a difficult proposition for relocations to occur here, but yet you posited that the speed to market is our greatest weapon. And I actually would challenge that in one way. I think the greatest asset that we have as a region is our people, our willingness to welcome others into the region with open arms. And I do believe that we have the opportunities in the coming years as we have developed training programs at the university and TMCC, different local college and universities like Carrington, which are providing for some of our nursing programs, to grow the opportunities for people here who are coming from somewhere else oftentimes and finding a way to make a better home for themselves. Like Vice Mayor Taylor, I'm concerned about housing costs, which are kind of outstripping the benefit that people have in coming here. But I do believe in sort of the resiliency. And I wanted to just ask you your thoughts on sort of the projections as we move forward about balancing some of these competing concerns.
So thank you, council member, and I'll just say I stand corrected. Absolutely, our people are the people of Northern Nevada are absolutely the strength of the community, and so thank you for that, and happily accept that correction. As it relates to looking forward, it's interesting. Every time I think that we're going to catch a break in the cost of construction materials, the market seems to move the other way. That said, though, we do know. We do see stability coming. We just got an inflation print this morning that actually is promising, and actually we had a revision down of the prior print from July. So we're optimistic that from a materials cost standpoint, we're seeing an economy starting to move towards equilibrium. But I don't know that I can overstate the importance of an interest rate cut as we look forward, because that interest rate, that reduction in rate affects not just the buyer. It affects the cost of the carry for the entire project. And so any reduction in interest cost is a direct benefit to the cost of whatever dwelling unit, be it single family or multifamily, that we're building that can that can carry through to the end and offer a margin that allows the developer to build it while still bringing it to market at a price that our consumers can afford. And so we're looking at this closely. I would love to get 75 basis points between now and the end of the year, and but by the grace of God, a similar reduction in the 10-year Treasury that could come through to what would be mortgage rates. But we're very much in a wait and see. But we're very optimistic and continue to be bullish on this market.
Councilmember Anderson. Thank you, Councilmember Reese.
Thank you. Just one more area. I know that Councilmember Reese brought up some workforce development. I wanted to know your perspective, your comfort level, confidence level in our ability to have a developed and trained workforce for the jobs that you know that are coming here. Do you think we have the education partners we need? Do we have opportunities? I know AI is going to force some potential career opportunities onto people that didn't know that they were coming. What is going to be available in the market that are going to be jobs that people can consider being retrained for?
So first, I have to say I am nothing short of awed by the quality of the education systems that we have here. As I mentioned earlier, so Washoe County Schools, I think, does an exceptional job. When you look at the size of this county and the breadth of the basically student offering that they have to provide, I think the new superintendent and the school board, they're doing an exceptional job with the resources they've been given, as well as, of course, I deal with Truckee Meadows Community College on a weekly basis, but also there's Western Nevada College in the Carson Metro, and then we've got the University of Nevada here. So looking at what is the core of our educational offering, I could not be happier with where we are and how we're charging ahead. And one thing I'll say about the University of Nevada, you mentioned AI. I don't know I'm assuming that you all know, I shouldn't make an assumption, but the fact that they're rolling out an AI assistant that every student on campus is going to be exposed to over, starting now over the next 4 years to prepare them for what the world is going to do. I think it just shows tremendous leadership at the university's doing. But one quick thing about the university and our community college that are particularly helpful. Having done this work in a couple other places, it is rare to find a flagship land grant institution that will work with a major employer to create programming that is specific for their day one need. We have one. I will tell you, I'm so grateful to President Sandoval and to his team for their willingness to work with our employers to ensure that industry-specific needs are met within the colleges on campus, be that engineering, business, so on and so forth. Same is true at the community college when it comes to workforce education. And really at the community college, we're talking more about trades, mechatronics, things of that nature. But what's so great is we've got partners that are more than willing to step up and help us do that, and it really enhances. Now, to that end, we got about 6,000 jobs under construction right now, and I could use more of all of it. but the truth is, the providers we have are doing all that they can within the facility constraints that they're facing to ensure that we can meet the need.
Councilmember Ebert, did you have a follow-up?
Yeah, I did. So again, I'll try and get through this quickly. Do you kind of keep track of what kind of abatements have been successfully received through the state? And kind of part B of that is, do you work with businesses at all to have any kind of financial agreement with the city or the county to help offset the costs of providing services?
So, specific to Northern Nevada, yes, we absolutely track the abatements that are received by businesses that are coming to our region. And it's important to know, with only 2 exceptions, there are no total abatements that are offered in Nevada. They are all partial abatements. And so, admittedly, no, we have not worked directly with communities on what would be a general abatement, recognizing that it's in most cases the state's portion of that tax burden that is abated, and that there is some left over. That said, there are 2 exceptions to that, and those are the Senate Bills 1 and 2, and then a revision of that was granted in the last General Assembly, which are the abatement package that specifically came along for Tesla than for Redwood that were amended in the last General Assembly session in the last biennium to sort of create more local benefit in that space. In the event, so in the cases of SB1, SB2, those are total abatements. In those situations, we absolutely work with basically localities, and I'm saying localities here instead of municipalities because it might be a fire district, it might be a sheriff, it might it varies on the need. But a great example is we had a very robust conversation with the fire district in Story County around lithium uses in the Tahoe Reno Industrial Center. And sort of needs for service that were appropriate there. And so, yes, in the event that we're talking about a total abatement, we have certainly engaged in that conversation. Now, looking forward, if it was something that, as it relates to even partial abatements, if that is something that our communities were interested in us doing, we would be happy to do it. But it's important to know the reason we have not done that historically is because you have staff that's at that table. Through the permitting process. I see. I saw Miss Turney a moment ago, but there she is in the back. But so you have staff that are working specifically in this space, and we have found that at that table we might get in the way, but just know to the extent that we can be of service, we're always willing.
Okay. And then one last question. I know that there is some talk of a lithium battery factory coming to the Sled Airport.
Yes.
I don't know if that's actually going to happen or not. I know there's been a lot of things that need to come into place before that decision is made, but is it accurate to say that businesses that go to the Sled Airport do not pay any property tax? And in that situation, would you help find funding sources to offset the cost of providing services?
So I don't want to speak ahead of, so important to know, I'm not an attorney. I don't ever want to pretend to be. And I'm certainly not the real estate assessor, or I'm not and I don't work for the state's finance department. So I will answer this with those qualifiers through the layman's lens that I have. And so, as I understand it, the entirety of the Sled Airport is owned by the FAA, and as such would not be subject to local real estate tax. To that end, though, I believe they do still projects there that are coming forward would still have to be permitted, and there'd be an opportunity to have a conversation about benefit to the community. They certainly will receive service, and so again, if that is one where we would never want to be in the way of your professional staff, where you've got a great manager who's got a great staff who knows how to negotiate these things. But just know if ever you want us at that table, we're delighted to help.
Yeah, and then just real quick too, is the fact that it's an area where they don't have to pay real estate tax, is that kind of a recruitment tool that you're using to bring businesses here specifically?
Not for us, no.
Okay.
I mean, for us, the cost of, any sort of tax burden in any jurisdiction is a cost of doing business. And I try not to deal on that. I mean, this is the thing. We're either right for your business or we're not. The cost of business in our community is right or it's not. Nevada's already a low-tax state. Everyone knows that. So no, beyond the general messaging that Nevada is generally a low-tax state for corporate purposes, we would not go beyond that on a specific parcel.
Okay, all right, thank you very much.
Okay, I think, did you have something? Okay,
I had
and then we'll
follow-up.
wrap this up because we got to get
Good.
into the next presentation.
Good, thank you. You just said what I was about to say. When you said earlier comment that we have lower tax abatements than many states, well, we have lower tax to
right.
begin with, a lower tax burden. So we don't even have that much to offset. A lot of the states you mentioned, I already know, have a high tax burden.
They do.
Right, whether it's income tax and other much higher property tax, all kind of things. So I think that could be part of the explanation. So anyway, but I did want to mention, and Ms. Anderson brought this up right at the beginning, and I wanted to revisit it, and that's about our alternate energy, sustainable energy. And one of the challenges, it had fallen off your list, and I keep hearing nationally that, they've withdrawn tax abatements for those kind of things. Like when I put in my solar panels, I had a good tax abatement from MV Energy. I had one on my tax, my IRS taxes, and it made it affordable to the point that I could do it. Today, without those things, I absolutely could not do it. And that's just on a personal level. Then the businesses, they were really hurt around the 2014 timeframe when we had this huge process where they were taking away net metering. And net metering is one of the reasons a lot of people got into it, including myself, which is your ability to sell back into the market your excess energy. Now, so we got grandfathered in. It was a long, arduous process, but only the people that already had, which luckily I had invested, a number of years before that. But the newcomers, they ended up getting much lower reimbursements, and they couldn't sell. They had to self-use. So they're able to store it, and then they have to use it themselves. They can't sell to their next door neighbor. And then the impacts, all of our solar providers anyway, virtually everyone fled the state. There was no need to be in business anymore. And you're in the business of making business. And we're one of the sunniest states. And so to drive away these providers, seems so upside down. So both at a state level, the PUC, but now at the federal level, they've done away with information, investments, information about climate change, all the things to make people not even care or be aware. Pricing that doesn't send the right kind of signal. What's your thought on what can we do?
Councilmember, generally, we agree. And as someone who was pretty heavily involved in the first generation of back then what was commonly known as CPACE, which is the program that would have led to net metering. We've seen the reduction in the attractiveness of that program at the single business or for residential use. At present, we do see opportunity for the deployment of solar arrays specifically that are at grid scale that are project specific, and that's where we're putting the bulk of our energy. And and the main reason for that is we recognize that where this administration may not be as friendly to renewable and alternative uses, the next one might be. And so for us, there's been real energy, pun intended, invested into developing that part of our region and our regional infrastructure. And so we do think it's appropriate to hold on to that to see what the future holds. We don't think it's, we see so many of our colleagues sort of jettisoning anything in that space. For us, we think that that's an incredible waste of intellectual capital that's been invested in Northern Nevada. We think it's critical that we hold on to it in the short term, recognizing you may see other generation coming in the meantime.
Yeah, like it's not an instant in time. We have to look at the long term. I so agree. And I just wanted to mention, you mentioned grid scale. Those are big solar production. Often they come, unfortunately, with some downsides, whether it's to animals, wildlife, water, land use. I've seen some really cool things, though, that incorporate growing under solar panels so that you can increase your agriculture while you're increasing your solar. So that's really cool. And then just finally...
Councilmember Dewar, I think we're trying to get wrapped up here. You're a little bit over time.
Well, finally, just want to leave you with a comment about the water. Thank you, from Tumwa. We're so concerned about bringing in businesses that are heavy water users, aside from data centers, but it could be a bottling plant. It could be something else. So I hope you just keep that in mind as you keep going.
We added to our strategic plan and have a hard rule in our office now. We do not pursue major water users.
Yeah.
Period. It just as a rule, we recognize the need to safeguard the region.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. We welcome you to come back anytime. Keep us posted.
Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here. We appreciate you, and tell your beautiful wife we said hello.
I sure will. Thank you
Thanks
so much.
so much.
Okay, Council, we're going to take a quick 10-minute break, and we'll be right back.
No, I apologize. We are going to take a 20-minute break.
A quick 20-minute break.
Sorry, everyone's got to get up, and we've got to transition into our next presentation, which will be on property tax. I hope everyone sticks around for that. It's very, very critical information. And then after that, we will go into item D1 and then item D2. All right, thanks, everyone. Thank you, everyone, for joining us. Coming back, Madam Clerk, is everyone connected?
Yes.
Okay, well, then I'm going to jump right into item C2. We have the one and only Jeremy Aguero here with us, and we're excited for this presentation. So, Mr. Aguero, the floor is all yours.
Madam Mayor, first of all, thank you so much for the opportunity to be here, and thank you to your staff and team. This is the second in our series of presentations to
Love it.
provide some background information on some of the revenues that the city benefits from. Today, we're going to talk about property taxes, real property taxes, and what they mean. And you'll recall last time we talked about the C-tax, the consolidated tax, and some of the challenges with distributions. In this one, we're going to talk a little bit more about some of the challenges with structure of the tax, because way back in 2005, and I can't believe perhaps I was younger once, but in 2005 when we were working on it with the legislature, we created these abatements that we benefited tremendously from. And the state of Nevada today will abate about $1.8 billion in taxes, the single largest reduction in taxes that we have. That was all predicated on an emergency provision in the Nevada State Constitution. Somehow that emergency has continued to exist for 20 years, and we're still here today. And in some ways, it's been great for us. It's operated exactly as intended. In other ways, it creates a situation in which we have some degree of economic instability, points in which the economy may not be growing as quickly, and the result of that is less revenue for local governments and the state and school districts. So why property tax? I mean, why do we start there, and what is property tax? You all know this is the tax that is imposed on real and personal property every single year. Assessor comes around, assessor says, hey, look, this is what the value of that property is, a replacement value, we'll talk more about that, and then the taxpayers get a bill that goes to fund almost everything we talk about. We're going to talk about all of those pieces. Property tax in the United States is the single largest source of revenue for local governments, sub-federal governments along those lines. It generates about 70% of all the taxes they generate. It's hugely important overall. Right? Why do local governments care so much about these? Because they fund almost everything. This is the city of Reno's budget. The last time we got together, we talked about $100 million in consolidated tax, and maybe the need for that to change a little bit. Now we're talking about property tax. It's not that far away. It's about $83 million a year in the FY 2025 budget. And you'll see, it starts to drop precipitously after that in terms of your budget. This is what it looks like in terms of your street fund revenue resources. We often spend so much time talking about the general fund, we don't talk about some of the other funds. And of course, property tax is the single largest source of revenue for the street fund for the city. This is what it looks like in the city of Sparks. This is what it looks like in Washoe County, right? Across the board, pound for pound, that property tax is almost as important as any other revenue source that we have in the state of Nevada. And oftentimes it's among our most stable sources of revenue, which is also incredibly important. And, in some ways, it's also one of the more progressive sources of revenue, right? As values go up, because you own something, a house that is worth more, you'll pay more in property taxes. Why should then the public sort of care about property taxes? And again, I'm going to this chart is very similar to the one that we saw before. You see that I put the city streets over there in the right-hand corner, but almost every service that is provided at the local government level, as a matter of fact, I think you could almost say every service that's provided at the local government level, this is Reno and Sparks, is supported by those property tax levies. And if we look at it in terms of county government services, all of those regional services, as you saw for Washoe County, it's at the top of the list of those revenue sources. So it probably goes without saying that property taxes are important, a large share of revenue. Now, nobody likes to pay property taxes, but I suppose nobody likes to pay taxes generally, but nonetheless, really important for all the services that we as citizens benefit from. So here's where things get a little bit more exciting in terms of how property taxes are actually calculated and determined. right? Maybe more exciting for me because I love this kind of stuff, but you get it, and we're going to talk through it, and we're going to go through it because there are three major steps that we're going to spend time on. Sometimes I like to refer to this as a breadcrumb. We're going to come back to this slide as we go through the presentation because it's three really important parts or steps or phases, whatever you want to talk about. The first is property value assessment. How is it that we get to the taxes that we have? How do we determine the value for all of that property that's out there? How does the assessor kind of go through that process? And obviously the assessor is much more complicated than we're going to get into today, but the pieces and parts matter relative to that. Then the second step is all those property tax rates. And this is where it gets a little bit tricky because $3.66 per $100 of value is the maximum amount that can be applied in the state of Nevada by any local government. If you wanted to raise it, you couldn't because you're statutorily prohibited from doing that. And even if you did today, it would generate almost no money because at the end of the day, the abatements exist. And we're going to talk about all of those things today. Then the third piece we're going to talk about is those property tax abatements. And again, they're doing exactly what they were designed to do. But as you're going to see, they've continued to grow even during periods of prosperity. And I'll begin my presentation sort of where I'll end. And that is to say, they're a big reason why the revenue that you're generating today on an inflation adjusted per capita basis is about the same as you were generating a decade ago. And I'd be willing to bet all of you that the cost of providing services to the city of Reno has gone up during that period while property taxes have effectively remained flat. So we'll talk more about that as we go through. So property value assessment. This is the process we go by. I talked about the Washoe County Assessor's Office. They go through every year. They look at all land, all structures, and essentially determine the value of those. Under state law, the county assessor is actually required to reappraise once every 5 years, but in Washoe County and Clark County, it's done every single year. Those new appraisals can be conducted with new improvements, structures, those type of things. Oftentimes you'll see on the property tax roll new value because I added an addition to my home or something along those lines. If the house is sort of materially changed or you turn an office building into a retail center, maybe it'll go through an entire reassessment. And that gets very, very complicated. But nonetheless, every year, Washoe County Assessor is going through all of those properties. They look at the land value, they look at the improvement value to get the taxable value. Now, these are important distinctions because we treat them differently in the state of Nevada. Land value is at the market value of the parcel. That when your land is assessed, whether it's your home or your office building or whatever it is, your hospital, right? Those are assessed at market value. It's essentially the cash value if you were to go out and sell that. But when we think about the improvements, it is not that way. People often believe that their house is essentially, my property taxes are determined based on what the sales price of my house is. That's not true. In the state of Nevada, it is based on replacement cost. Essentially, what would it have to cost you to replace that? And then we do this thing, and I'm going to show you in a moment that nobody else does, and we apply a depreciation factor to the improvements of that home. 1.5% every year for 50 years comes off whatever your value is until we get to what's referred to as a salvage value. That just means you've depreciated it all the way down to the bottom amount of 75% of that value comes out. And we're going to talk about more about that as we go. And as you can imagine, you're like, why would anybody do this, right? And I suppose if we look at this, you'd ask that same question. We are one of one in this. I guess in this case, we're one of 50, however you want to look at it. But we are the only state anywhere in the United States that applies a depreciation factor to residential housing units. And you would imagine why folks haven't done this, because you create a disconnect between the demand for services that has no relationship to how old a particular piece of property is to the amount that that is going to generate and provide funding. And that creates a bit of a problem for us overall. So this is what that depreciation looks like. And again, very sort of simple, year 0, 10, 20, 30, 40, and 50. So you get an idea. So you are essentially starting with only 25% of the replacement cost of that asset by the time you get to that year 50. And that's a challenge for us.
Jeremy, can you repeat that? I just need everyone to hear.
Yes, I am happy to repeat it. By the time you get to year 50, you are starting with only 25% of the improved value of that asset, right? So let's just give, Mayor, if I may, let me just take this slide because I think this one emphasizes the exact same point. Let's say we start with a $400,000 home today. that has a replacement value of $400,000. And we imagine that that home just goes up by 3% per year. If it just goes up by 3% per year, by the time we get to that year 50, it's got a replacement cost of about $1.8 million. I think most of us would believe, oh, well, then my property tax would be based on $1.8 million. No, it is based on 25% of that, which is $440,000. And so, Mayor, the point here is that while the value grows, the property tax revenue does not grow. And in some ways, this is why communities in the state of Nevada sometimes feel like they're addicted to growth. Addicted to growth. Why? Because a new property that comes online, well, hey, it hasn't depreciated at all. I get a bunch more value for that than I would if it's completely depreciated. And as we're going to continue to go through this, what you'll see is that the aging nature of our community, and this is not just a city of Reno thing, obviously throughout northern Nevada, this is a challenge, and throughout southern Nevada, we've seen that this is a real challenge to us. But let's just look at some of this for a moment. This is property value assessment, properties by age. And so essentially what you have there is the city, unincorporated county, and then the city of Sparks, just to sort of show us where that is. And then you've got the number of parcels. And I've shown how old those parcels are, how aged they are. And you'll see that the city of Reno looks very different than an unincorporated county or the city of Sparks. Right? It's got more of these properties that have aged, which means that pound for pound, you're generating less property tax revenue than your counterparts would where the property is old. Now, there's all kinds of other factors, the value of the property, the value of the land, the mix between residential and commercial. We're going to talk about all those things as we continue to go through. But in our last presentation, we talked about consolidated tax. We talked about the potential for some inequities that exist, and those were structural inequities that took place. These are inequities that are made also structural, but based on the structure of the timing and the age of development between areas, right? This creates the potential for a fiscal cliff. 24% of the properties in Reno are at least 50 years old. 24% of them, right? If we go and we say 20 years old, over half of all the properties. So imagine you've then just started with all the improvement value and you've reduced it by that depreciation for more than half of all of those properties. What about this? Those that are in the next 30 years, 73% of all of the properties will be fully depreciated. Now, obviously, you'll have stuff that gets constructed at the front end, but this is the sort of magic of relativity, right? If I have 100 units and I add 10, that's 10%. If I have 1,000 units and I add the same 10, obviously it's a very smaller percentage relative to that. That's the challenge that the city of Reno is dealing with, is that, a lot easier when the city was smaller, younger.
Yeah.
A lot easier before we had property tax abatements. Not as easy today. So that gets us to the property value, right? So you got the land value, market value, you've got the improvement value, and you add those two together when somebody gets their tax bill and they see this total taxable value that I have. This is essentially the value of what's there. And if we look at this and we start to make our way through it, we then have to get to this thing called assessed value. Taxable value times 35% gets us assessed value. And I know I'm going to get the question, why 35%? Why not 30? Why not 18? Why not 22? And the answer is no one has ever been able to tell me. I believe it is nothing more than a political compromise that got us to 35%. Because remember, this is 1979 that we're going through the tax shift in the state of Nevada. We're trading things off, and we don't want to become like California was doing some things we didn't want to quite emulate, those type of things. So we get this idea. And so everybody sees these tax rates as $3.66, but that's not really $3.66 applied to every $100 of value, because you're actually taking your value, you're multiplying it by 0.35 in order to say you're only going to pay that tax on the 35% of it. So we have some of these things that are really kind of pro-taxpayer, right? Number one, it's not necessarily tied to market, it's tied to replacement cost. Number two, you get this depreciation. Number three, we drop that rate from that value all the way down by 35%. So what if we look at the property value assessment? In Washoe County, there's almost $32.5 billion in value for FY 2025. That's a lot of investment within the community. 70% of that is either single family or multifamily. family. And we could probably spend, Mayor, we could probably spend an entire day just talking about the mix and jobs, housing balance, and what that means in terms of tax collection and the cost of providing services. And I'm going to touch on it a little bit as we get to the later areas of the presentation. But I would impress upon those that are watching this presentation and others, this matters, right? When we look at where that value is, the idea that residential is not part of the mix is problematic for us. In addition to that, we have this pesky piece of the Nevada State Constitution that says that everything has to be uniform and equal. You've probably heard about this before. And that uniform and equal provision means that whatever the rate is that is applied to residential also has to be applied to commercial. You cannot have different rates in the state of Nevada. We can't have a split roll like exists in other areas. If we look at the property value assessment by jurisdiction, you can also see the city of Reno makes up a pretty good chunk of that. Now, obviously, we could take the county and would be the entirety of what is up there, but you get the idea in terms of what's there. Not only is the city aging more, it also has a disproportionate share of the municipal value that is created within the community, which is probably also linked to the services that you provide. Now, I really like this chart. Forgive, it's a bit of an eye test, but you'll forgive me for that for a moment. But I liked it, and I asked my staff to include it because this shows the assessed value shares by jurisdiction. And I like it because it shows the city of Reno right there. And then you can kind of see how it's a little different than the unincorporated county. You can see the city of Sparks. You can see the county's overall total. And what you see is that there are certain areas that are over-indexed. I would imagine, and I have not had this conversation with the city of Sparks, so I say it with all respect, that they would be running into different sets of challenges, larger sets of challenges because of, 80% plus of their development is single family. Now, I guess I should say it's not quite 8% plus, 78.5%. Right, you can also see the differential in commercial. The idea of jobs, housing balance. Where are people going to work? Where are they living? This chart, I would, if you need it, you have it, but it just tells a remarkable story about the distribution of uses and where you have different allocations. Where is the industrial? Where is the commercial? Because where the services are needed and where the demand for those services are created, or where the funds are created and where the demand for services, probably a better way to say that, are not always the same thing. And you probably have found in many ways that consumers don't understand necessarily a line between where unincorporated county is or where the city is or where one city is. Why would they? So that gets us through part one. Right? Part one, relative to property tax assessment. So we've gotten to this idea of this assessed value. We've looked at this distribution overall. I wanted to spend just a little bit of time on the property tax rates themselves. And there are two sets of property tax rates, caps, that we have to be aware of. One is the legislatively mandated property tax limit at $3.66 per $100 of value. The legislature specifically says no jurisdiction anywhere in the state of Nevada can be higher than that. The Nevada State Constitution indicates that the constitutional property tax limit is $5 per $100 of value. And oftentimes I get the decision, well, why would they do that? And we could have a long conversation about what that is, but obviously it is the state, being the state and applying its will here. But the $5 that was put in the Constitution applies in a very important way in the state of Nevada, and that's that it applies to the net proceeds of mines. Right, which is also a property tax that folks don't always associate with being a property tax, but that allows it to be at that level for that type of property, which actually can be treated differently in our state constitution as opposed to what we do here. If we look at the property tax rate, we talked a lot about this when we got into the consolidated tax. I wanted to make sure to also touch on it here, because I imagine that oftentimes people get that property tax bill because they live in the city of Reno. They believe, oh, look, you guys are getting all of this money. Not true. Not true. We have something in the state of Nevada, and most certainly here in the city of Reno, that's called an overlapping tax rate, which means that you have all of these districts. Ooh, I dropped that. You have all of these districts, and they kind of overlap. You have school districts, you have the state, and all those type of things. And I know if I live in the city of Reno, I live in the city of Sparks, that I'm, my kids are going to the schools, that I'm also getting services from the state, and they're all benefiting from this in one way or the other. The city of Reno actually only gets about 26.2% of that $3.66 rate. So 26.2% of the 100% tax rate that's imposed on property taxes. So, the others include Washoe County, the school district, the state of Nevada, as I mentioned before. Now, I created this slide just to sort of show how it's a little different in different areas. And also, if I live in the city of Reno, I live in the city of Sparks, I live in, different areas, for examples of the unincorporated Washoe County. And you can see a couple of things. Number one, the county itself continues to benefit significantly across the board from those taxes. Obviously, providing regional services, but the county, that's why their property tax revenue, you noticed when we looked at it before, was their number one source of revenue because everybody contributes to that county source. And it's about $1.40 of that $3.66 rate. And then you can kind of see some of those operating rates and those local rates that are there. I put in the one for the city of Reno, which we talked about, and then you see the city of Sparks, which is a parallel to what you see in the city of Reno. Right, then you see some of the unincorporated areas and the like, and just kind of get a sense of how those kind of play out. And you'll notice that 3 of the 4 at $3.66, one of them is not, and that's because there's chunks that are not included there overall. Now, if we really want to get crazy, we dig in to each one of those rates. And I won't spend a whole lot of time here, but over time, the property tax levy that exists in the city of Reno had something else added to it, and something else added to it, and something else added to it. And it just kept growing and growing and growing. And there was a lot of restructuring that happened way back in the 1970s and 1980s, and that gives the rise to what we're looking at today. So while people generally believe, oh my gosh, well, this money is all going, for example, to just operate the city of Reno. Of course it's not. It's going to the general fund. That's a much smaller portion than what we looked at before. It's going to roads and streets, going to public safety, directly to public safety. These are those allocations. And if you look at the Washoe County side, it's large. It goes from everything from the jail to youth facilities that are out there. And so it has a dedicated source of that revenue in order to support those dedicated services. So we take that assessed value that we talked about before, we multiply it times that $3.66 rate for every $100 of value, and that gets us our taxes as assessed. There are property tax exemptions, and we could spend a whole lot of time talking about this. This is also an area of difference between the city of Reno and other areas. There are some partial exemption categories, things like veterans and the disabled and the blind. They get property tax exemptions, but then you also have government entities. You are not collecting taxes, for example, from the other government buildings that are within your jurisdiction, including like the University of Nevada. And so if we look at what that value is in terms of those big values that are within your borders, at least ostensibly creating some demand for services that are out there, maybe not the same breadth of services, but this is the top 10 total exempt value in the city of Reno. And you'll notice that, it's about $1.6 billion. That's about $15 million that you're not getting from value that's inside your jurisdiction that is exempt from that tax. Now, again, we could spend a lot of time talking about this, but I think we'd be remiss, and I want to say thanks to the staff that said, hey, we ought to spend a little bit of time talking about this because it's a lot of money that is essentially sitting on that sideline. And I think this is a good way to look at that amount, right? So this is exempt tax share as assessed, of taxes as assessed, and then it's per capita. And so what you'll see is that the exemptions that are required by the city of Reno is about 12.2% of all of your assessed value. It's about $74 for every man, woman, and child that lives within the city. And I think it's the highest anywhere in the state of Nevada, although I don't know that we looked at every single jurisdiction in terms of going through that. But in terms of major jurisdictions, you get the idea of what's there. And I'm not here to suggest that this is money that you're going to sort of naturally recapture, but when you're thinking about the balance in terms of the revenue that's coming in versus your portfolio of value that's within the city, if you had all the exempt value and less of the commercial value, for example, you're not going to generate nearly as much in terms of revenue, but you're going to have at least some of the services that are required. So that's step one. We got to assess value. That's step two. How do we get to the taxes that are there? Then we get to this is the best part of the entire presentation, which is the abatements themselves. And everybody loves the abatement. I have learned this There is nothing that people like more than to pay less property taxes, right? And so in 2005, we create this construct that Carol Velarde used to call the partial property tax abatements. And I think that is the perfect term for it in terms of what's there. In residential, your property tax cannot go up by more than 3% per year. If it's commercial, it cannot go up by more than 8% per year. And I should say that's general commercial, right? If you're renting your home out, for example, it could go up by 8% because it's not owner occupied. If you have an apartment, that could go up unless that apartment is being rented at below the HUD standard, in which case you can qualify for the 3% cap instead of the 8% cap. Again, complications, 3% residential, 8% for all other types of property, owner occupied residential, all other types of property. Now, you asked the question, when is 3% not actually 3%? Because there's been times where you're going to say, Jeremy, I know for a fact that I've been sitting in this chair, and there have been times when 3% was not 3%, and there have been lots of times when 8% was not 8%. And why is that? And that's because in 2005, there was a compromise at the legislature. And that compromise at the legislature is that it would be 3% and 5%, but it could not be greater than the 10-year average of assessed value or 2 times the CPI. And that's because we didn't want it to be out of whack somehow. And if that was really low, for example, in periods we had near deflation in the state of Nevada, across the United States, we didn't want property values going up. And so we wanted to protect taxpayers against that. It's exactly what it's done. And so you'll know that we were in during this period of very low inflation for a long period of time, about a decade, right? We had a period in which assessed values were really low coming out of the Great Recession. We had some of those where they went down. And so you'll see here that there have been a number of times where those 2 limiters have kicked in. Now, what we've seen recently is that 3% has actually been 3% and 8% has actually been 8%. But nonetheless, these continue to exist, and it's something we have to keep an eye on. Now, I've just created this example, and we're going to go through an example that's a little bit more comprehensive than this as we think about some real-world examples. But I wanted just to start here, right? So my last year's property tax bill was $3,000. That means that in the next year, it can only go to $3,000. It doesn't matter if the value goes up, if the land value goes up, it doesn't matter any of that. Now, it will certainly matter if I add something to my home or I build something different or something along those lines where you have new value. But if the structure itself doesn't change, even if the taxes would have gone up by 5% because the replacement cost goes up and the land value goes up, your tax bill can only go up by that 3% in the example that we're showing here. And therefore, you have the abatement, which in our example is the difference between $3,090 and $3,150, the tax that would have gone up if the abatement didn't exist versus the tax that can only go up to that level, which means the taxpayer benefits from a $60 abatement in that year. And that is lost. It is never, ever collected again, because then you go to the next year and you do the whole process all over again, and we're going to talk about what that looks like today. But at the end of the day, the fiscal impacts of these caps. So you see the taxes as assessed, you see kind of where they are. In Reno, the abatements reduce the median homeowner property tax bill by 32%. That's pretty good. That's pretty good overall. As a matter of fact, it's the single largest tax abatement that we have anywhere in the state of Nevada, and it's benefiting almost every property owner throughout the state. So we have assessed taxes, we minus the abated taxes, and that's what we actually pay in terms of our tax bill. And we've gone through a lot. I'm going to take you through it in a little bit more detail as we go on to sort of look for some examples. But I want to just recap all of our little badge graphics because I really like this slide, so I want to pause here for a second. On the top is the property value. How do we create it? We've got some things that are good for the taxpayer in terms of lowering that. We have some things that aren't so good in terms of the stability, things like depreciation. When we get to those property tax rates, we have some handcuffs, if you will, that are on the city because you can't really increase that tax. And with depreciation and with the abatements, it would largely get you no money anyway, even if you did it, unless the voters actually approved it and you went outside of the abatements. And the third period is really calculating those abatements, remembering that a typical taxpayer in the city of Reno is actually only paying About 70% of the taxes that you would expect just based on the way our taxes are structured. The tax rate times your assessed value, that's what it would normally be, but the abatements lower that because of that 3 and 8%, which is sometimes 3 and 8% caps. So let's jump into this sort of last major section here, talking about these real world property tax examples. I've got four properties here, A, B, C, and D. A was built in the current year, or last year, 2024. The B was built in 2014. You get the idea. They're just older than each other. All of them have a property value of $600,000. We look at that and we say, okay, it doesn't matter when the house was constructed, A, B, C, and D. One's a little older, one's a little newer, that kind of thing, but the property value is all the same. We take that replacement value and multiply it by that depreciation factor to determine the depreciation. And that calculation has to go in there in order to make sure that everybody kind of gets that. And Mayor, I know this is the question you asked, and so I'm going to go, I think this detail is going to help further underscore that point. But let's just make sure that we are clear here, right? The house that was newly constructed gets 0 depreciation in that first year. The one that is 30 years old is now, we're taking $203,000 off that property value in order to get there, right? So you take that property value, you minus that depreciation, and that gets us the taxable value, right? So now the taxable value is $600,000 for the newly constructed home, all the way down to let's call it $400,000. Big difference overall. You take that taxable value, then you multiply it by that assessment rate. Remember that 35% that we put in there? And then that gets us our assessed value upon which ultimately the tax rate is going to be applied. So for every one of those that we've already discounted by depreciation and taken all the way down, we now are going to apply $3.66 for every $100 of value overall. And what you can see is that those taxes assessed are a lot higher for the new house than they are for the house that's a little bit older. Now, we have to add a new piece to this, right? And that's taxes due the prior year to get the tax cap factor. What's the maximum amount that property can go up at that 3% level, assuming we don't have some of these other caps? So that means that our guy here can only go up by $6,230, but remember, our guy all the way on D, they can also only go up by 3%. So they're already lowered, and now they can only go up by 3%, which means that their ability to grow is even less. So that gets us ultimately to the tax cap and the abated taxes. So you'll note here that the abatement, the amount that comes off, also pretty significant, that ultimately gets us to the bottom line here, which is those taxes that are actually due. So at the end of the day, the newly constructed house is generating, it's not quite double, but it's pretty close in terms of that property tax. And so if your residential properties are aging, or commercial properties are aging, you're getting a lot less than you are for every newly constructed dollar that's out there. And so if we just look at it here, older homes may pay significantly less in property taxes, and commonly do. But there is no evidence that I am aware of to suggest that the demand for services is actually less. And I would even respectively submit that in some of the work that we've done and others have done, that there's actually some higher demand for services, particularly with things like infrastructure demand for other types of services that are required in older neighborhoods. So what's the impact of these abatements? What's the bottom line here when we put it all together? So this is taxes as assessed, and there's the abated taxes in Northern Nevada overall. $265 million are abated this year alone, right? 24%. And I was really interested to see whether that abatement share was going to be higher or lower in one jurisdiction. It was actually very close across the board. So take that for what it's worth. But some of these slides, I think, may be very helpful in illustrating this to get folks to understand the pressures that this is putting on jurisdictions around the state, including the city of Reno. So this is property tax revenue every year from 2000 all the way up to 2025. And if you look at that, it's grown at a compounded annual rate of 4.4%. Not bad. You see the effects of the Great Recession. Property values go up, they come back down, and then they've grown, and certainly we've continued to grow. If we add the abatements on top of that, the growth would have been 5.7%. And while the difference between 4.4% and 5.7% may not seem like that much money, I assure you it's a whole lot of money, particularly when the magic of compounding happens over a 20-year plus or minus period. Now let's look at the piece that probably will keep us all up at night, at least in some way. This is every entity in Washoe County, and it is the amount of property tax revenue that is not collected as a result. And what you're going to see is that we had the abatements kind of went up there a little, and then we have the Great Recession, and values come down. And essentially we burn through all of this abatement that existed. And since 2015, it has continued to grow and grow and grow. And as we've seen recently, values have continued to increase, and those abatements have absolutely skyrocketed, where today, roughly 25 cents out of every property tax dollar is not being paid in Washoe County. If we look at that in terms of all the entities, and now I'm going to look at it in terms of inflation-adjusted terms, because let's be honest, a property tax dollar in 2009 is not the same as a property tax dollar in 2025. It just goes a lot less, it doesn't go as far as it would otherwise. If we look at that, and after adjusting for inflation and taking the abatements off, in Washoe County, the amount of revenue that's generated in 2025 is roughly equivalent to the exact same amount of revenue that was generated in 2009. You are about exactly where you were 15 years ago. If we look at that again on a per capita basis now, because obviously you have a few more people living here in Northern Nevada than you did in 2009 or 2000. If we look at that way, right, after adjusting for population, you're 18% lower than where you were in 2009. That's the problem that you are running into today, and that is the challenge that will continue to face this community and this state as long as we go forward, so long as this disconnect continues to exist. So what if we look at some of the same thing, but we look at it for the city of Reno? The city of Reno's had a great deal of investment. That's been great. You can see what the property tax revenue. You can also see the amount of revenue that is abated there in that blue. Right? If we were able to go back and wave a magic wand, and I would not suggest that we do this, the property tax abatements have played a very important role in the state of Nevada, but you would have $30 million more today to provide that level of service, and you wouldn't be essentially in a position where you're being asked to provide services at either a lower cost to a greater number of people, which is always very challenging. And we have the data going back to 2011 in a constant form, so forgive me for not going all the way back to 2000, but this is the property tax in inflation-adjusted terms, as I showed you for Washoe County, in which you are essentially 20%. FY 2025 is only 20% higher than where it was in 2011, but if we look at it on a per capita basis, right, you're about 8% lower than where you were in 2011. So on a per capita inflation-adjusted basis, you have 8% less property taxes to provide services to the people living in Reno than you did in 2011. That's a challenge overall. So it creates the growth paradox, right? And I realize this is a sensitive issue for any number of people, and I offer it from that point of view. Growth creates challenges and frustrations in the community, in many communities. I think this is a debate that's going on throughout the state of Nevada, and in some ways around the world, in terms of growth and what growth means and what's responsible growth look like and the pains. But the other part is that our tax system is designed for growth. In some ways, our tax system is addicted to growth in some ways. We talked about it a little bit in our consolidated tax relative to building materials being subject to tax and being a big part of it. And here we talk about the benefits associated with a newly constructed building versus an aging building and the difference. The property tax system in and of itself incentivizes growth to take place, and it benefits jurisdictions that have more growth over less growth, respecting the fact that the externalities associated with that growth, that is to me, providing all of the services and making sure people can get from point A to point B and that my classroom isn't overcrowded, is a real challenge. And when you look at it, because I'm sure I'm going to get the question, okay, what do we do next? What do the challenges look like? And I didn't want to essentially identify a problem without at least discussing what a solution may look like. You've got legislative action, right? The ability for the city council to take aggressive action relative to this is extremely limited, right? You could amend the state's constitution, which is arduous and very difficult, and obviously going to a vote of the people would be hard, or you could take it through voter initiative where the voters actually bring it forward and then take it to the legislature, something along those lines. Those are the ways that it can be done. Even if the legislature, however, was to wave a magic wand and was to say, you know what? We're going to increase that cap from $3.66 to $4 or something along those lines. Even if you generated for every one penny of property tax, so long as those abatements continue to exist, you're going to generate almost no revenue. You could say, well, why don't we just get rid of the depreciation? At one point, the depreciation was actually 2%. The legislature dropped it to 1.5. We could do something along those lines. Why don't we drop it to 1? Maybe that's a little more fair. We generate almost no revenue as a result of that, because the abatements are going to create this cap on the top of that. Now, there may be a time in the future where that could happen, when we burn through all of the abatements or something, but that would be bad because values are going to have to drop. The other part of that is that as we go forward, finding a balance to all of these things and thinking about what it means for our schools, right, that benefit tremendously from property tax, from the state, which uses it for capital, or for jurisdictions, municipalities like this one that provide such important services to the citizens. And when those citizens expect that they will continue to be provided, and frankly, you have a few less dollars, you'll have a few less dollars next year than you had this year, and that's when things are good. When things are bad, it's going to get real difficult. So, Madam Mayor, with that, I really appreciate the opportunity to be here, members of the City Council. I'm grateful for the opportunity. Again, I'd like to reiterate the remarkable help of staff and the city manager for helping us collect all the information that made this presentation possible. If there's questions, I'm happy to at least attempt to answer.
Thank you so much, Jeremy. I always appreciate your colorful commentary. Always, always, always. Now we're going to have a quiz. I'm going to start with you, Councilwoman Ebert. So now, because I think it is so, it's also super hard to talk about why it is, how we got there. I mean, last night I was just speaking at the Honors College, and they were asking me some of the the greatest challenges, right? And I think the hard part is that your citizens, your community does not know the magnitude of the challenge, but they expect to have every single service, protection, the things that they want out of a community. And I think we all want that. But it also comes with a cost to pay for, there is a saying, I hate to say this, but it can be very true. You get what you pay for sometimes, right? That's a very valid saying. And as policymakers up here, we really, really struggle with it. And you go to other cities, you talk to them, and they have, we always say, why can't we have nice things over here like that? But it doesn't allow us to do that. And because we are the only state that does this, it makes it so, so challenging. Our jobs are stressful enough as they are, let alone piling this on top of it. I'm curious, in your crystal ball, do you think this ever changes? And here's my, obviously, the political side is why it doesn't change is it's so unpopular to raise taxes, right? A politician doesn't want to touch that unless you have maybe someone that wants to be a one-term governor, and maybe that sort of turns it around, is what I'm going to say politically. And I'd love to know, how many people would you say out of 10 would know that this even exists, that Nevada is the only state that does depreciation?
Oh, I'd guess a very small number out of that. To answer your question more directly, does it ever change? I think it does. And I think it does because we are changing. We are not the state that we were 50 years ago. We're not the community that we were 50 years ago. And we think about it in terms of things like economic diversification. Economic diversification, in absence of fiscal diversification, creates big problems. We know that. I think that the state of Nevada is going to have no choice at some point other than to reform many elements of its fiscal system, not just this one, but probably most importantly for this one. And I think it's because exactly what you said, although I'm going to say it just slightly differently. I think the state of Nevada, this community, and others are going to be faced with a choice, and that is you either pay for the community that you want, or you're going to end up paying for the community that you get. You're not going to get out of paying. And so we're already seeing that start to manifest in communities throughout the state of Nevada and frankly across the United States. There's some hard choices that are in front of us, and I wouldn't suggest to you for a moment that somebody's going to come and wipe out all of the abatements. I think that would be terribly irresponsible. But I think you could at least have a question about whether we should give the next abatement. And that, I think, is a reasonable conversation, and I think it's likely to be had.
Well, excellent job, as always. I'm always so glad to have you here and explaining it and breaking it down. I hope a lot of people, especially on Zoom, were paying attention because I think it's really helpful to understand how we got here, why we got here, and what we're going to do next. I'm going to start with my council members. Councilwoman Taylor, go ahead. Sorry, I thought that Brandy, I can't tell if that's blue or green. Okay, let me know. All right, go right ahead, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I love the enthusiasm at which you tell us that our revenue stream is broken both times. At least you do it with a smile and energy.
Thank you.
So what you said at the end, there was a lot of information. I'm trying to recap. The abatement is the real challenge. So if we were to get that $1.34 between the 366 and the 5 changed at some point, that would still net us nothing in the long term. But the cap is, in the abatement, is the big challenge in this structure. Is that correct?
Generally speaking, yes. I don't want to leave you with the impression that it would be zero. It would just be
Right.
very little. The
Okay.
juice wouldn't be worth the squeeze. And there could be at some period, way out into the future, when you've burned through 100% of that abatement, then that rate would come into play and you could have that. I think in the foreseeable future, it's highly unlikely.
And I guess if we were going to try and move forward with one of these strategies, that is something that we would really want to attack to get the biggest bang for the buck that we don't have.
I agree 100% with that statement.
Okay.
That's where you want to focus your time.
The other thing I'm curious about is you said something that was really interesting, addicted to growth. But I'm imagining that the cost of the way that we're seeing our services and the cost of services that we're seeing, that new house at day 0 and I don't know, year 7, they're not going to be paying as much to keep up with the cost of services either. So we have to continue this cycle of growth to even keep it within that first 10 years to where we're actually getting property tax. And I guess I don't know where that number actually resides, with where a new house is generating property tax at the rate that I guess it's decreasing where we're abating. Every year.
Yeah, when you get to year 2, it's 1.5% less, and then it comes down. Now, granted, that property can go up in value, but it's capped at the 3%, but you're starting at minus 1.5 to start.
So I bet we don't actually know when that year is.
Jeremy, I think what the question is, because we've had some internal conversations about this, is that at what point, let's just assume police, fire, and parks, at what point in a new development of 1,000 homes is there no longer enough money to help pay for those things? Have we done that analysis?
That was the question. Thank you.
You bet.
I want to be very careful about how I answer this question. We have done some analysis along those lines. It's complicated in terms of what the answer is. There's another dimension, Councilwoman, that I think is important. And that other dimension is you have property that's developed that is not residential property. You have a jobs housing balance within a community. There's a distinction between where services are demanded and where services are created. You also have a challenge with there are revenue sources that are generated because something is built. The building of something generates a lot of revenue. Once it's occupied, the calculus is very different. So yes, we've done some of that. I'm happy to try and work on a better answer than the one that I gave you. Probably the best that I have is that it's complicated and that I would be very cautious about being a community that's 100% residential.
And then I would just end with, I know our manager has been doing a lot of outreach to try and educate people on this and saying we need help in this, whatever we decide to do moving forward. So thank you for all of the information.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
All right, Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. This is something I've been studying since before, when I was first running for city council and when I discovered.
10.
No, much older. But since, I became aware of the problem with the depreciation and how we do these calculations. You sounded an optimistic note a minute ago that, yes, it will change because it must change. We had these two, we're either going to deal with it or not deal with it. We're going to deal with it on the back end, I think you said. But what gives you the hope? Because legislature after legislature for the last 5 have had a bill or an effort to deal with the depreciation. And at every turn, it doesn't make it through. And usually politics, right? People are getting up for election, as the mayor already said it. Nobody wants to be the one that raised taxes. So what gives you that inspiration that things could change? Because they must, or where every community is going to face the cliff the same?
It's a bit of a difficult question to answer only from the standpoint of what's the thing that's going to create the impetus to make the
Well,
change.
you sounded
And
an
I think
optimistic note.
And I am. I am optimistic. And the reason that I believe that is because I believe that the state's fiscal structure is failing.
Right, I do
right?
too.
And I think that that's going to force the hand of the legislature. Many of the conversations we've had have been during a period of prosperity. I think we've also had a period in sort of this post-COVID environment where this community, our state as a whole, has benefited tremendously from $5.3 trillion worth of stimulus that was floating around. And to be honest with you, I think that masked many of the problems that we have.
It certainly hurt us here.
Yeah, from what you all see and what I sometimes have a view to that maybe more than I would like, you're starting to see how the fabric of it is starting to untether, right? The retail sales and use tax, for example, we're generating more than we should be on a per capita basis, and we know that's starting to decline. We know the tourism base has shown some signs of instability, and that's putting the impact on our gaming industry. We know we've diversified. We're not a diversified state by any stretch of the imagination, but we know we've diversified, and that means we have less gaming dollars to spread over everyone. There's only so long that you can continue to stretch that blanket before it just tears right down the middle. And Councilwoman, I think we're starting to see that. I think we're starting to see even the most basic elements of what we need to provide in the state are going to feel stress in a pretty tremendous way. Now, in 2023, we benefited from all of these dollars that were available at the state level, $2 billion, and thank you to the governor and to the
stimulus, is that
legislature. Due
what
to stimulus, and due to the fact that we made all these cuts and we made all these changes, but I think the people that are providing the services are starting to get stressed. I think the people that are receiving them are starting to get stressed, and all of a sudden, my roadways get clogged and my schools are overcrowded. I hate to say it this way, but at some point there's going to be a crisis that causes people to take a look at it. And frankly, looking at the abatements and saying, I wonder if we should let it go from 1.7 billion to 2.7 billion. Maybe not.
Yeah.
Maybe not. It
Well,
just
let
feels
me-
like the right place they'll pivot
Just
to.
one little follow-up. So a lot of the people move, that our growth is due to a lot of people moving in from other states that have different tax systems. And I often get the question, and we all do, how come you don't take better care of your parks? How come this? How come there's potholes? I mean, it's a constant, there are expectations here, and the reality is here. And I've had to have this conversation with so many about what our tax system is and what we can and can't do. And that, did you move here because we're a low-tax state? And they look up at the sky, yes, I did. They finally admit because they're usually retiring, and this is what they wanted. But I go, well, but I can't replace the slide.
If I can just offer one comment.
Yeah, please.
We are not a low-tax state. If you add up all the taxes we collect from all these things and you divide it by all the people, we're about in the middle of the pack. Where we are is a low-tax state for individual residents, for small businesses, businesses that aren't in the gaming or mining industry, because we export a greater share of our tax liability than almost anywhere else.
What
in
does
the
that
entire-
mean,
It
export?
means when we have visitors come here.
Yeah.
Like, you're a visitor. An average visitor spends about $1,000 per person per trip. They check into a hotel room, we charge them room tax. They eat in our restaurants, we charge them retail sales and use tax. They game at our tables, they go see a show, live entertainment tax, about 87%. 87% of the taxes, the expenditures of a visitor are subject to taxation in some way or form. It represents something like 40% of the state's general fund revenues are either directly or indirectly associated with that. So that ability to offset some of that tax allows us that live here to have among the lowest tax burdens. So what you said is exactly right, and I'm not here to suggest that it's wrong, because for that person moving in, they do bear a lower tax rate. For that business moving in, it's very competitive in comparison
And what
to
the
many
business? You
places.
said-
If it's not a gaming business or it's not a mining business, now granted, we've changed some of that, and you could be very labor intensive or very capital intensive, and it could be different depending on the tax liability. But if you add up all those taxes, we're about in the middle of the pack. The other part is, I suppose, because we've been growing so much, we've had to defer a whole lot of those taxes that have come in to building new schools, to building new roads, to doing all of the things for the next people that are moving in. And this would go to what I said earlier about being a bit addicted to growth.
Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, Councilman Ebert, any questions?
I just want to make sure I'm understanding. So the depreciation of 1.5%, that starts at what year?
It's the second year.
Second year?
The year you constructed, you wouldn't get it. The
Okay.
next year, it's going to be assessed again.
And that happens before they calculate your property taxes, so it's based on that depreciated amount.
Correct.
But if the property value goes up,
Offsetting factors.
yeah,
You're thinking about it exactly right. They're offsetting factors.
does the fact that a lot of properties in Reno are owned as rental properties and they have an 8% cap, does that factor in at all? Like, have you included that also?
Yes, so
Okay.
if it's not owner occupied, and there's some exceptions that I talked about, but if it's not owner occupied, it's subject to 8%. So if it's a single family residential home, but it's rented, it's subject to the 8%.
Okay, so it still only has the 1.5% depreciation, but the tax rate can go up 8% annually.
The tax
based on
bill
the-
can go up by 8%.
Yeah.
The tax rate, I think about as
Yeah.
the rate that we apply.
Okay.
But the tax bill can only go up by that 3%.
By 8% on
Or
the
three-
new value, after the 1.5% depreciation.
You got it.
Okay, okay. All right. Do you have any kind of recommendations or opinions on how to kind of right the ship on some of this? Would it be easier for Reno to review services that we're paying for maybe twice? That residents are paying property taxes that go towards Washoe County, and then the city of Reno is also paying Washoe County for some of these services. Do you think that would help at all, or do you feel like it needs to be kind of a restructuring of property taxes?
Yeah, look, I don't know that I can answer the question other than to say, at least as the city manager has impressed upon me, this is entirely an exercise in fiscal responsibility. Understand all of the revenue sources, look at everything that's out there. The one piece that I would offer you is that making any changes ad hoc, I think, is the biggest challenge. Understand all of the moving parts and then evaluate what the game plan should ultimately be, would be my recommendation. Could property tax be part of that? Sure. But I would not focus only on the property tax or only on the C-tax or only on expenditures. I would have a plan and then work that plan, because there's the level of complication and intersection between all these things that I think matters.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, go right ahead.
Okay, sorry, thanks. Thank you for the education. I am really, really appreciative of not only the work to help us understand this, but hopefully for the people in the community that have a stake in this and have a desire to understand this. This has been exceptionally helpful.
Thank you.
I wanted to get down to the local calculations a little bit here and ask you, let me back up a little bit. So based on this presentation, it looks like the city of Reno is responsible for the majority share of not only population, the actual property parcels that are kicking off property tax. We have the majority of the population and the property value, yet we get 29% of the assessed property taxes. Is that correct? Did I understand that correctly?
Yes, I mean, of the rate that's opposed, you're getting the 26%, and yes, you do represent a disproportionate share, or the largest share, I guess I should say, of both population and property value. All three of those things are correct, yes.
Okay. And do you know of any other communities in the state of Nevada? Is this typical for communities in the state of Nevada where the majority population and property value gets such a small amount of the property tax distribution?
Oddly enough, it's common everywhere, right? Because that's the math that underlies the property tax, because that value, the people living in that house, in that jurisdiction, are generating that rate. Now, that can be a little higher or a little lower based on the operating rate, or in the case of the city of Reno, on the rate that's imposed for streets and roads, for example. But that rate that's applied is really not that dissimilar, because if it's any jurisdiction anywhere, it's only going to get its piece of all of those overlapping rates. So what you're seeing is relatively common in terms of that rate being applied, but you're getting 100% of the city's rate that is applied to all of the property in the city, if that makes sense. And so there's these other folks that are also applying taxes on there. And if what you're asking is, are we as a city like really different than the Sparks or the city of Henderson, for example? And you're not. It's similar in that way because of the structure of the property tax. There's not like a distribution formula like what we saw in the consolidated tax.
Except for, just reiterate, you're just talking about the state of Nevada.
Right? I'm sorry, we're talking about the state of Nevada?
Yeah, no, whenever you said it's everyone else, everywhere.
Oh,
I
I'm
want to
sorry,
just be
yes.
clear, because
Yeah, yes, thank you.
I know I'll get, see, Hillary, and for those that are listening online too, I just want to be clear that
Thank
this
you.
is, we are only talking about the state of Nevada.
We are only talking about
And
the
so,
state.
yes, it's very different than other states and cities.
Yes. So
We are the only one, if I heard you correctly.
That has depreciation that way? Sure, yeah. It's,
Yeah.
the things we do in the state of Nevada, I have never seen in other states. It's, and look, I bear some responsibility for it.
Are you
so-
from Nevada?
Yeah, my family moved to Nevada in 1905.
Oh my gosh, I did not know that. So, and you should just give a little bit of background of who you are if anyone missed it. But Jeremy is probably the go-to expert in the state of Nevada on, what do you call it? It's like.
We're an economic, fiscal, and policy consultancy, but Mayor, that's very, very kind of you to say, but I would be remiss if I didn't, I stand on the shoulders of the folks that came before me, the Marvin Levitts, the Guy Hobbs, the Carol Villardos, the Mike Alistoys. These are the folks who are the forefathers and mothers of the tax system that we have today, and I stand up here because they were willing to help me learn along the way. So I'm grateful for you to say that. I'm proud to be here and hopefully a credit to their confidence.
Yeah, fantastic. So anyway, Jeremy is very, very well respected in our circles at least. And there are a lot of people watching that probably don't hang out in a lot of political circles, which is probably a good thing. They leave that up to us. But for those of you that don't know Jeremy, he is incredibly talented and we're super grateful to have him in the state of Nevada. So
Thank you, Mayor.
thank you. Any last questions? And then we're going to let you get out of here.
Thank you.
And
Madam
also,
Mayor.
I'm just going to say he also is a resident, I believe, of the city of Las Vegas.
I'm a resident of the city of Henderson.
Henderson, okay. Henderson.
Madam Mayor?
See, because it's very different. I have learned that you.
I love them all, Mayor.
Yes,
I love them all.
The reason I pointed that out is I didn't want anyone to think he was biased as a Reno resident. He is not a Reno resident.
I am not a Reno resident.
Okay.
Madam Mayor.
Oh, and I'm so sorry. Devin is online. I completely forgot about him. I'm so sorry. Devin, I'm going to run over to Councilman Martinez, and then I'm going to come back to you, and then we'll wrap it up. Go ahead, Councilman Martinez.
Thanks so much, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Guerrero, for the presentation. I think, as always, your enthusiasm that I want to highlight, like my colleague said, is very energetic and touching. I appreciate you coming at it with a smile and with the energy that you bring. My only question is about the tax abatements. You mentioned sort of that the tax abatements running out would be the impetus for the state to actually move on this issue and sort of change the financial structure that we have in the state. And I guess I'm having trouble understanding how you run out of abatement when you're not necessarily collecting that money, or if I'm misunderstanding that, I just want you to expand on that point for me a little bit more, please.
Thank you, Councilman. I should make it clear. I don't think you ever sort of run out of abatement. What could happen is that, you remember the chart that I showed that showed how much the abatement had grown? The reason that that abatement has grown is because property values go up and the abatement gets percentage-wise bigger and bigger and bigger over time. What the state of Nevada could do if it ran into a fiscal challenge and was looking for money or wanted to work with state and local governments collectively is it could essentially come in and say, we're not going to allow that abatement to get any larger. We're going to draw a line in the sand and we're going to stop it right here. And everybody gets to continue to have the abatement that they have today, but they don't get more abatement. We're not going to let it go from $1.7 billion to $2.7 billion because at some point we have to provide these services and these services have a real cost. There is a nuance to your question that I'll be brief on to try and answer. And that is, imagine that tomorrow property values started to go down, right? Your property taxes can still go up by 3% or 8%, even though your value is going down. That's a recapture of that abatement over time that could cause it to shrink over time. The amount of the abatement could go down. It's also pretty frustrating to taxpayers when their value of their land or the replacement cost of the asset is going down and their tax bill is going up, but that has the potential to occur too.
And that's only if property values dip.
You got it. So
Gotcha.
long as we're on the current trajectory, that abatement is just going to get bigger and bigger and bigger.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you so much. That's all I
Thank you,
have.
Councilman. Yep.
All right, Councilman Reese.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Aguero, thank you so much for the presentation, always informative. I apologize, I've missed being in person for both of your presentations. That's no reflection on you, but just some extreme travel schedule. I wanted to ask about a comment you made, and it was both in reference to the city of Reno and also sort of in a way towards the city of Sparks. And the concept that you raised was about maybe the false claim that people make that cities are addicted to growth. I have to say that this is something that I hear sometimes by opponents of projects that imagine that the city council members desire to see a particular type of growth because we think that that fuels services. I know from my experience that every member on this body, I've never heard an elected official evaluate a project based on its ability to generate additional property taxes. So this is something that is sort of anathema to me, and in your presentation, you raised the issue. Can you address that?
Sure, Councilman. I'll make every effort to. The point that I was attempting to make is that the revenue that's generated is greater when construction is new. And this means that from a fiscal perspective, we are, that growth is more beneficial than not having growth. And that's a legacy that we've had in the state of Nevada for 100 years. It's not, so as our tax system evolved, it reflected that, and that will continue to occur. The second half of your question was really specific to, does anyone make the determination about growth based on the fiscal implications? I have never seen that happen. I suppose I've never said never seen that happen. Obviously, there's probably been some instances, but I would be really surprised because I think if the city council was actually to do it, mathematically, I think it would actually be inverted, because the challenge is going to be created by residential development, which is going to have a higher service cost than employment generating, which is going to have higher property tax values and lower relative service cost. So the incentives would be somewhat different than I think you were alluding to, that you may have heard from a constituent or two that may have brought up a counter argument. I think that there's importance in having a jobs housing balance, and if that gets out of whack in one jurisdiction or another, or crosses a border somehow, it can get really difficult.
Well, and I think you anticipated my question because the second part of it really answered the question. It's about this inversion between what residential property generates relative to the services it costs, and that being different than, say, industrial or commercial or employment-related spaces. I think that for our council, we have always balanced this concept of smart growth. We don't choose the projects that come in front of us. That's not really the way that the projects appear. They come because someone owns a piece of land and they want to put it to beneficial use. And then we are reacting in real time to that pressure. And I think for my part, I've never contemplated the impact or the way in which property tax either is or is not benefited by the project. Our findings are all very legal. And so when you said that, you anticipated my question, and in answering it, it sort of explains why I think that there is more than just the allocation issue involved, but there's also this question of what our tax structure does to the planning process and zoning process. And I think it's a different question. I'm certainly not asking you to be the expert on that, but I do think you've identified a component of it that is sort of one step beyond what is just the fiscal impact. And so for that, I thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Madam Mayor? Okay, all right, 30 seconds.
Okay, quick follow-up to my colleague. I think he makes a really good point. I mean, you implied that we're all making decisions. The way you said it, it implied that it's all about growth for us and we just want the money. But my colleague points out, and you did later, that residential housing costs us. It's not bringing money to the table. It costs us to provide services to all of these folks. And I've never heard anyone say, well, we got to approve this, but we need the money. I've never heard that. What I've heard is, one thing that you didn't mention was when we annex property, they have to do, our staff through a third-party consultant often has to do a financial pro forma showing that it won't cost us money. And I question those often because it shows that we're going to be net positive, maybe by $10,000 is all. But it's really, these are like theoretical and they just don't really work out. But it's the only time I know in development world that we have to make an assessment, will this end up costing us money or bring in money?
Yes, ma'am.
So I don't know if you've run into that whole annexation question, but that's. Yes.
I realize our time is short. Yes, I have run into it. I'm happy to talk to you about it anytime
Great.
you'd like to. You just, like you said, it's just another level of complication, and I think sometimes it is.
Yeah, it's just kind of
Sometimes
words
the
on
benefits are
paper
different than
sometimes.
what we think they're going to be.
Yeah, right.
Okay, thank you so much, Jeremy. When are we going to see you again? What's our next agenda?
I would defer to the city manager. in terms
Okay.
of
Fuel
when and-
tax
Okay,
coming
yeah.
to you
Okay, good. All right.
soon.
All right, well, thank you so much. We'll let you get back to the city of Henderson. You are always welcome in the city of Reno if you want to move. So, anyway, thank you so much. Appreciate you.
Appreciate it.
All right. Anyway, okay, Madam Clerk, we are going to get moving here, and it is 2:00, and we have really not been, we have not dove into this agenda to the level that we need to. With that being said, I hope my council can understand that we are going to stay within our council rules. So I'm going to push everyone along because we still have a lot on this agenda to go over. So, Madam Clerk, I just want to let you know, because usually we have more time to kind of discuss. Anyway, okay, we are heading into item D1. I'm going to send it to you, Madam Clerk. Do you have any public comment?
Well, first, we're opening the public hearing.
Oh, hold on one second. Sorry. All right, Madam Clerk, we will now open the public hearing. Has proper notice been given and any correspondence received?
This item was properly noticed, and we did receive correspondence that was distributed as 8 letters in opposition and 4 neutral or concerned.
Okay, thank you so much. You know what? I need to ask council, anyone have any disclosures? Any disclosures on this item? No? Okay. Then I'm going to send it back to you, Madam Clerk. Public comment.
Can we have the city attorney read the title in first?
Yes. Oh, sorry, Carl. Mr. Hall.
Ordinance introduction. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Bill number 7317 for possible action, case number TXT 24-00002, accessory dwelling units. Ordinance amending the Reno Municipal Code, Title 18, annexation and land development, specifically in Chapter 1803, Use Regulations, Section 1803206, entitled Table of Allowed Uses, Section 1803402, entitled Accessory Buildings and Structures in Residential Zoning Districts, Section 1803405, entitled Standards for Specific Accessory Uses, Chapter 1804, Development Standards, Section 1804705, entitled Off-Street Parking Requirements, and Chapter 1809, Definitions, Section 1809302, entitled Accessory Uses to add use standards, 5,000 square foot lot minimums, parking standards, design criteria, short-term rental regulations, and definitions as they relate to accessory dwelling units, together with matters which pertain to or are necessarily connected therewith. Wards 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6.
Okay, thank you. Madam Clerk.
Yes. Connie Silvera, followed by Greg Evangelatos, followed by Brett Scolari.
Connie, you have been amazing. You've been here all day. How you doing?
That was a tough act to follow.
Right? Did you feel like it was informative?
Yeah, very much so. I'd love to get the slide deck.
Yeah, great.
Yeah,
All
that'd
right.
be great.
Okay, my friend, take it away.
Yeah. Connie Silvera. I just wanted to thank you all for the ADU ordinance, and I feel like we're almost at the finish line, so I'm very excited. Again, I know you've seen this in the past. This is what I would like to build in front of what is existing. One concern I have is the design standards. This doesn't have the same roof line or window trim, so I'm concerned would that kind of thing be okay? The other thing, and in your letter that I sent you all, whether or not I could build in front. Grace has assured me that I probably could, but I would just love to see something in the ordinance that actually states it, where I don't see that now. The other issue is the fact that I would have to build something so that the tiny house is only 50% the size of the larger house. And mine, because I want to build something slightly smaller than a 1,200 square foot house, it would be more of a 60-some% rather than the 50%. So that's the other thing. I'd like to see some leeway in the ordinance that says it's not hard and fast 50%. And I realize there are things like, variances and things you can do, but they all cost money and a lot more time and energy. And I guess also that, I don't know, would this mean I'd pay higher tax? I now enjoy the cap that Jeremy was talking about, and this would give more tax to the city. That might be helpful. And that's about all I have on ADUs, but I do want to tell you, I wanted to thank Nathan. I spoke to him earlier on Wilkinson Park on the remodel they're doing. It hasn't started yet, but they did go ahead and temporarily replace the slides. So they're all safe now. So I was super excited to see that. So thank you all for a good job
Thank you
there.
so much. Well, it's really been a lot of your advocacy, so thank you.
Thanks.
Okay.
Greg Evangelatos, followed by Brett Scolari, followed by Donna Keats.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and members of the Reno City Council. I'm here to follow up, and since Ms. Silvera has a lot of cred, she and I have been friends for a really long time. But kind of following up on her condition, her situation, and I understand you're looking at the general health and welfare of the community, but there's a specific challenge here because the way you've defined it, and I appreciate the work and the public hearings and the revisions and the effort that Grace has done, and the Planning Commission and so forth. But it says accessory buildings require a principal building. This building, this structure is, under 600 square feet. I don't functionally understand the difference that if you switched it and you made this the primary and this the accessory, what the difference is in substance. And so the question becomes, can there be any latitude there? Because I think Where's the goal? Why are you doing this? You're doing it to do infill, to strengthen the community. Mr. Silvera lives, in an area that needs revitalization. Well, let's be honest. I live on Hilltop Road. This is going to work perfect for me. I don't need that. I mean, this is the area that you need reinvestment in. And I think, and she's multi-generational in terms of her desires to protect her family and her grandchildren. So there's a passion here. There's an emotional connection as well. Why do we make laws? Why do we make ordinances? Is to serve the public. So that's the other only element I'm asking, that you give it some flexibility. If the staff can do this with an administrative deviation or whatever, allow for that opportunity so she can reinvest in her property. And that's it.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I like your colorful tie.
Yes, it's it's actually from the museum store in Las Vegas. that
Very cool.
subsequently- Yeah, it's one of our friends. I can't remember the artist. It's not Picasso. It's, it'll come to me.
Well, it's very cool. It's very Nevada.
Brett Scolari, followed by Donna Keats.
All right, Brett, it's all you.
Thank you, Mayor, members. Brett Scolari with Strategies 360. It's been a long time, but I'm glad to be here. I got the added benefit of Jeremy's presentation.
And usually
so-
he's at the state.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
That's
So,
why you never get to see this guy, but.
I appreciate it. Our firm represents Airbnb, and I'm here just to talk about one provision in the ordinance, and that's the prohibition of short-term rentals and accessory dwelling units. And I did submit written testimony, so I'm not going to belabor it today. It's been a long day, but I did want to echo the comments of Mr. Irwin earlier. He couldn't have said it better. It really is all about the hosts and having the flexibility to get that supplemental income. So I just want to make a few points. The prohibition that's in the ordinance currently that we would like stricken, it was not mandated by AB 396. It was an option for the local communities or the local governments, but it was not mandated that you do that. There's a may in there, and I did provide that language. Reno's STR market, quite frankly, is really modest. It's not a tourist destination for short-term rentals. There's only about 1,100 units listings that are on at least on the Airbnb website. And 76% of the Reno hosts, it's a single listing for them. So that tells us that this isn't commercialized or corporate here in the city of Reno. So I just wanted to make that contrary note, because I think there's a big scare that all of a sudden ADUs are going to be built and there's going to be this proliferation of STRs, and we just don't see the connection. In fact, we didn't engage on AB 396. I didn't get the direction from Airbnb, go in there and support that because we want to proliferate STRs in the city of Reno. I didn't get that direction. We didn't engage on it. So, and as I mentioned, what we see in ADUs for short-term rentals is non-tourist use. It's traveling nurses, temporary workers, it's families coming to a sports tournament. Those are the users you typically see in ADUs for short-term rentals. And then I just wanted to reiterate that short-term rentals do provide that supplemental income. We hear the stories every day. Bus drivers, school teachers, they use that. And 42% of our hosts in Reno have said that their short-term rental income allows them to stay in their home. So we think that's very important to note. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much.
Donna Keats.
Good
Donna.
afternoon. Nice to see you all again, I guess. Hope you're happy to hear from me.
Yes,
I had a lovely
We're
little
happy to
sweet
hear from you.
presentation prepared to express my gratitude to staff for listening to residents and putting things in here that had been taken out and going through this whole process, which, by the way, I started in the year 2000, so this will be a nice year to end it. Just as anxious to get through it as everyone else. But I'm a little concerned that this rush to expediency that you're having going on now, meaning let's adopt it in 2 weeks, is going to keep you from having the exemplary ordinance that I know this city needs, wants, and is capable of doing. as someone previously said, you have until next July before the state law takes over and tells you you've got to have them in your backyards, even though you have CC&Rs. So that'd be okay with me if we shared the burden or shared the wealth, whatever. But we have some time here. So this isn't really what I meant to talk to you about, but I hope you consider that, because there's so many ways that this could be tweaked slightly and be turned into an exemplary ordinance instead of these pieces. So that's not really exactly how I wanted to begin, but I did. So can I do this overhead?
Yes, go right ahead.
Is it there?
Hold on.
I'd like it to be there.
Give it 1 minute. Second.
Okay, can I have that minute back on the clock?
Sure.
Okay, so.
Okay, do you see it? There you go.
Kind of see it.
Blow it up a little over there.
Yeah, Lauren, is it possible to?
Blow it up a little.
Yeah, it's
There
kind of
you
hard
go.
to see. So I want to just go back a bit and remind you, as if you need it.
Can you move it down, Donna, a little?
This is not critical, because I got to respond to these
Okay.
somebody else. Give me extra. Anyway, in order to do an amendment to Title 8, text amendment to Title 18, as you all know, it's supposed to be in substantial conformance with the purpose and intent of the title. So this is the legal background, because you're looking at my slide, I'll tell you this. So the general purpose of the title, this is from Grace's staff report to Planning Commission, is to promote public health, blah, blah, while also protecting the rights of property owners. Go down through a few findings. You have to make finding E. Conserve and enhance the character of Reno's established residential neighborhoods through mitigation of adverse factors, promotion of the balanced mix of housing type, and appropriately scaled and planned infill development. That's your finding for this text amendment. So my point here to you, I hope you give me that time back or I'm going to run out, is these issues that people are talking about, these standards, lost my paper, of course, about the design standards that Grace has put back in, the dimensional standards that have been proposed by the Planning Commission that they want to put in, the short-term rental restriction, the restrictions on heights, the on-site parking requirement. These things speak to quality of life for the people who are going to live next to them and for the people who are going to go down the street from them. These things are what's going to enhance the compatibility of the ADU with the primary residence and promote the integration of ADUs and their tenants, by the way. You don't want them to be pariahs. So the tenants also, it will help them if we have these things that are currently in there. So you're reading what I wrote, so I don't need to talk about it, so that's good. But they also help to mitigate some of the concerns that were expressed by a multitude of residents who live in the neighborhoods that this council has decided these things should go, more or less. You have a direction, you want to infill. Lots of neighborhoods don't know they're going to get hit with it. We've got to protect the tenants who currently live there. We've got to help gentrification, not kick out people as investor-owned properties become more prevalent, because you can have two houses on the property now. It has happened, it's happened in my area, it'll continue to happen. So these are the things that we're talking about and that can help you make this finding if you keep these in here and don't mess with them. As far as the short-term rental thing goes, this council has been asking, the public has been asking, this council has supported developing an STU ordinance for at least 5 years. The mayor, in April, requested that the ADU ordinance come back to council at the same time the ADU ordinance did. Okay, well, now it's been shelved for some reason or another. It's way at the bottom of the list of your recent development memo. It's not happening anytime soon. So you really, regardless of what he says, you have constituents who are counting on you. And that was a huge thing for them. All you have to do, it's not, oh, here, let me give you this other one, which actually has this, no, it doesn't. Anyway, my point was, it's not a be-all and end-all. You put it in here now for future ADUs, then you get your ordinance, then you have rules. You do the same thing with mitigation. I want my minute. Okay, so if you do this extra stuff, this will help you with an excellent ordinance that everybody's not going to hate you for passing. I mean, we want people to like them, and they don't want them. You've had hundreds of people tell you we're going to really not like you if you do this. And you've made promises. We're going to have an ADU ordinance. We're going to make sure it's compatible with neighborhoods. We're going to make sure your grandmother will be happy and your child will be happy, and that's not what's happening. And I'm going to sound a little bit nasty here, but residents do not have the same capacity and access to city council members as lobbyists do. We don't have the same leverage. We don't have the same power. We get 3 minutes to come here and tell you what we think. Most people are terrified. A lot of people are very fluent, but this is the opportunity. I have to say that Councilwoman Dorr, the mayor, and the city manager have all given me time. So there's good personal contact for me, but this doesn't happen for everybody. And so we don't have the lobbying power. These people, they can keep doing what they want to do. Anyway, I have lots of suggestions.
Donna, you got your minute.
I got my minute. I'm leaving now.
And we had a great conversation. I was super impressed.
We did have a great conversation.
I do want to tell you, because you just made a statement, and I want to point this out. Mr. Scolari.
I'm not talking about
over
him.
here.
Generic lobbyist, Madam Mayor. I'm not actually slamming him.
So I just want everyone to know, because then.
They should know.
Then there's the, those,
I agree.
corrupt policymakers, and
I'm
you
not
guys are all
talking about-
cozy with the lobbyists.
That's
Well,
not what I'm
Mr.
talking
Scolari
about.
over here has been calling me for
I'm
3
just
weeks.
saying.
Have I returned your call? Nope. Have I met with you?
I just want to make it clear I'm not talking about
So his
that.
his feelings might be hurt. But I
I'm
did
sorry
meet
if
with
I
you,
hurt
Donna.
feelings. And he's right. I'm sorry if I hurt anybody's feelings. I'm just saying, people have power, and the people who live down my street don't. And you don't hear from them. That's all I'm
Thank you,
trying to
Donna.
say. All right?
Okay. All right. Okay, guess what? Grace, I think it's all you. What'd you forget?
I didn't say my last sentence because the time went off. Can I?
Yeah, hurry. Come on up.
Okay.
Hurry, Tony. Tony used to be a council person. So here, you're right. She knows. She's very skilled. Go ahead, Tony. Okay.
Very briefly.
Hurry. They'll kill me over here. They're like, "What are you doing, Mayor?" She's out of
I will
process.
turn it in. Yes, I have spoken to some of my council people. I've spoken to, no, you're not Devin.
Naomi.
Megan, Hillary, most recently, McGill. And again, I said, everybody focused on their neighbors. When I have gone about this, my focus has, as you know, are short-term rentals. I am the broken record on short-term rentals. I carry that mostly because of John Ferrari and the Atlantis and the National Resort Association. And oh, by the way, Caesars might come in here too. They all are waiting for a short-term rental law. I did have an opportunity to talk to the Washoe County about the man that really was engaged in making that law. I understand a lot of time went into it. I spent an hour and a half asking him, what would you do differently? And he said, if you don't have a short-term rental law before an ADU, you are crazy. That is an exact quote. So be that as it may, do what you will. But I don't want you to be crazy. When I have spoken to the council people up here, I have said, and my fellow residents will not agree with me on this, but I have said, no new short-term rentals. No new short-term rentals. And bring the ones that are already in existence into compliance. Make sure that they follow the guidelines that Grace has listened to the entire community. So I bring that forward as a thought. And again, I'm bringing that forward on my own. So I have listened to all of you, and I appreciate all of the conversations.
All
And I
right,
do
Tony.
know you care about this.
All right, thanks, Tony.
Thank you. I will go sign.
Good job. Thank you. Okay, Grace, here we go.
All right, good afternoon, council members. Grace McAdin, Senior Management Analyst for the record, here to talk about ADUs. All right, so this is obviously not my first time presenting to this body on ADUs. It's been a very long and comprehensive process, and so I think it's worthwhile to kind of go over what that process was, where we've presented, who's participated, and where we are right now. So with this particular ADU ordinance, we started in November of 2023 when this city council initiated a text amendment to allow ADUs. In January of 2024, we conducted a survey that was general in nature, and we asked the community what concerns they might have if ADUs were allowed. And just to note, we did this because in 2018, an ordinance failed because we didn't get enough public process or public participation. And so this was just that first step. Let's just start by getting that public feedback before we go into an ordinance. So in March of 2024, those survey results, where over 2,000 people responded, were discussed with this council. And as a reminder, a majority of the respondents were generally in favor and excited about the idea of ADUs. In July of 2024, staff went back to council to discuss potential regulations of the ordinance. Then from January to March of 2025, the first draft of the ordinance was created and the public outreach process began. In March of 2025, staff took all of the feedback and the draft ordinance to Planning Commission for their feedback. And then in April of 2025, or this year, staff took feedback from the community and the Planning Commission on the draft ordinance to City Council, this body, where we looked for some policy direction on that ordinance. In July of 2024, AB 396, or Assembly Bill 396, which this body has heard about in public comment today, was signed into law. We'll discuss that in a little bit more detail, but ultimately it required us to pause the process and ensure that we incorporated all of those requirements in this current draft. Staff then took all of our feedback through this whole process that was received, any requirements from AB 396, we modified the ordinance, we created a second draft, and we went back to Planning Commission for a formal recommendation. In August of this year, we got that formal recommendation from Planning Commission for approval with one modification. And we are now at the ordinance introduction. So we're almost to the finish line, but I just want to make sure that we don't skip over and that I highlight kind of what this process has been. So as mentioned in the previous slide, staff came to council April 23rd of this year, and we asked for feedback on the first draft of this ADU ordinance. And I want to remind this body before we get into the presentation of what that feedback was, because April was a long time ago. So this body discussed the ordinance that was in front of them. Specifically, we discussed lot size, short-term rentals, parking, public notice requirements, and private restrictions. There was some disagreement on how to proceed. So the motion asked staff to take into account all of the feedback we had heard through our process and find some compromise or middle ground with kind of both sides of the aisle and create a second draft. And that motion got unanimous support. After that city council meeting, staff started amending the ordinance based on city council's and the community's concerns. Also, AB 396 was signed into law, and this requires us to adopt an ADU ordinance by July of 2026. Luckily, we have been working on this process for almost 3 years, so we feel like we are ready to adopt an ordinance. We're not starting from now. But there were some requirements that the bill had that we had to amend the ordinance to include. The second draft of this ordinance has gone to the Planning Commission, and like I said, they recommended approval with one change. So some of the changes that were made based on council feedback were the following. ADU height must be shorter than that of the primary structure. And this was a result of concern about structures towering over a neighbor's yard, sticking out like a sore thumb. This ensures that they stay accessory in nature. They're smaller, they're behind the primary structure, and so they're really supposed to be accessory in nature, but the height making them smaller than the primary really ensures that. The lot size was reduced from 9,000 square feet minimum to 5,000 square feet minimum. So as a reminder, this was the #1 concern staff heard from the public and this body during the first draft and public outreach review. And each member of the body was in support of amending that minimum lot size, but we didn't have a number at that time. So staff did an analysis of some infill neighborhoods. As an example, Wells Avenue, where ADUs are desired by the community there. 5,000 square feet lot size was more appropriate. And just a reminder, these ADUs will still have to meet other standards like setback and lot coverage for each zoning district. Staff believes that this 5,000 square foot minimum is a compromise between those that wanted a smaller or no minimum lot size and those that wanted it to stay at 9,000 or even larger. A prohibition on ADUs as short-term rentals was added to this ordinance. This was probably the #2 concern that staff had heard during the first draft of the ordinance. Since we are working on a short-term rental ordinance, but we're not there yet, this prohibition was added to help mitigate some of those concerns. And again, this was a middle ground. People don't want short-term rentals, people do want short-term rentals. And so staff thought that this was appropriate. This can always change in the future if we do get a short-term rental ordinance in place, but because we don't have one today, that's why that was added. Lastly, there were additional design standards added. Again, staff believes this strikes a balance between those that wanted the design standards removed and those that wanted to see really strict, stringent requirements. And so this allows staff to review ADUs more similarly to guest quarters, which we currently allow, and that's probably what ADUs are more similar to. So this allows them to be built and reviewed similarly. All right, let's discuss Assembly Bill, or AB 396, and those requirements in a little bit more detail. This bill requires the ordinance we adopt, and there's double negatives, and so it gets kind of confusing. But it requires us to not prohibit separate kitchen facilities. We cannot require more than one parking space per ADU. We must not require any side or rear setback larger than that of the primary structure. We must not require any improvement or repair to a public street unless necessary, and we must not prohibit the owner from using the ADU as long-term rental housing. The ordinance that we have in front of you today meets all of this criteria. All right, so we've discussed the process, we've discussed the reason for some of the changes. Now we'll get into the details or the key components to this particular draft. Ultimately, there's 4 key components that we've identified in this draft: lot size, parking and design, number and dimensional standards, and short-term rentals. Let's start with lot size. This comes up quite a bit. I think it was, like I said, it was the #1 feedback we got when it was 9,000 square feet. People wanted that reduced or removed. We didn't think it might be appropriate to totally remove the lot size requirement, so we reduced it to 5,000 square feet. Like I said, we still have lot coverage requirements. Typically, for most single-family districts, that lot coverage is 40%. And so what that means is you can't cover more than 40% of your lot with a building. So it ensures that you still have some usable yard, there's some privacy there. You can't just cover your whole lot with building. The next component is parking and design of the ADU. The parking requirements have not changed from the previous draft. This was a concern people had. They wanted to make sure that people weren't parking on the streets if they established an ADU. And so we worked with the bill drafters. Originally, they wanted us to not require any parking. We worked with them to put this into the bill because we knew it was important to people and important to the citizens. But we cannot require any more than one space. So we're kind of meeting the max that we can, we're regulating the most we can, and we can't go beyond that. As for design, we did add in some design standards based on feedback from the community in this body. The design standards ensure compatibility of these structures with this neighborhood, and they also kind of ensure that these structures, if you have an attached ADU, it doesn't appear as a duplex. They make sure that the front doors are on different sides so that you're not seeing kind of a multifamily look. All right, number and dimensional standards. This didn't change from the previous draft. 1 ADU per lot. This is best practices consistent with most jurisdictions that are doing ADUs. Like I said, height cannot be taller than the primary structure. And so this just ensures that if you have a detached accessory dwelling unit, that it's going to be shorter. It will kind of blend in or be hidden from the street level. And then setbacks, same as accessory structures. We can get into detail of the setbacks for each zoning district, but for each zoning district takes into account the height of an accessory structure. And I know there's been some discussion, why are these considered accessory structures? Someone's living there, it's not a shed. A couple reasons, and I'd like to hit on that. Accessory structures are also guest quarters, offices, gyms, anything that you wanted to build, a play structure, a tree house. Anything you want to build in your backyard is an accessory structure. We don't want it to look like a primary structure. We don't want there to be 2 primary structures on your lot. So we wanted to ensure it was shorter, it was smaller, and it was in the backyard, like the accessory structure standards. Additionally, every other jurisdiction that I've looked at considers them accessory structures for this reason. It's an accessory dwelling unit. It's in the name of that. And so these setbacks that we already have in place today take into account there might be somebody staying in that structure. There might be somebody playing on that structure. There might be impacts there. And so the taller it gets, the further it has to be from that property line. All right, now for short-term rentals. The direction from council when we came to this body in April was to do a separate STR ordinance. However, since that's not in place yet, and these were still a major concern of the community, we added in this prohibition. So like I said, we can always take this out if we do a short-term rental ordinance in the future. But what we found was this mitigated some of the concerns that the community had regarding short-term rentals. And basically what that means is you cannot rent it out for less than 28 days, but you can rent it out for longer. So these can be used as 28 days, which is required by AB 396. All right, so I know I've touched on the process, but I would like to specifically call out how much public outreach was done. When ADUs were discussed in 2018, like I said, the concern was regarding the lack of public outreach. And so staff wanted to make sure that this council had ample feedback to make a decision and make an educated decision today in the future meeting. We presented to all of the NABs. Ward 6 did not meet last night, or I'm sorry, Ward 5 did not meet last night, but we did go to Ward 6 this month. We did 3 virtual stakeholder meetings. There's been media coverage, press releases, emails, social media posts. And we've been to both Planning Commission and City Council multiple times. So I hope whether you're in support or opposed to ADUs, you could say that you've heard about this process, you feel like you've been heard, you feel like you've had the opportunity to weigh in. All right, so going to Planning Commission's recommendation, like I said, they recommended council adopt the draft ordinance in front of you with one small modification. And staff does support this modification. They would like to see attached ADUs meet the same size requirements as detached ADUs to prevent the appearance of duplexes, like I talked about. And so what that does is a detached ADU can't be larger than half the size of the primary structure. And so this just ensures whether or not they're attached or detached, they'll meet that same size requirement. And like I said, this will vary per zoning district, but that's generally how that will work. And if council would like to add this in, I just ask you include it with your motion, along with any other changes you might like to see. All right, that's my presentation. The recommended motion is on your screen, and I'm available for questions.
Okay, thank you so much. First of all, I want to say thank you for all your hard work. You know, I think when things are somewhat controversial, it seems, I always hear, oh, slow it down, slow it down. This is something we have worked on for a long time, and so I appreciate, you know, all the time you've spent on it, and I appreciate the feedback from the community too, because it's so difficult. Hearing both sides, they both make sense. Mm-hmm. And so I just know that it can be incredibly challenging. So to me, as much as some of that stuff I don't love, I feel like you really tried to hear both sides and took that in. And actually, I think, Tony, you did a good job of saying, I can live with this. I know they don't like this. But she's been a council person before, so she gets it, that it's not ever easy and it's not cut and dry. And some of that stuff I don't love. I don't know where this will end up going today, but we'll see how we can get there. But I want to commend you because I know it's not easy and you spent a lot of time doing it. And so thank you, Jackie, for getting everyone aligned, you know. Okay, we are going to start off with, does anyone have their usually? Okay, I'm going to start with you. Go ahead, Councilwoman Ebert. Go ahead.
All right, thank you. I had some specific questions. One of them being for mail delivery. Does the ordinance cover things like how many mailboxes there will be? Will it change addresses? Or can you just kind of touch on that a little bit?
Sure. So Washoe County Addressing does handle the addressing of ADUs. When I've reached out to them, I think it depends on if they would like to put in a new meter for that accessory dwelling unit. We don't like to get into those things with our zoning code just because it depends on, you know, the electricity that they're generating or the existing capacity of that house. But it doesn't sound like they're usually getting a separate address.
Okay, so probably not a separate mailbox. Another question I have is about sewer connection. I know that we have a lot of projects out there that we've already accounted for to provide sewer services. How will that factor into the decision-making with ADUs?
Sure. So We have talked to utility services about this and how it will work once something's adopted, and it will be somewhat of a case-by-case basis. If it's attached ADU, most likely they could tie into their existing line. And if it's detached, they'll probably be required to do a separate connection. It's difficult because you might have a really, really small house with 2 bathrooms or 1 bathroom, which is really different from a large house with 4 bathrooms. So we'll have to kind of look at those on a case-by-case basis, but they let me know generally that's probably what we'll see.
Okay, and I know something that I see a lot in my ward are these detention and retention ponds for addressing runoff when we cover, impervious surfaces. What triggers the necessity for those ponds? Are we going to be in a situation potentially in closed basin areas that have flooding where they need to also offset covering of, more surface area on their lots?
We will look at all of those things during building permit review. Because these lots are already established, it's not a new tentative map. They won't, I don't want to say ever, but most likely they won't require any new retention or detention. But if we look at it and it does kind of look like it's going to require some sort of mitigation, then we'll look for what that mitigation can be.
Okay, and what does this do, approving this, what would this do to existing neighborhood plans that don't allow for this? Would this then trump that, and is that considered, a taking for people that potentially will have an ADU next to them that lowers their property value?
So a couple components there. If you have a more specific neighborhood plan that restricts ADUs, this will not trump that.
Okay. I generally agree with where the Planning Commission ended up. So I'm going to be interested where my colleagues are on that. And you're saying that if we want to add the dimensional standards, we have to put that in our motion? Because I thought your draft was the Planning Commission draft.
Nope, the only reason I did that was because I wanted to be mindful that we kept the same ordinance, the same draft all the way through. So you saw the beginning. So it's not currently in the ordinance.
So I'm going to bring up a couple questions for you and then some proposals. One of the biggest things, my colleague just touched on it, was I hear from people about CC&Rs, and they want to make sure that this does not, quote, trump their CC&Rs. So, for example, I have in my ward, some CCRs say you cannot have an ADU.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and apparently the state did not mean to trump CC&Rs. So if you specifically outlaw them in your neighborhood, they say that controls. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay, so to ensure that, one of the things you and I have talked about is how do we get those CCRs recognized by the city? And how do we give the assurance to neighborhoods that we're supporting their CC&Rs? So let's say a ADU comes in one of these neighborhoods that says no ADUs. My suggestion would be, and I would like to see this put into our draft, that they do 2 things. One, they post a sign. That means it's not up to the city, but it's up to the neighborhood to police their own CC&Rs. They can't police them unless they know something's happening. So and I've talked to you about this, my recommendation would be they have to post a sign. You can decide administratively what size, type, style, whatever, for 10 days before they submit, because I have learned that a building can be approved within 1 day of being submitted, up to 10 days. So 1 to 10 days. So I think the sign has to be posted before the clock starts running. The second thing on that note that I've recommended to you and the others is that when they submit an application, that they submit an affidavit that they either do not have CC&Rs or they acknowledge they do have CC&Rs and that they comply with them. So a CC&R, for example, could allow ADUs specifically, like my neighborhood plan does. But they also have to be a certain size. That size might be different than what the city is, puts into their ordinance. So I'd recommend those 2 things. I have a few more recommendations. One of those is you went over setbacks, and you and I have talked about this extensively. My only slight recommendation would be to say that the setback should be the same as the primary residence, basically what the NRS said. It said you need to comply with the setbacks for the primary residence. I think that should be in our ordinance as well, not the swing set, the outbuilding, the garbage container. So I'll come back, but those are 2 things I'd like to see.
And attached to that, because I think it does sort of piggyback on that, is also some fire safety clearances as well.
Well, exactly. That's a good
I think
point.
that is really important. And then I do think there was a community member, and I don't remember who it was because we've heard a lot of public comment, but was to require a parcel survey, especially like if a fence is 20 years old, things like, I mean, it's really fascinating, even where I live, we're overlapping. And you would have thought that they had done an extensive overview of what that looked like. Because I wanted to put a door into my fence, and then I found out like that they're over on my side. Fine, it's fine, but I just can see how some of those lots just don't make any sense. And we've seen individuals come to council that have put up fences not on their properties. So I think that that is really critical. Because we do see it all the time, actually, where the property lines and lots do not say exactly what you think they are, or they
Well,
do not.
Madam
Yeah.
Mayor, just to that point, just at our last planning commission meeting, there was a, what is it called, a major deviation. Someone had built an ADU, is that correct?
I don't
Or a
believe it was an
building.
ADU, it was a building.
A building, and it was not, it was more than, it was less than the setback required. So it invaded into the space, and they had to come in for a major deviation. So these things, it just had to go to the planning commission because it didn't meet city standards. If they had done a survey, they could have avoided all that.
But I think these are minor tweaks, but some of the little oversight that I think could help greatly. Because what's the saying, an ounce of prevention?
Yeah.
I don't know.
That is the same.
If I could speak on the survey, when we get a building permit in, these would require what we call a setback letter, which has to be stamped by a licensed surveyor. And so they are getting a surveyor coming to their property and ensuring if the planning department says it needs to be 10 feet, they're making sure that that meets kind of, or you're measuring that and making sure that that's correct.
Is that the same as a parcel map? Because I think it's different.
Nope, different than a parcel map's when you're creating new parcels.
New parcels.
This
But-
is for any structure or building that's built. We'll have someone go out, or we will have a surveyor go out there, and they have to ensure that it does meet the setbacks that were done. Sometimes we get a really old, unlicensed or unpermitted structure, and that's when we catch it, is when we do these building permits and setback letters, and we say, this isn't right. Instead of tearing it down, we have some flexibility in
But
our
does
code.
it show the property lines, exactly who owns what, where it should be?
It does, it is a building requirement, and so I've talked to them about it. I'm not an expert in it, but it does show, what they have in the system as the property lines. They measure it against kind of what the property line is to where the structure is, and it's done by a licensed surveyor.
So if we're already doing that, what's the problem with requiring us? I think it's done by an engineer, not a surveyor.
Nope,
Just FYI.
and I can double check on that, but it's, I believe Chris is coming up. I'll let him speak specifically on the setback letter.
Okay. All right, Chris.
Good afternoon, Chris Pingree, Director of Development Services. So let's clear up the setback versus survey discussion.
Yeah.
Standard issue across the board in the building permit world is a setback letter that is performed by a licensed surveyor. Licensed surveyor goes out, shoots the property line, measures what is presented on the approved plan set that was submitted and approved by the department, and makes sure that it meets the same field condition that's out there. So if there's a 10-foot setback required, surveyor goes out, puts his state stamp on that document to verify that it has been done. And it does meet. It's not a full survey, and the reason for that is just a full survey cost compared to a setback letter would probably be 25% of what that survey would actually cost. So it meets the intent, and we're confident in that space that it works to meet that setback and that standard by the licensed engineer or surveyor.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Makes sense. I understand. Okay. I'm going to send it over to you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for the presentation and again, all the work that you've done. Lots of outreach, lots of opportunities to weigh in. I appreciate what my colleagues were saying. I guess I need a little more information on the sign thing. I don't know if that's something like a yellow sign that we put when it's going to Planning Commission. So I guess I just ask for a little bit of clarification on that, if it's an administrative approval, what the sign, what the intention is there. I think that we need to be careful with short-term rentals. Yes, we need to talk about short-term rentals, but I would not be in favor of having the 28-day language in there if we're going to be bringing back short-term rentals. I just think it convolutes the conversation a little bit. And since this is going to be something that's brand new for the city, I'd like us to have a little bit of flexibility in it. On top of that comment, I think there should be some wiggle room for for the administrator to make some of the decisions too. So if somebody comes in and their lot size is 4,992 feet, I want to set us up for success with this. And those are my comments. Thank you so much.
Martinez.
Thanks so much, Madam Mayor. Thanks, Grace, for the presentation and all your work throughout the multiple years that we've been discussing this, doing this iteration. I think I want to understand a little bit more of some of the comments that were made from my colleague regarding accessory setbacks compared to, I don't know what the other
So the
word is.
primary versus
The primary.
accessory.
Yeah, I don't know if you can describe that a little bit more, and if you have any examples. So if we're looking at lot size, does it change depending on how large or small those lot sizes are? And are we impacting the possibility of some of those smaller lot sizes, which are more present, I think, in Ward 3 and some of the infill areas that we're looking at? I'm just worried about the impacts to them if we do end up going that route, or what those changes would look like.
Definitely. I think, to your point, it can have a pretty large impact depending on the zoning district. So if someone, we went through this process thinking they could meet those accessory structure standard or setbacks. Some zoning districts, that's very different, but if I could get the overhead, I'll show you an example of some zoning districts and what their setbacks are. So this is large lot residential 2.5. This is one of maybe a more rural area, a larger lot, 2.5 acre minimum. So as you can see, the side setback is 15 feet for both the principal building and the accessory structure, the same side setbacks. As for the rear side setback, or the rear setback, it's 30 feet for the principal building, and it's 30 or 15 for the accessory building. That's taking into account what that footnote says is typically if it's over 1 story, it has to meet the 30-foot setback. But if it's a small accessory structure, then they can meet the 15-foot setback.
Do you have this example for like
Yes.
SF 5 or 8, 3?
Yes, let's pull it up. Here is SF8. So this is, 6,000 or 7,000 square foot lot. And what we see is both the primary and the accessory structure have a 5-foot setback, side setback. And then the principal building has a 20-foot rear setback. The accessory building would have 20 or 5, depending on the height of that structure. And so we're taking into account those impacts.
So the rear setback, going from 20 to 5 would depend on how large that accessory structure is in terms of height.
Correct.
Is what you're saying. Okay, so the larger the building, the further away it has to be from that rear setback.
Yes.
Okay, that makes sense. That's all the questions I have for this round. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for all your work on this, Grace. You've been absolutely brilliant in front of every audience I've seen you present this to, so thank you. I have just a clarifying question based on Councilmember Doerr's request on the signage. If I was going to build a she shed right now, or a shed or an outbuilding in my yard that didn't have a resident, would I have to put up a sign to tell my neighbors that I was getting a permit to do something in my backyard?
Nope, and I did, Councilmember Doer and I did talk about this. One of staff's concerns with this is we have very specific requirements. If you do a minor conditional use permit or a conditional use permit, there's specific standards of what size the sign is. It has to be weatherproof. There's specific requirements for that. What size the text is. It has to be yellow, and then the time it has to be put out, where it has to be put. Not to say that this would have to meet all of those, But I want to make sure that we're not, oh, that sign's okay for this one, this sign's okay for that one. And so if you wanted to do that, we would have to be very careful about the language and be very clear with what we want that to be. So it's not normal, it's not typical. If we're not going to require them to do a conditional use permit or minor conditional use permit, we would never make them post a sign.
Yeah, I think she's asking, though, you would not need a sign if you wanted to go build a she shed or a playground or a storage unit. But what I'm requesting is just where you're going to dwell in it, live in it, that, you know, those are usually controlled by the CCNRs. And I'm completely fine with whatever size sign that you decide. I don't think it needs to be in a regulation, but I think it should be an administrative policy. But if you want to put it in the regulation, I'm totally fine with that too. I just don't think they should have to go through a permitting process other than the building permit.
Ms. Dorr, this is my time, if
I'm
you
sorry.
wouldn't mind circling
I
back
think
on
they
your own time.
stopped this clock, but I just wanted to explain what I was asking.
Perfect. So my concern is as an accessory dwelling unit, I feel like these signs, we're inviting our neighbors into business that we're not inviting them into otherwise.
Yes.
And another part of my concerns here is that I hear a lot about regulating being a good neighbor. I am all in for saying we need to make sure that there's parking available. That is good land use planning, that's good public safety planning, that's being a good neighbor in terms of like getting traffic in and out of a community. Regulating being a good neighbor in other ways, putting up a sign, things like that, I feel like we're assuming that neighbors aren't going to treat each other well by requiring these things. And so I don't know, the spirit of that it's tricky for me. I don't know.
Definitely.
I also share concerns about the short-term rental policy in this. Property values should be looked at from a lot of different framing, but for young families or families that are trying to bring generations onto their property to save money or potentially free up another primary home for other family members, by making this short-term rental or any real regulation on this accessory dwelling, we're removing people's ability to make their property work harder for them, however they need it to work for them. And their primary homes are going to be, for the most part, their biggest significant investment that they have. And by not allowing them to use them as short-term rentals, I feel like we're taking away an opportunity in a very expensive market to maintain property. So that's just my feedback on that.
Councilman Reese.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First of all, I wanted to ask Ms. Magadan, we had two public commenters, Greg Evangelatos and Ms. Silviera, who I can see are behind you. They had asked really about two questions. One was the size of the primary residence versus the secondary, and maybe the primary was the smaller of the two. So I'm trying to understand that. And it kind of piggybacked on another concern about minor deviations, which Vice Mayor Taylor also mentioned. Does the administrator have any discretion in this area, either to say, hey, this primary versus secondary is not really a thing on this specific lot because the primary residence is really tiny and maybe the ADU is going to be slightly larger, and then this minor deviation thing about administrative powers. I'm trying to assure ourselves that we aren't foreclosing the possibility that some people's lots are just not exactly the same, or maybe their setbacks are different. So what can you say about that?
Sure. It gets difficult. Obviously, our code is very specific standards, so that when we get in a building permit, we're making sure the setbacks are exactly what they're supposed to be. The size requirement is met. We're kind of going through these things and checking off the boxes. However, we understand that it's not always one size fits all, especially in some of these older communities. There might be a unique shaped lot or a unique circumstance, and so if it can't meet those circumstances, we have flexibility and relief, which we have a variance, we have a minor deviation, which is less than a 10% deviation from standards, and then we have a major deviation, which is up to a 50% deviation from standards. So we do have those things built in. With the specific, I guess, example that came before you during public comment, they could switch. The front house could become the primary house and the currently primary house could become the ADU, but we still have to make sure that those meet the standards that are in code, if that helps.
Yeah, I think you have answered it. And ultimately, of course, what we're trying to express is our desire that the ordinance not be so overly burdensome that it forecloses someone who legitimately wants to build an accessory dwelling unit from doing so. I suppose, like my colleagues, Ms. Taylor and Ms. Anderson have mentioned, I'm uncomfortable with additional red tape or bureaucracy, which would foreclose the possibility that people would make beneficial use of the property they own, in part because I think that ADUs are incredibly expensive. I'm not sure how many will be built, and I think my preference is as we launch ADUs as a new a use or a new identified code requirement, that we not have more onerous restrictions on them. So I therefore conclude that it's not appropriate to have limitations on them being short-term rentals. I also don't think that, because I don't know that so many of them are going to be built, I think that if we get a year or two down the road and we have some historical or empirical evidence to base it on, we will know what these are being used for. And I think we can make changes to the ordinance later as we get out the gate, and we really want people to try to utilize these to see what they can accomplish for our community. I think we're better off having less onerous requirements on them at the outset. Those can be added later if we see they're being, gobbled up by corporate landlords or something like that. I don't think that's going to happen here. I think even our prior council colleague in public comment had mentioned that she thought the Shea Bacchus didn't approve of these. I think Vegas is a very different market for VRBOs and vacation rentals. I just don't know that it's going to happen here. So those are my comments in this first round. Thank you so much, Madam Mayor, for allowing me to go over.
Okay, thank you so much. Grace, so I want to ask you, I guess my heartburn has always been, and I have said this several times, that not all neighborhoods are created equally. The one that does give me a lot of concern is the Newlands area, or any historical sort of significance, and really preserving the neighborhood to what the history was sort of preserved for. So that is really, really tough for me. And, carving it out, or maybe in some sense, I would like to see that maybe, the existing ADUs, they're grandfathered in, anyone else after that, totally separate story. I know that's not what we're looking for here. That's what I would have really have hoped for. I do have a lot of concern when we treat neighborhoods all the same because they have different density. And then that would lead me to believe or ask you, did you look at how many parcels in the Newlands area would be able to build an ADU? Because I assume that those homes are so much bigger on those parcels that it would be pretty hard to do, but I'm not quite sure. Tell me a little bit.
Definitely. We've analyzed the Newlands neighborhood a lot just because of some of the concerns we've heard. Interestingly enough, about half of Newlands is zoned multifamily, but they have single-family houses on them. They might have duplexes, but they can do another unit today. We also see, when we look at a map of the Newlands area, they're, and a lot of times, already exceeding their lot coverage requirements. I don't want to say that they can never do an ADU, but when we look at it right now, it would be very difficult for most of those homes to build one just because they're exceeding some of those requirements that are in code today.
Okay. Well, it's the one area I have a lot of heartburn. Not one area, I shouldn't say that. There are a lot of different neighborhoods in this city, and they are not all the same and shouldn't be. But I think I'm outnumbered there greatly. But I would say for me, that has always been a lot of heartburn. Okay, Councilman Ebert.
Yeah. I just had a quick question. I know you mentioned several times outreach that was done. Do you have any numbers about, how many people responded? What kind of engagement we had on that? I know there were several meetings that you went to, but how many people responded?
So With the initial survey we did, like I said, we got over 2,000 people responding, which is a huge response rate. Each neighborhood advisory board had a little bit different participation. I know Councilmember Dewars had about upwards of 40 people there. And so it depends. Councilmember Martinez's was also well attended. And so I don't have the breakdown of exactly how many people, but I did provide you guys, each person who provided public comment along that process.
Okay, so I had a couple other things. I did want to mention that I do think that an ADU is different than building just a different type of structure. When we're talking about somebody living there and a car and those type of things, I think it's not like an apples to apples comparison with like a shed. So I do see the value in notifying surrounding residents. I also have a question about would there be any kind of appeal process if somebody finds out there's potentially an ADU going next to them and they have some reason they object? Is there an appeal process for them?
Yes, so our building permits can be appealed. The question I think we need to ask ourselves is why would we like them to be appealed? If they're meeting code, what are they appealing? Just the fact that they don't like the ADU, they don't want it next door to them. It's not building permits aren't discretionary. Like I said, it's very black and white. If they meet these standards, they get their permit. And so if we want them to be appealed, we just need to, they can be appealed, but we just need to ask ourselves kind of why we would
Okay, so
want that.
let's say, I'm just hypothetical.
Sure.
Somebody checks a box that says no CCNRs and all of that, but a neighbor says, actually, we do have CCNRs on this, and I disagree with the lot line that you have put in your application. How would that neighbor that has those kind of concerns know that a permit's been issued if we don't have any kind of signage out?
Definitely. A couple things I'd like to hit on, and I can definitely defer to our legal team if I mischaracterize this. But we have private restrictions and we have public restrictions. We only enforce public restrictions, and actually one of our public commenters sent us a link that laid it out really, really nicely. Local jurisdictions don't restrict private restrictions. I looked and looked and looked for an example of someone who did enforce and did did enforce private restrictions, and they're just not out there. So that's a private restriction. It would become a civil matter at that point. And I don't know if the city attorney wants to chime in.
But the other portion I mentioned was a dispute on where the property line is. How would somebody be able to kind of pursue that type of complaint if they don't even know a permit's been issued?
If they wanted to dispute, so like today, if a fence gets built and they're saying that's on my property, that we think that this is the property line, oftentimes that becomes a civil matter.
Okay, all right. I did have a couple of other things. I don't know.
Okay,
if we're
we'll
gonna have
do
another
a
round.
quick second or third round, and then we're gonna move
Okay.
on. Anyone else over
Yeah,
there?
I have
No?
a follow-up.
Okay, go ahead, Council.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on, I'm sorry. Councilman Reese? Do you have anything?
No, Madam Mayor, I think I've said what I had to say. Thank you so
Okay.
much.
All right, go ahead, Councilman
Yeah,
Dewar.
thank you. So the other thing I wanted to ask Grace is, I've been a big proponent of these ADUs for a very long time. And what I'm trying to do here is just deal with a nuance that's been brought up to me so many times that I feel it was my duty to bring it up in front of the group here. And that is, you've pointed out that it's not the city's role to enforce restrictions. And my colleague here just brought up, how does the neighborhood enforce their own restrictions if they don't even know that something's coming forward? So I put forth, just for my colleagues, I put forth this sign proposal because so many of my constituents asked for something like that it would put it in their hands. They wouldn't have to engage the city. They would take care of it themselves, even including the survey issue. What I wanted to ask you was, I was concerned myself where there was a restriction of 28 days put forth by you and the Planning Commission that you couldn't rent for less than 28 days. And my biggest concern was that we already have people out there renting for less than 28 days in an ADU. And we support small business, and I didn't want to, just by our ordinance adoption here, wipe out these small businesses that are relying on this income or have been doing it. I think we heard testimony, person's been doing it for 20 or 14 years. Was it really our intent to just stop them in their tracks? And I didn't think that was right. So I really didn't know where the rest of the council was on this, but in case they wanted to leave it in, I at least wanted to recommend grandfathering in. People had already been doing this for a while, for a period of time. The other concern I have is that, and you could help me by going over the history, but I think what you said, and I'll characterize it, I think you said for about, let's say, 80, 100 years, we allowed ADUs till about 2000 is what I remember, 2005, something in there. Then there was a moratorium on ADUs, you couldn't build them. Then there was was there an action that prohibited them? And so what I want to make sure is that if you built an ADU before they were prohibited, that you can still do your business and use your ADU. But on the other hand, if you built one in the last 25 years, since about 2000, I want to make sure that those come in and get legal. You know, that they follow our building requirements, our electrical, plumbing requirements, whatever other requirements you have. And so what's the process for that? Can you just address that whole thing?
Yes, I'll start with the history, because I know we had brought this up, and it looks like in September of 2000, we adopted a new zoning code which allowed for ADUs in certain zoning districts with restrictions. And then in April of 2005, there was a moratorium placed on the construction of ADUs, and it was to kind of study the impacts or the appropriateness of ADUs. In 2007, council adopted an ordinance which prohibited ADUs in the city of Reno. Since then, the master plan encouraged ADUs. There was a lot of public outreach to people who wanted to see them. We also had Greenfield neighborhood plan area, which wanted, the residents came together and they said, no, we would like to see ADUs in this area. And so we've had a lot of PUDs come in, or neighborhoods that said we would like to see ADUs, and that's allowed us to look at what it might look like.
So today's world, we have, the last action was 2007 to prohibit them?
There was an ordinance brought forward in 2018 that died.
But it didn't get passed?
Correct.
So they've been prohibited since 2005?
That's my understanding, yes.
So all the ones before 2005, what I'm just saying is those legally exist. And then the ones since 2005, people have built them. They got guest quarters.
Yes.
Then when it was permitted, they came in and brought in a kitchen, stove or oven, right?
Yep, and so I can speak to that. We already have a non-conforming section in our zoning code. There's oftentimes when you establish a business, the zoning change, and all of a sudden that business is non-conforming. And so we have a section that grandfathers anything that's been legally established. So if you can prove you got a building permit for an ADU in 2000, we can honor that and say you can continue to operate how you were licensed or permitted. If you illegally did it, we also have a process, what we call retroactive building permit. In that process, we often get maybe a code enforcement complaint, or someone didn't know they were supposed to get a building permit. They'll come in and we try to work with them with the best of our abilities. We want to make sure it's safe, it's habitable, and it was built to code. But sometimes you see what you saw at Planning Commission, maybe it wasn't built to those setbacks, or maybe something wasn't done, so we have to address that after the fact, which isn't
So
ideal.
in today's world, do we have a process, or do we need to make sure that if you aren't conforming, that you can come in and become legal, or do we need to address it? That's my question.
I mean, we have a process already. It seems to work really well.
Good.
We work with these people
So
to make
once we
sure.
make these legal,
Yes.
our expectation is that the ones that were built during an illegal time, it's up to them to come in and get them legal?
Correct.
Or they go to sell their house and they never got a permit?
And it always happens differently of why they come to us, but we do have a process.
Thank you.
And I would recommend, and I assume you're already doing this, but maybe a mailing of a notice of if within 500 feet of, if, someone puts in to build one. Is that already?
We do not send mail notices out to building permits. I can definitely defer to Chris again. I think we get upwards of 10,000 building permits a year. So we
No,
can't-
but I mean
Just for ADUs?
For an ADU.
And that's where that equity piece comes in of, we're noticing people for an ADU, but if they wanted to put in a duplex or multifamily, we're not noticing them for those things, unless it triggers a conditional use permit. And that's why staff didn't recommend that process.
Okay. That one worries me because the sign is always so problematic, right? Like the way that, I mean, half the time the sign blows off and there's like, you
And
know,
just to
and I don't want neighbors to come back, you didn't tell me, and, you know, I mean, I do think that notice is really important. I just don't love that sign idea. It's just problematic.
Just to confirm, this ordinance would not require a sign. So that's been talked about of something that we might want to see. The one in front of you would not require a sign.
But it should require some sort of noticing for the
And the only
neighborhood.
projects that require noticing currently are any discretionary review. So minor conditional use permits, conditional use permits, those would be the things that we would see that would require noticing today in our code.
But we could put it in.
Yes.
Okay. All right, go ahead. Councilwoman Ebert.
You mentioned in the presentation that the front doors would have to be separate.
Yes.
They can't look like a duplex. Who would enforce something like that? Are we going to have code enforcement go out and verify that these pieces are being upheld?
No, we look at this during building permit. So when they come in, and it's the same standards we have today for guest quarters. If someone wants to put in an attached guest quarters, we look at the building permit and we make sure it meets all of those architectural requirements. One of those being that the front doors cannot be visible from the same street.
Okay.
And that's because of that duplex appearance.
Okay, and then the 28-day rental piece, how would we enforce that? Would we have somebody that checks the short-term rental websites and looks to see what's available? And how would we know when one of these became available? If we said, you know, going forward, we're not going to allow them. How would we know and how would we track that?
This one would most likely be similar to how today in our zoning code, guest quarters are prohibited from being rented out. But we deal with those on a complaint base. So if somebody complained, they had a party next to them, or they know their neighbor's renting it out as an Airbnb, that's how that would be enforced. And I would just like to say the reason we added that in was because it was the number 2 concern we saw from the community. And so that was kind of, you know, our way of mitigating that.
Okay, all right. I did have one more thing. You touched on it, the process for coming into conformance. Yeah, I think that's it for right now for me. Thank you very much for your time.
And also, I would just say, cities across this country have these ordinances. Obviously, you've looked at many of them.
Yes.
I assume it's very much in line with what other cities are seeing and sort of, I don't see every day in the headlines that, I mean, once in a while, whenever it's really crazy. But, you know, unfortunately, my office is where I hear all bad all day long. My email is all negative, bad, 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 bad.
Yes.
Very rarely, and I can't even remember one, actually, other than maybe one party house a long time ago. It didn't even come to me. It was in the news, but just interesting to see that for the most part, people are pretty respectful and pretty good about it. You do always, it doesn't matter what it is, whether it's dirt bikes that are out of control, Brandy, we know, because there's a lot of that lately that's out of control. You will always have, unfortunately, a bad actor. But for the most part, people are really good and respectful. I want to continue to think that way. So, okay, I'm going to ask someone to give me a motion.
Sure.
Councilwoman Dewar, I'm going to do that, and then if we can't get there, then I'll send it over to you.
Okay.
Sound good? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I've listened to everyone and took some notes, so I'd like to make a motion. It does require changes, Grace, and when I met with you, do you want to address this?
Yes, I did discuss with our city attorney's office, as long as those changes come from this motion, we don't have to renotice it. Okay.
Okay. All right, well, just listening to my colleagues, what I'd like to do is move forward with the recommendation in our staff report with a couple changes. One of those changes would be there would be no 28-day prohibition on STR. In other words, you could have a short-term rental on the ADU, just like you could on a primary resident or an in-house. So it sounded like most people wanted that. The second thing most people seem to want was the Planning Commission suggested design standards. That would be the same for whether you're attached or detached. Is that the simplest way to say that?
Yes, you can just say Planning Commission's recommendation.
Planning Commission
Yeah.
recommendation.
Okay, and I'm looking for some head nods.
Yes.
That's what people like to see.
Yes.
to balance that out, because a lot of people did not want these 28-day rental, but I think the council does. I really do think, and the mayor recommended this, that we require a mailing of a notice within 500 feet. No signed, but some kind of notice, and she's recommending a mailing. And then the last thing would be that the setbacks for the ADU would be the same as the primary residence, since you're living in them, whatever those are, which it mirrors a lot of the outbuilding, playground. So those 4 changes.
Sure. I think Chris has something to say.
And the signage is not my line in the sand, it's just.
Yeah, I took
I just don't know how we
I'd
would
like
do
to
the
just make a
mailing.
No, I
comment
just
on
don't
what's
love
being
it.
proposed.
But
Chris
if
Pingree,
the
Director of
council
Development
wants
Services.
it.
No, I took it out. I
Yeah.
took out the
Okay.
sign.
I'd like to just further discuss the noticing piece required for the building permit. Building permits, obviously, and entitlement cases obviously run in 2 completely different worlds. Building permit review is on an expedited timeline that we have a 10-day promise to our applicants to have that reviewed. 2 issues that I see with that noticing or signage requirement is who is enforcing that noticing is the city, and we're going to put that on the applicant to pay for that noticing, to require that noticing. Who is also going to enforce that signage that is put in someone's yard apparent?
There was no
prior to-
signage that.
So even with the noticing piece, and that's where we have a dedicated 10-day review period, we would have to pull that completely out of the normal building permit process. So I just wanted to throw that
So
out
Chris,
there
are you
before.
recommending that we don't include that mailing portion? Because we don't do it with other things, right?
It's going to throw an additional burden on how we do our process now through the building permit process if we're requiring things
So would you
outside the
remove
way
that,
we would normally do
Councilmember
it.
Dewar, from your motion?
I'm open
So
for
what I'm
the,
hearing, Chris, don't go away.
I'm just trying to hear everybody. Go ahead.
You're saying timing is difficult because you expedite these things. I see what you're saying. What do you recommend, though, to notice the neighbors so that they have an idea of, and here's why. And we see it all the time with commercial. This isn't just ADUs, but we see it. Matter of fact, I think, Brandy, I just answered one of your constituents that I sent to you over a building. They're building in the middle of the night, all these things. And the problem is if you don't know that, there needs to be some conformance, some rules, otherwise people can just, hey, I'm out here like building, hey, and then people are coming to us saying, why didn't you tell me that you guys were building? And
I'd like to give my professional opinion on
Yes.
this, and that's all this is.
give it to me, because we are not the professionals in your
We have
realm.
built a set of standards in this ADU ordinance that meets rules, meets laws. At this point of requiring additional restraints on a building permit process is convoluting that process of land rights, of your personal property rights. As long as you meet the ordinance in place, then you are meeting that. The civil matter between CC&Rs and the neighborhood, that is a civil matter that lives within the CC&Rs. Those CC&Rs, most of them all require you to ask for permission prior to building anything in that lot, right? So you also have to be cognizant of what your CC&Rs and the rules that you have in your neighborhood are prior to building an ADU. To where I feel that the onus is on the property owner to know that their CCRs and the rules that they have to apply by. But just professional opinion.
Okay. All right, well,
It's
Chris,
just
that's helpful.
Discussion too. I just want to say that, the requirements for sending out notifications and putting a sign out is for conditional use permits, and what was the other reason for that?
Any discretionary review. So Chris had mentioned, we have a discretionary review process and we have a building permit process. The discretionary reviews are minor conditional use permits, conditional use permits. This body might see zoning map amendments. Those will get noticed.
That's the piece that I'm concerned about right there, is the zoning change. What you're doing effectively when you put in an ADU is changing the zoning from single-family potentially to not single-family. So I think that's where the distinction is for me to say that we should have noticing, because that is a very different thing to go from single-family to multiple residential units on a parcel. So I feel like there's a definite distinction there that we should take into account, because it is effectively changing the zoning.
Yeah, I disagree with that. I appreciate your comment, but I don't think you're changing the zoning. That is a completely different process that does require noticing. And I don't think that I understand where you're coming from, but I can always go talk to my neighbor too, walk across the street and let them know what's going on. That's
That's what I would do as a good neighbor and understand what my rules and regulations are.
I don't understand how changing something from single-family residential and adding an additional residence would not be considered a zone change. Okay, thanks.
If I may, I think.
Yes, Grace, come on.
We might be one of the only, if not the only, major jurisdiction in Nevada that currently does not allow for accessory dwelling units. We've looked at numerous different cases of these ADUs in different jurisdictions. None of them have considered them a change in zoning. That's just kind of best practices. They're accessory to the primary unit, so you have to have a primary unit in order to have that ADU. So best practices, research, none of them have considered them zone changes. If this body wanted to require something above and beyond, that's definitely within your scope. It's very, very abnormal, though. I will say that.
Yeah, so it's not a zone change.
Correct.
Okay. All right, we're going to move on. So go ahead.
So
Councilwoman
just to
Brewer.
recap.
Yep.
I made a motion with, to remove what's in the staff recommendation of a 28-day prohibition on STRs. Take that out.
Yes.
I had recommended that we adopt the design standards approved at Planning Commission. Got it. I had recommended that we set the setbacks same as a primary residence, which they're different in very few cases, but where they are different, I think it's important to recognize that it's a living space. And the last thing was, how do we put people on notice? I'd recommended mailing a notice. So I'm looking for a second, and then I have a question for you.
Okay.
And I mean, it's, because we just heard from Chris about the notice.
Do you want to delete that?
That's, I mean, I'm fine with that.
Okay.
I just,
My question to you, Grace, is in all of this research, did you find anybody noticing their neighborhoods?
No, the only thing I could find was people requiring a discretionary review for some of these, which would go down our noticing pathway. But I
Like
can't
a-
find anyone noticing building permits.
A 30-day review, some of the jurisdictions?
Yes.
In Nevada?
The Washoe County actually recently took that out. And when we reached out to both Sparks and Washoe County to see what their inflow of ADUs is, they're both averaging about one per year. So county looked at that and just said, we're not, getting the demand necessary for these.
So they did require it, but they took it out?
They took it out.
Okay, so I would delete this mailing a notice? Okay, I mean.
all right.
I'll second.
Okay, so I have a motion. I have a second. Discussion? Go ahead.
Yeah,
Kat.
there was a lot there. Can we kind of?
Yeah.
So you've removed the part about noticing, and you've removed the part about
That's all I
the
did.
short-term rental.
Yeah,
piece.
so right now, our staff and the Planning Commission recommended that we not allow ADUs to be rented out for less than 28 days.
Correct. And you, in your motion, took that restriction out.
I was
Yes.
taking it out.
Yep.
Because I'm reading the council, and I think that that's what they support. And
Okay.
Would there be any kind of future short-term rental?
Yeah, so let me just
ordinances?
mention that. So we are planning to bring back STRs.
Yes.
And the one cautionary note here for everyone is, we could end up with a STR ordinance that doesn't allow ADUs to be rented out, or it could set other requirements on them at another date. And so people could have the impression we're taking something away. So it's just something to be aware of since we haven't adopted. And I know, Mayor, you were very worried about that. That's why you wanted us to bring them together.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have?
I did, and I'm a little disappointed that didn't happen. But, that's water under the bridge. We've been doing this a long time. And the hard part is, doesn't matter what we do, even when you're doing it right, you're doing it wrong. It's just so hard to please everyone. And so I see both sides to the argument. And that's where I, was speaking with Tony Harsh, and I really commend her ability and understanding of, the balance and how hard it is. And I don't love this outcome, but we have to, I think, move forward for clarity and so that it becomes something where we are moving into the future, because a lot of times we kind of can stay pretty antiquated.
Well, and I'll say why I would support the removing the 28-day. It's two reasons. One, We have existing businesses, and if we're not going to deal with it case by case, then I don't want to crimp existing businesses. Number two is that we allow homes to be rented out as STRs. We allow rooms in homes to be rented out as STRs. We would be only saying, only this one kind of building structure can you not have a STR in, and I'm nervous about that. It doesn't seem very fair. So.
Okay, so I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those
Aye.
opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Okay, Madam Clerk, I'm going to send it back to you, and we are going to head into item D2. Okay. Okay, give me 1 minute, Madam Clerk. Do you have any public comment for item D2?
We need to open the public hearing.
Oh, sorry.
No problem.
Hold on 1 second. Because I will have to read a disclosure too. Okay. Madam Clerk, let the record reflect that the council is opening the public hearing. Has proper notice been given? Any correspondence received?
This item was properly noticed, and I did want to note that we received correspondence which has been distributed as 3 letters in support of the Regional Planning Commission's determination of nonconformance with the adopted 2019 Truckee Meadows Regional Plan. And we do have public commenters, but I don't know if you want to take that.
Yes,
before.
I do, but before we do that, I think actually I'm going to read a disclosure. Anyone else have a disclosure? No? Okay, then I'm going to put mine on the record before we take public comment. Sound good, Carl? Okay. Carl's giving me the nod, saying it's okay. All right. Fellow city council members and Madam Clerk, item D2 involves Stonegate. Josh Hicks, an attorney from McDonald Carano, represents Stonegate. In my private life, I have retained Adam Hosmer-Henner, a partner at McDonald Carano, on a civil matter unrelated to Stonegate and Mr. Hicks. I have sought guidance from the city attorney's office and have advised that I may have a commitment in a private capacity to the interests of McDonald Carano pursuant to NRS 281A.065. That said, this item has nothing to do with my civil case whatsoever. To the best of my knowledge, any action I may take today on this item will not have any impact on me or McDonald Carano. I will be participating in this item. Madam Clerk, please accept this disclosure for the record. Sound good? Okay. Then I'm going to send it back to you. Public comment?
Cullen McGinnis, followed by Sandy Roth, followed by Wendy Baroli.
Hello. Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and members of the Reno City Council. My name is Cullen McGinnis, and I am a lifelong Reno resident and an organizer with the Sierra Club Toyabe chapter. I'm here today to ask you to vote no on appealing the Regional Planning Commission's decision to reject the Stonegate rezoning proposal. The Regional Planning Commission heard hours of unanimous testimony from residents who do not want this to go through. People from the North Valleys have made it clear that what they need is housing and public services, not more warehouses and data centers. The members who voted against the rezoning request demonstrated that they are willing to listen to community members and to take their valid concerns seriously. I hope the City Council will also listen to their citizens and will not vote against the wishes and interests of the community for the sake of developers. We all know that we have limited water resources in our region and are also the fastest heating city in the nation. The Cold Springs area specifically has experienced drought conditions for most of the last 25 years, so water is an absolutely critical resource to consider here, along with how its use and importation would affect residents, services, and natural resources. The Western Regional Water Commission and TUMWA are currently working with experts to study the impact of development on the Cold Springs water basin. Issues identified by TUMWA that need to be evaluated include how much processed wastewater can be introduced into the aquifer without creating undesirable shallow groundwater, especially if water is imported into the basin. The likelihood of increased groundwater pumping and/or water importation resulting from the proposed rezoning raises serious concerns about the impacts of local wells, aquifer sustainability, and potential contamination of water resources that this community relies on. It would be irresponsible planning to appeal the Regional Planning Commission's decision until that water study is complete and we have a comprehensive understanding of the effects this could have on the Cold Springs Basin. This is especially true because data centers and anticipated use of the Stonegate project can use as much water as 10 to 50,000 households per year, depending on cooling systems and scale. We understand that this agenda item is not about approving any such data center yet. However, voting to appeal would be a step in that direction. I'm asking you to vote against appealing the Regional Planning Commission's decision to reject the Stonegate rezoning request. Our city is rapidly growing and development is a part of that. However, we expect that our leaders will make these decisions considering long-term impacts to our natural resources and the people who depend on them, and to put communities above corporate interests. Thank you. No.
No?
I did graduate from the University of
no.
Nevada, Reno.
You just what?
I did graduate from the University of Nevada, Reno.
Oh,
So,
well, good. Okay. Did you reach out to my office? Feel like you might have.
not me, but
No.
we have as an organization.
Well, I know you have,
So,
but I was just wondering, because I haven't seen you here before.
no,
But
not yet.
good job.
Oh, thank you.
Thanks so much. Okay. Oh, there you go. Okay. All right.
Sandy Roth, followed by Wendy Baroli, followed by Antone Casano-Labard.
Okay, Sandy, come on up.
Good afternoon. My name is Sandy Roth, and I am urging the City Council not to seek an appeal of the Regional Planning Commission's determination of nonconformance for the Stonegate proposal. At the regional meeting, there was standing room only, and every single public comment opposed the proposal, and that's for good reason. Water is an absolutely critical resource to consider here, including how its use would affect residences, other businesses, and our services and natural resources. The issues go beyond whether a company has bought a bunch of water rights. The Western Regional Water Commission and TUMWA are currently working with experts to study the impact of development on the Cold Springs water basement. Issues include how much wastewater can be processed. We have seen other cities suffer from a lack of planning when it comes to wastewater. In Arizona, a city is now building, didn't plan for it, a $90 million wastewater plant because of all the wastewater from a data center park that has been developing using evaporative cooling. Other issues identified by TUMWA that need to be evaluated include how much processed wastewater can be introduced into the aquifer without creating undesirable shallow groundwater, especially if water is imported into the basin. In addition, there needs to be an evaluation of the impact of increased impervious coverage, as well as the impact of increased groundwater pumping and the consequent effects on residential wells. And there needs to be an evaluation of the likely effect of development on White Lake. Although the water study has begun, it has not been completed. As a result, it seems both reckless and irresponsible to approve this project. This is especially true because data centers, which are an anticipated use of the Stonegate project, can use millions of gallons of water per day. It's not logical to point to small data centers like EDON or one large one as indicative of how much water will be used. There are data centers being planned today that consume very large amounts of water. For example, Amazon is about to build yet another one. Stonegate is asking for a huge increase in industrial zoning. Even if only 15% of the site is dedicated to data centers, that still amounts to over 250 acres, which is a heck of a lot of data center. As a result, it is not rational to assume that the new Stonegate proposal will decrease the amount of water consumption and wastewater. A huge increase is a very big possibility. The likelihood of increased groundwater pumping and/or water importation raises serious concerns about impacts to local wells, aquifer sustainability, and potential contamination. I'm also concerned about fire-related issues. Putting aside the doing away with firefighting resources, we need water to put out the fires that are uniquely caused by data centers, and we need to be aware of what will happen to the toxic water runoff. So we need responsible and fact-based planning with this and decision-making. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much.
Wendy Baroli, followed by Antone Casano-Labard.
On the Zoom earlier.
I did. I was, my name is Wendy Baroli. I'm a fourth-generation Nevadan, and I am here because I thought it was important to show up in public. I apologize for the casual attire.
I like it. It's good. Perfect. It's Nevada.
It is. So I already spoke about my concerns about what occurred with this process, and I am here specifically to talk about the fact that your Reno planning rejected this, and then regional planning rejected it, and how many residents showed up. It wasn't just 100. That was just the last planning meeting. But through the process of going with Stonegate, we, in good faith, negotiated with them, and no one wanted any housing in the North Valleys. The North Valleys is a big no. They say no to everything. But we got to a place where we said, you know what? 5,000 houses over the course of time is going to benefit us long term. We're going to have grocery stores, we're going to have some high schools, we're going to have some improvements. We're going to have some infrastructure we can grow into. What they're asking for now is more than you guys maybe don't recognize because you sit behind there and you don't drive out in the North Valleys. But every single time that a warehouse is approved, it's not a year down the road or 2 years down the road that happens. It's in 12 to 16 weeks that those warehouses are going up. And those on-ramps and off-ramps that are supposed to be improved in the future aren't scheduled until 2030. So you're talking about increasing a huge, huge industrial center in a place that frankly is the last open space that had a plan that would work for the residents and would work for the region and our closed basin, taking into consideration, Stonegate did a great job. I mean, they presented us with trails and trees and workforce housing and luxury housing and a long-term plan. And now they're back asking for something that's easy to do because right now housing and building is expensive. But let me tell you what builders and developers do when housing is expensive. They either sell the property or they wait and hold on to it, just like the listeners did. They have a beautiful project sitting out there called the Agri-Hood, but they're going to wait until the market changes. And I don't think that this council should go against the citizens' desire to have something better in that region simply because this particular applicant is very well heeled and very well spoken.
All right, thank you. Okay. Madam Clerk?
Antone Casano Labard.
All right. Antone, come on up.
Yeah. I don't know if I need to state my name. You guys already said it.
No, you're good. Go
Okay.
ahead.
All right. Obviously, I'm against this thing. I've been to almost every single thing that they've done with this thing. The amendment, to me, it changes a lot. So I'm against the appeal, obviously. It takes the development from 5,000 homes to 1,300. Most of those will probably be rentals. 15% of the land would be dedicated towards data centers. You know, I don't think anybody out there wants that. That area, there's plenty of places for data centers. It has consistently and unanimously had public opposition to this amendment. Nobody in Cold Springs has wanted this. There have been hundreds of people that have showed up to this and said that. There's thousands of people that those 100 represent. Reasons have included housing needs, desire for commercial spaces like stores, environmental concerns, influx of freight, fire risk, including removal of an agreement that was provided by the fire protection, availability of water and electricity, so resources, lack of infrastructure currently, traffic concerns, little to no local community outreach, and they've received almost no support from the local community in Cold Springs. This amendment, in another case in point, and Stonegate is being reviewed under the 2019 regional plan, not the 2024 plan, when this amendment was submitted. And if that's wrong, you guys can correct me. Stonegate has done nothing to address or change the public's opinion or Cold Springs' concerns or questions. With biased views, they've provided pretty much little to no evidence to their data. They've provided little to no contrast between what they said they'd build and what their amendment is offering. I want to talk about Stonegate's lack of public engagement. They did not hold public workshops. They did not invite the public or the community to review or consider this amendment outside of meetings. They did not talk about what they were going to do, like contribute to fire safety. They did not disclose what or how or why they couldn't build housing any longer. The people spoke at the last event, and the people clearly preferred what was agreed upon in 2018, which is more housing, less industry, more community support, and additional resources to the area. Examples: sewage, water, traffic, fire protection, and public safety, protective services in the area. The people want this. because the people want to have a place to live in our city. They want a community that can grow with improved residents, overall well-being through increased access to basic necessities, social connections, engagements with amenities like parks, sidewalks, green spaces, and local shops and stores. That's all I got. Not a big public speaker, thank you guys.
Hey, you did great. Honestly, I know it's not easy to get up there, and you did a good job. Okay.
There's no one else signed in.
Okay, thanks so much. Okay, I think it's going to be all you. The floor is yours, Jeff.
All right. Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, members of the council. Jeff Foster, Associate Planner for the record. Today we are considering the RPC conformance review process for objecting. So a little bit of background. This body heard the Stonegate Master Plan amendment request on May 21st, as well as a project of regional significance. The council voted 4-3 in favor of approving that amendment. On August, and that amendment is, of course, subject to conformance review by the Regional Planning Commission. On August 4th, the Regional Planning Commission made a determination of non-conformance with the adopted 2019 Truckee Meadows Regional Plan, even though Truckee Meadows Regional Planning Agency staff had recommended approval. The RPC voted 5-4 in favor of a finding of conformance, not non-conformance, but the motion failed because a supermajority was required. So where are we at in terms of the next steps? Per the Nevada revised statutes, NRS requires that the city council provide direction to staff on whether or not to file an objection. Specifically, NRS 278.0282 subsection 5 says a local governing body which has submitted a proposed plan in which disagrees with reasons given by the Regional Planning Commission for making a determination of nonconformance may file an objection with the Regional Planning Commission. So just a little bit of color commentary on this. Staff is not specifically recommending one direction or the other. We're simply bringing this to you as the process that NRS requires. However, staff's analysis has not changed. Our initial recommendation in the staff report has not changed. So take with that what you will. As far as what are the options for the next steps, option number 1 is if the council directs staff to file an objection, the Regional Planning Commission will consider the objection and issue its final determination of conformance or nonconformance. That decision can then be appealed to the Regional Planning Governing Board as necessary. Option number 2 is if council directs staff to not file an objection, the developer can appeal the case and then it would then go directly to the Regional Planning Governing Board on appeal. So just a little bit of background before you choose which option you would like. There were 4 regional planning commissioners that voted against the determination of conformance, and their reasons distilled down into 3 general areas. First, a lack of information about the pending Western Regional Water Commission water balance study for Cold Springs, and you've heard some commentary on that during public comment. Number 2, the regional transportation infrastructure is not in place. There may be uncertainty regarding timing or funding for construction of improvements, as well as the use of side roads. And number 3, meeting the compatibility finding should require taking into consideration the county's envisioned Washoe 2040 master plan. In the staff report, there is analysis in response to these 3 issues, and I can get into that further during questioning if you would like. So where are we at? Pursuant to NRS 278.0282 subsection 5, staff is recommending that council provide direction on whether or not to file an objection with the Regional Planning Commission. If directed to file an objection, this could include any subsequent appeals as necessary of the Regional Planning Commission's determination of nonconformance. So the motion is I move to provide staff direction on filing an objection, and it's either option 1 or option 2. Option number 1 again is if you direct staff to file an objection, we will file that. And we would also request that you provide authorization to subsequently appeal a determination of nonconformance directly to the Regional Planning Governing Board. Option number 2 is, again, you tell us not to file an objection, in which case the developer's appeal would move forward directly to the Regional Planning Governing Board. That's all I have for you.
Okay, thank you so much, Jeff. I am going to send it to the council member, to Councilmember Ebert. It is your ward. I think we're all familiar with this project and where we've been and how we got here. So I'm just going to send it right to you. And
Okay.
you're more than welcome to give a motion, whatever you want to do. So
Okay.
go ahead.
I'd like to talk about it a little bit. I do
ahead.
want to make a motion, but I have a question on the appeal process. If council does not file an appeal on this, has the Stonegate group already filed an appeal? Do they require us to file an appeal? Or is that something they can do on their own? Have they filed an appeal?
So the process is, if we recall, that when we go to the Regional Planning Commission or to TMRPA for a conformance review, the city is the applicant to that body, right?
I understand.
So
Yeah.
the process is we would object, if authorized, staff would object to the determination of nonconformance, with ideally an authorization to subsequently appeal that final decision. So that is the process. The applicant, it is my understanding that they have filed an appeal already. And
That was the piece I was looking for, is
Yeah.
if they have already filed an appeal.
That's my
These
understanding.
slides are very clear on, what the process would be. I just wasn't sure if they had already filed an appeal.
And they are here in the room, and I'm sure
Yeah.
they would be happy to speak to that.
Okay, so I was there that night, and I was also there for the Truckee Meadows Regional Planning Commission meeting prior to that, when this item was pushed back. I take my role as a council person very seriously, and I think that we're the body that makes sure that we represent the community and balance that with the needs and the desires of different developers and builders. With that in mind, I just do not see the necessary infrastructure we need to support this type of development with the way they've presented it currently. I think there's very legitimate concerns about water resources, the infrastructure to bring in Tumwa, also only having one access road in and out of that area, I think is a public safety hazard. I know that there was some discussions previously about paving North Virginia up in the Cold Springs area. That hasn't happened. I don't know if it'll ever happen, but due to these reasons and because of just kind of a consistent theme of not having the necessary infrastructure in that ward, my ward, I'm not going to be able to support this request for an appeal. It's just been, infrastructure comes later is something that we hear all the time, and for the community that lives out there, it's later. So we need to make sure that we have the infrastructure to support this type of development, and not bringing in Tumwa and using the groundwater there, I think can cause a serious problem for the residents in that community that are currently on groundwater wells. So I don't know if anybody else has any comments. Those are my comments.
Okay, thank you so much. All right. Councilman Dorr, go ahead.
Sure. Similar to my colleague here, my concern is the choice here, if I understand it, is either we file an objection, it goes back to regional planning, they reevaluate the criteria and whether they met the criteria, and then it still could be, and probably, well, it could be appealed to the governing board, correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay. And at this point, they already have appealed it. So if I understand it, option 2, if we direct our staff to not file the objection, then the developer can appeal their case. And you said they already have. Is that right?
That's the understanding at this point,
Okay.
yes.
Well, I'm going to come down on the side of option 2, and here's why. When it was heard by our planning commission, it did not pass muster, so they didn't get an approval, however you want to say that. It came to us. We had a very close vote. It was a 4-3. It wasn't a 5-2. It wasn't a 6-1. It wasn't a 7-0. It was a 4-3 vote. So the council was almost evenly split. It went to regional planning, and it did require majority, and it didn't pass muster there. So it didn't get an affirmative vote there. regional planning, right?
It required a supermajority. It was actually a
Supermajority.
5-4 in favor of
Right.
determination of conformance.
Right, but it didn't reach
But
its
it-
supermajority.
But it did not reach a supermajority.
I mean, that's fail, right? I mean, we have that requirement at other boards too. So we also heard how much the public is concerned about this project. So we also have heard from our manager how short-staffed we are. We just laid off, I believe, 6 people out of planning. And I guess I'm concerned about putting the extra burden on our own staff to go forward and advocate for this project when it's the developer's project. They're very competent to advocate on their own, and I would rather see them put forward their arguments to regional planning governing board than have our staff take a bunch of time, have to go to hearings, and advocate on something. You know, if we don't need to, it's been an operative thing, we don't need to. We don't need to. So that's where I am. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. If you don't mind, I'd like to get the applicant's representative or attorney up here because I want to make sure I am understanding what I'm going to be voting on. And the way I understand it isn't necessarily the merits of the project or the findings. So I need some clarification. So Councilwoman Dewar mentioned last time that this council was a close vote. I was on the affirmative side of that. So why would I vote differently now? What would something have had to change? And I also want to protect the city as far as legal challenges moving forward. If we were to not say we want to appeal this, what would be the next steps as far as, like, what does that look like for the city of Reno? Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Taylor. This is Josh Hicks, for the record. I'm with McDonald Carano. I'm representing Stonegate, and good afternoon to all of you. So thank you for the question. The process, we are here today because we're on a process question. This is not a redo of the merits of the application. It's how do we move forward on the process? So the process that's set forth in state statute is a little bit unusual, and I think it's important that the council fully understand it because option 2 up there, I don't want there to be a misunderstanding that that's the ideal or easy or usual option because it is not. So when you look at how regional planning commission decisions are appealed, you have to start with what Mr. Foster talked about, that the city is the applicant, not Stonegate. If Stonegate were the applicant, we would have been the applicant, but that's not the way that statute is written.
So we don't have a decision point to say city staff resources. We don't have those. Stonegate, you go to the appeal. We are the applicant.
That's
we
correct.
have to do it because of state
Yes,
law.
ma'am. You are, the city is the applicant, and that's the way the statute's lined up. Now, what the statute says is that if the applicant, the city, disagrees with the Regional Planning Commission decision, they have the right to file an objection. So I should say there are two entities that can file that objection. The city as the applicant, or what's called an affected entity under the statute. Now, what's important to note is affected entity is a defined term in statute. It does not include Stonegate. It's utilities, it's wastewater, it's solid waste providers, franchise holders. It's not Stonegate. So Stonegate.
So you couldn't file the appeal if you wanted to. Really.
Stonegate cannot appeal under the statute. Okay. So the appeal that we're talking about on option 2 is an appeal that is created under regional planning regulations. That's the same kind of appeal that the general public would have to file an appeal. So if you go that route, it takes things out of the usual procedure and the usual course. And that creates, I think, some serious procedural confusion for the city because now you have an applicant who has not filed an objection, but you have an appeal to the council, and it calls into question what is the role of the city at that point. And as far as I know, that has never been done. So I just want to make it clear that this appeal of option 2 is not the preferred course. It will cause procedural confusion. And it will, I think, actually burden the staff even more because it will put them in an awkward position of, are they supporting the council's 4-3 decision on this, or are they not?
Okay.
So
I'll probably have more questions, but I want to be
I
respectful.
hope that answered your question.
It does. Thank you.
Mr. Hicks, don't go away. So I want you to clearly articulate what the practical implications of procedural confusion are.
Thank you, Councilmember
Because
Anderson.
otherwise, that's
So
meaningless to
the
me.
usual, as I was mentioning, the usual procedure is that the applicant will actually file the objection and proceed through the normal course, which means going back to the Regional Planning Commission. And at that case, any party can appeal it up to the regional governing board. So that's the normal process. The procedural confusion would be if the applicant is not filing the objection, you're no longer under the statute. You're now operating kind of in a different area, and kind of an unprecedented area of appeals.
Okay, so let me just see if my non-legal brain is following you. So if we were to go with what you have stated is not the preferred option number 2 in your opinion, it's going to cause procedural confusion. If we decide not to object, project dies as the city is the applicant, and now you become the appealer to the governing board, correct?
I would not say the project dies.
Okay, that's what I'm wondering. Why does it matter?
The appeal proceeds up to the governing board, but the role of the city is now in question.
So why does that matter? I need to know why it matters.
Because it's outside of the usual course. Usually the city, in statute, contemplates that the city would be the applicant and that the city would be presenting this. And I don't want there to be any confusion that this means Stonegate is not advocating for its project. It is. Stonegate testified and provided a presentation at regional planning and will again. And Stonegate will advocate for things that the city is not going to advocate for. The city is really just looking at defending the 4-3 decision that was already made and looking at whether the Regional Planning Commission got that right in terms of their findings.
Okay.
Councilman Reese, I don't know if you have any questions?
I wanted to ask our legal counsel, Mr. Shipman or Mr. Hall, to weigh in here because obviously I was on the 4-3 side of the original decision, which then landed in the Regional Planning Commission. I did pay attention to and watch the Regional Planning Commission's discussion, and I'm not sure I agreed with it, but I don't understand the procedural nature of this decision.
Yeah, for the record, John Shipman from the City Attorney's Office. I generally agree with Mr. Hicks's analysis in terms of the affected entity piece. That's a little different than I understood it, but going back, I am reviewing it. So I think what's before the board today is that you can go back and ask for reconsideration in the form of this objection based upon what staff has provided. Or you can appeal the decision, would be the second point of that, and that would go directly to the regional governing board. Or you could not appeal, and then we're in a kind of an area that, Mr. Hicks, I agree with, it's kind of unprecedented in the sense that we haven't seen that happen in the past where the governing, like a city has walked away from an appeal, but that's potentially an option too. So does that assist you?
Well, I'm not sure it's entirely answered the question.
Okay.
Is there the vice mayor had asked, is there a legal risk to the city, right? It would seem to me that the most correct legal course of action is for the 4 individuals who voted for the original project to say, yes, they believe their decision was correct and that the Regional Planning Commission decision is contrary to its decision, and therefore we would appeal it. Is there some legal reason why that's not the case?
No, I generally would agree with that. I mean, the safest course, would be to continue with the course that the council has already.
Right, which the majority has done. Now, Ms. Dewar posited, and I'll ask you this question, that there was somehow like an allocation of staff resources that is required. Is this a legal issue?
That's not a legal issue per se. I mean, there's probably some nominal staff involvement going forward.
I think my prior colleague on the body would often say what the city council has voted on, it has voted on, and that is the decision, right? And so I think Ms. Breckis's words are true in this case as well. that the decision of this body was a 4-3 decision to support the Stonegate changes. And so that will be the same decision I arrive at and conclude is the appropriate legal one.
Okay.
Madam Mayor,
One more. Oh, go ahead.
thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Martinez.
Mr. Foster, I had a quick question for you. In your time with the city, how often have we been in this position where we have to have the decision whether or not to appeal a decision from the Regional Planning Commission on a conformance review?
It has only happened one time in the last several years, to my knowledge. So it's not, this is a very infrequent process that we even have to go to the Regional Planning Agency. It's even, of course, more infrequent that this type of scenario comes up. So yes, it's not a lot of precedent.
So it sounds like, as you mentioned, there isn't a lot of precedents, and the process, which is defined in state statutes, allows for the opportunity for us to make that determination whether we want to appeal to the Regional Planning Commission or not. Despite my last vote, I am concerned about presenting the same information to the same planning commission and it resulting in similar results. And ultimately, there's still having to be an appeal to the regional governing board that has to take place regardless of whether or not we decide to support staff moving forward with the appeal or not. And in the way that I am reading the revised statute 278.0282, subsection 6, it does mention that within 45 days after receipt of the appeal, the governing board shall consider that appeal and issue its decision, which must be made by the affirmative votes of a simple majority of its total membership. If the board affirms the determination of the commission, the affected entity or local governing board shall, within 60 days after the issuance of the decision, propose revisions to the plan and resubmit that plan together with those proposed revisions to the commission for review in accordance with the provisions of this section, which to me would allow for the opportunity for there to be other factors that the planning commission or the governing board could look at to make a different determination. I am just concerned with doing a round 2 with the Regional Planning Commission and it resulting in the same thing, and the appeal ultimately having to take place regardless of our decision here.
Would you like any thoughts on that, or? Okay, all right. So I think just in a general sense, this is the process. So, and the process is clear in statute about going back to the Regional Planning Commission. So in the state's infinite wisdom, at some point in time, they figured that this was the best way to go, so to send it back to the Regional Planning Commission. I would also point out that there is analysis in the staff report before you that does respond to the various concerns that the 4 regional planning commissioners had. So I'm not sure that it's exactly the same presentation or the same analysis that they would be considering. I do believe that there's the potential that the additional information that would come forth at that time could be brought to bear on some of those 4 planning commissioners' decisions.
Thank you.
Yeah. I just wanted to share that Stonegate did have some community meetings. I know that it's hard to let everybody know about these meetings, but they did. I went to 2 out of 3 of them. There was at least 40 people that attended both of them. It was also unanimous there that people were not in support of these changes. And I was really disappointed, I've mentioned this before, to see that Stonegate not make any changes based off of community feedback, my feedback, especially with them taking the time to have these community meetings. So I'm just really disappointed in that. I also still have concerns about using the city's limited resources to file an appeal when the developer can file their appeal on their own, whether they have or haven't yet. We shouldn't let, procedural guidelines dictate how we should vote on it. And I agree with Councilmember Martinez and Councilmember Reese that, if we're to expect the same vote here, why wouldn't we expect the same vote there? It's the same body hearing the same project twice. I sincerely doubt that the people that voted no are going to feel satisfied with the road access we have now. So I just want to say that I'm ready to make a motion. I don't know if anybody else has anything to say, but, one more question. Is this technically an appeal, or would this be a request for reconsideration by the body?
So per NRS statute, it's called an objection. So
Okay.
the appeal would be the one that goes to the Regional Planning Governing Board.
Okay.
This would be an objection. It's just a matter of semantics.
So this is it would be a rejection, and it would still be appealed to the Regional Governing Board regardless, right? It sounds like there is a process for that.
There is a process, but the Regional Planning Commission, if staff objects, which is a simple memo, this is not an inordinate amount of time spent preparing a memo. But if staff objects, based on your direction, then it would go to the Regional Planning Commission, and they could make a determination of conformance, in which case it would then, of course, not be appealed automatically to the Regional Planning Governing Board. But if they make a determination of nonconformance, then what staff is requesting is that your motion today then allow us to automatically appeal it to the Regional Planning Governing Board versus having to come back to you for another authorization. And that was the precedent that was established on previous situations where we've brought, to your point, Commissioner, regarding how frequent this comes up. It doesn't come up all that frequently.
Yeah.
But the process has been in the past that we seek your approval to automatically appeal a finding of nonconformance.
Okay. Well, I think that this project would benefit by making some accommodations based off of community feedback. The community has shown that they're willing to work on this. They were a huge part of the process for the PUD. I think it's a shame that they weren't involved more in this change. So I'm going to go ahead and make a motion.
Do you mind, can we do another round of comments? Okay. Oh. Okay. I needed a little bit more clarification. Yeah.
Yeah, I just didn't want a hot mic moment for everybody to discuss later over cocktails. So I just want clarification. Okay, thank you. On the audience, so it's really the audience is what it sounds like, that we get in front of whether we make one decision or the other decision. And I just want to make sure I'm understanding this correctly. If we do file an objection, then it goes up back to the Regional Planning Commission, right? That's the audience that the applicant, or is it the city, is going to go back, and is our burden to provide information that would have the Planning Commission make a confirming or non-confirming decision, correct? So it's the audience. If we chose number 2 to not file an objection, then the applicant becomes the developer, and they go directly to the governing board, and they bypass the committee that actually voted to non-conform.
Yes.
My question to you is, which one of those audiences do you prefer?
It's not about the audience that I prefer. I mean, to the point of we're going to have the same vote again. So to have it go to a different.
Let me rephrase that question.
Yeah.
What gives you and your community the best opportunity to work with the applicant, which, if it wasn't the city, the actual developer, to make any of these changes that you're requesting?
Well, I did speak with legal about this, could we make changes at this point in the process? And we can't, because it's already gone through these things. The best opportunity for my community is for them to go through the process, take feedback, make changes based off of that. I think that going to the same body again is going to get the same results. If it's going to go anywhere, I think it should go to a different body that's the final decision on it, personally. But I really just want them to be good community members and take feedback and make changes. I think that's something that could have been done with specific requests for changes with the PUD instead of just throwing it all out. And I think that's where a lot of the frustration comes from the community out there, that it goes from a very specific plan to a lot of uncertainty. But the only thing we do know is we don't have a lot of water in the basin. We don't have a lot of access points. And until that's something that's changed or maintained in the PUD, that we keep that TUMWA infrastructure, there's just too much uncertainty for the community as it stands.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Thank you. Again, I'm going to ask the question again, but I'm going to ask it in a different way. And whoever, our legal team, your legal team, can answer it. The city of Reno had a 4-3 vote. What is the risk to the city of Reno if we change that vote moving forward? What does that look like as far as precedent? Is there a risk to the city? Does it matter? Because I didn't hear you say anything like, this is a big deal, it's not a big deal if the vote changes. And then my other concern is, if it does go back to Regional Planning Commission, I think based on all of the materials that I heard, that some of those reasoning from the planning commissions weren't even pertinent to the findings that they were supposed to be making. So some commissioners said they don't, like the land use of data centers. That was not what they were supposed to be looking at. The city of Reno will determine what the land use is going to be at that time. So that's not what we're talking about right now. We will make that decision. So what is the risk to the city if we don't approve this?
Okay, so, yeah, from a starting point, what the statute gives is the ability for the city to appeal. So I just want to start with that. So you don't have to appeal, whatever happens, but you have the ability to determine whether to appeal or not. So I want to start with that.
But if no new information has presented to this body, why would we change our vote?
Well, I would maybe differ on, I think new information has been presented to the body in the form of the staff report that's in front of you that addresses the critiques, the RPC. So essentially what you're doing today is you're augmenting the record that the Regional Planning Commission.
So how important is that record, Jonathan? That's what I'm trying to get at.
In a
when
land
he's saying
use-
that we're going to mess up the precedent,
Yeah.
we're going to mess up, what does that mean?
Yeah, so, and from a land use standpoint, as we know, I mean, we make determinations, or the council makes a determination on a land use item. The record is critical to everything. The record is what will go to a court potentially if it gets appealed for a judicial review, that a court will decide whether or not the city did the reasonable thing, did the thing that was, there was substantial evidence in the record. So what the importance of that is this is the same process, but kind of going up through a regional body as well. So what you have in front of you today is kind of the feedback that staff has relative to the comments that the RPC made, that you're taking issue with, and that'll supplement the record. And then, but you as a body have the ability, number one, to send it back and object or reconsider however you want to, and force the RPC to deal with those talking points, and make their record. Or you have the ability to appeal directly to the governing board. I think at the end of the day, I as an attorney, we like to see a full record that has everything in it, and so that would be to lower the risk of a court deciding that what the city did was arbitrary and capricious. Having your reasons in there, like the staff report and things that you say today, is important to lower the city's risk, if that's helpful.
It is, thank you.
Yep. Okay, go right ahead. And then I'm
Yeah,
gonna send
just
it
to be
you.
clear, so it's not, I want to characterize this, it's not, we always do it this way. First of all, Jeff, you said it's happened one time in your tenure, right, before? Maybe it's happened one time in someone else's tenure before you, but it's not a regular occurrence, and there is no regular answer. I mean, we have to give our answer based on the facts in front of us each time. Otherwise, we wouldn't even be asked this question. I mean, it would just be automatic. We would just automatically, the process would be different. So we're being asked a real question. Do we want to file an objection and go back in front of the Planning Commission and rehear it? And now that we heard what the objections are, we get to add all this other information in. I mean, it's like a second shot at the apple, I guess. I mean, the application is what the application is, and whether the developer appeals or the public appeals, because so many people have objected, there probably will be an appeal there too. It's just whether we're going to be involved, and our staff are going to argue the objection and argue these findings of fact and so on, or whether we're leaving it to the developers. So we're being asked a question, yes, no. It's not like a fake question, like we automatically do something. We're asking a real question. There is no really regular answer. It happens so infrequently. And in this case, I'd rather that developer carry their case. They feel passionate about their project. Let them go do their thing. So
I thought we would have staff involved either way. Did I miss that? Would staff be involved in the process either way? Because I want to make sure I understand.
I think
on one hand, they're arguing the case at the Regional Planning Commission, right?
Well, Jeff said that it wasn't intense. I'm just making sure I hear.
So,
It's a good question.
so to clarify, if it goes through the normal process,
The
which is
normal-
option number one.
Okay.
The normal process as outlined by statute, which says go back to the Regional Planning Commission.
Well, it doesn't really say that. It gives us a choice, doesn't it?
It's a choice to make that, but the process, if you make that choice, that's what
There
happens.
you go.
Yeah.
Okay.
If it goes to Regional Planning Commission, if you make that choice.
Yep.
So staff would then, of course, continue to be part of the process, okay? And it's a minor amount to submit the memo, and then it's a going to the hearing.
Right.
Okay?
But you're the arguing at the hearing.
Yes. So
Okay.
what is unknown, as Mr. Hicks pointed out earlier in response to your questions, Councilmember Taylor, is what does that process look like if you pursue option number 2? And the answer is we don't know.
So it's not like we're saying option 1, staff, you have to work on this. Option 2, no staff work on that. We just don't know. I want to be clear when I'm assigning resources.
It is unknown what staff's involvement would be if the applicant, or sorry, the developer, because again, the applicant is currently the city. If the
Okay.
developer appeals directly to the Regional Planning Governing Board, because that's a process that there's no really precedent, according
Okay,
to Mr. Hicks.
I just want to make sure
it's
with
unknown what
resource-wise
staff's
when I
involvement
make.
would be.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Councilwoman, I'm going to send it back to you. Councilwoman Ebert.
Yeah. I would like to take option 2 and make a motion to not file an objection, considering the developer can and likely will, if they haven't already, file an appeal to the Truckee Meadows Regional Governing Board.
Okay. So I have a motion, I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Just
No,
a
go
little
ahead,
discussion.
sorry. Discussion, go right ahead.
Okay, Councilwoman Ebert, I am prepared to support your motion. I just want to get on the record that nothing has changed from my original affirmative vote. The information that came forward doesn't materially change my vote in affirmation for the project originally. I am supporting you and your community in the way that you would like us to move forward this way. I just want to make sure that the record reflects that I did not find anything in this additional staff report that would have changed my original vote. I just want to make sure that you know that that's clear.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, thank you. Okay, so I have a motion, I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion-
Nay.
Motion carries. I'm going to send it back to you, Madam Clerk, for a roll call.
Vice Mayor Taylor?
No?
Councilmember Dewar?
Aye.
Councilmember Martinez?
Aye.
Councilmember Ebert?
Aye.
Councilmember Reese?
Aye.
Councilmember Anderson?
Aye.
Carries unanimously, 6-1, or sorry,
Nope.
6-1.
And I'm a yes.
Yes. Oh, sorry, I did
I'm
skip
an
you,
aye.
Mayor Sheedy.
Sorry, I'm an aye.
I did skip you.
Okay, then motion passes. Okay.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to ask everyone to get up for, we're going to take actually a 10-minute break. I need everyone to get something to eat, and then we're going to wrap up the rest of this council meeting. But I think we all feel better when we get up and move our legs. We're only halfway done? No. No, we're gonna be. I'm going to call this meeting back to order. Madam Clerk, thank you so much. Okay, we are now heading into item C3, and I am really excited for this presentation. Do we have any public comment for item C3?
No, this item is for discussion only.
Okay, great. So we have Chief Nance here with the most incredible, what I think one of the most incredible initiatives that we do at the city, and we have the most team. I'm really excited for this presentation because I don't think we have ever had a most presentation, and it's so important now more than ever, but I'm going to let you girls have the floor. Take it away.
Really quick, I just need to note for the record that we're reconvening at 4:20.
We are.
And Councilmember Reese is not present.
Okay, sounds good.
About what we do with our most team. Over to Christy Butler to really talk about what we do and the nitty gritty of it, and then we can answer all the questions you have too. As you said, we have a phenomenal program. We really do have something that's very unique that works really well within our city. And one of the things to keep in mind with this is, unlike some other programs, our program is funded by our city. It's something that the council puts forward in our budget. It's something that we feel is necessary to have. And that gives us a lot of latitude and freedom on how we deploy and how we use those resources. Some other places have other constraints that we don't have as big. So we're really excited about what we have because we can always switch and change and use people as we need them and then really adapt our program to what's happening currently and in the moment. And that, I think, is the most important part of it. We have a mission statement with our mobile outreach safety team is what MOST stands for. And it's really committed to partnering with our department, city, regional partners, and private entities to create a safe city by providing the highest level of police and mental health services. And it's really a collaborative effort, and I think that's really important. You're going to hear a lot more about that. The MOST teams assigned to our support services, they work under they work with CAO very closely, the community action and outreach. Those are a lot of our MET teams, so our mobile engagement teams, the people that you see walking around, people that help with clean and safe and cleanups, just a lot of different things that kind of fall into that bucket. But it's assigned to a CA lieutenant, which is currently Lieutenant Johnson, and Captain Hallert is the captain that oversees it. So we have a really good team here that rounds out everything that we do. And so for us, it's really about how we deploy. It's a unique deployment model to make sure that we capture everything we need. So during the day shift times, you'll see a MOST clinician with an officer. So a MOST clinician will be with the police officer, and they're doing follow-ups. They can provide support to police personnel as it comes in. And then on the swing shift hours, they self-deploy, which means that they can look at where are the needs that are happening, listening to the radio, where do officers need the most, and then also do that follow-up that might have come in the overnight or the night before when they can reach out to people that need help. So we have two different approaches that work really well for us, and we also, like I said, we can adapt and change. So it's efficiency, flexibility, and making sure that we get the community the timely mental health support that we need. And at that point, I'm going to turn it over to Christy Butler to talk about some of the responsibilities.
All right.
All right, which one here? Oh, sweet. So we have 3 clinicians and myself. I'm also a clinician, and these are our hours of when we are in operation. So we currently have 3 shifts covered during the week. We are going to switch our shifts. We have Wednesday to Saturday swing shift covered right now, and we are going to currently change that from Sunday to Wednesday swing shift. And so Wednesday to Saturday in the evenings will not be covered. So this is kind of what our responsibilities are. So we respond with officers to calls. We, like Chief was saying, our day shift clinicians ride with an officer, but then our swing shift and day shift, when we do not have an officer, they are able to go to the calls themselves in city-owned vehicles and respond when officers request them through dispatch. So they are never on scene without law enforcement there, and that's for their safety. So we conduct welfare checks, we try and do crisis de-escalation and risk assessments, and the main goal is to connect our individuals with the resources that they need. Okay, so more responsibilities are supporting our officers on scene.
So we want to be that resource for law enforcement. So one of the things that is amazing, having a clinician on scene, is that they learn from us. They learn our verbiage and they learn about resources in the community, which is awesome. We also participate in collaborative diversion efforts within the community. We are part of competency court, mental health court. We try and give the information from our experiences with the individuals in the community to those court systems so that they can better serve them as well. We also are part of the crisis intervention training. So all of the new officers that are in the academy, we have a big role in trying to educate them about resources in our community as well as crisis de-escalation. So for last year, the MOST team had almost 3,000 contacts. Out of 3,000 contacts, we only did 198 mental health crisis holds. That's all. So when the MOST team does a crisis hold on these individuals, it's serious. It means we are very concerned about their well-being. We had 119 of those were suicidal, 73 were for self-care, and 6 were for homicidal. The majority now of our contacts are almost by phone. And that is, and the chief will be able to explain this a little better, the difference in our response to suicidal calls. So our team does a lot of that by phone now.
Is that normal? Is that like, are you supposed to do it that way?
Yeah, I can touch on this a little bit. So,
I mean, that just seems weird, so.
well, we did a lot of work around how and so like we said, this is a partnership between law enforcement and our clinicians. And one of the things that we really worked hard on is ensuring that when we respond to a call of a suicidal subject, especially a subject that is maybe alone, so they're not threatening harm to other people, there's nobody else in the house, it's them by themselves. A lot of research and studies have found that if you have a violent confrontation with that person, with law enforcement, we can force a violent interaction by being the ones that are confronting that person in their time of crisis and need, especially if they're in a place where they're alone and armed. And that's not something that we want to do. And that's called, we hear the term suicide by cop. And so it's an opportunity sometimes for suicidal people to create that interaction that they know will end in the officers shooting them. And our goal is not to push somebody into a suicide or create a violent interaction. We want to save our officers to not have to be into that situation, 1, and 2, we want to provide that help if needed. But a lot of times those calls are done by people that are in crisis in the moment, but they also maybe have drugs on board or alcohol on board. And so reasoning with them in that time, we do try and we'll work through it. But if we can't get to them in that moment, we then follow up the next day. So maybe it's a call where a person's alone in their house, they're saying they're suicidal. We feel that if we go there, that nobody else is in danger. We're gonna push that violent interaction to a point that isn't gonna be safe for the officers or that person. That's where the most clinicians are able to follow up the following day with that person by phone and say, hey, what's going on? What help do you need? Where are you at now? And then provide those extra resources. So it's a change in how we've done our response to suicidal subjects. But by having the most clinicians aware of everything that we're doing, we don't let any of those calls slip through the cracks. We can then follow up with them when they're in a place where they're more apt or able to receive that treatment and that care, but they're not maybe in that crisis mode right then. And so that's why we see with the total contacts, by the phone ones that are done, we've not forced a violent interaction. We're able to follow up with them the next day and then say, hey, what kind of resources do you have? So it's that secondary care space.
Okay.
It sounds a little bit weird,
it
but
sounds
it's
weird,
the total
but then it makes
picture.
sense because I think people in time of crisis can feel very threatened and then that can make it worse. So.
And we don't know what the exact intentions are, and we don't want to force that violent
All right.
interaction. So that's the real goal there, is to make sure that we're still reaching people, we're still providing all of the care that's needed, but we're doing it in a time and a space that makes the most sense for their care. And again, we can always adapt, and we still do respond to those calls if needed.
Okay. I'm sorry, Christy, go ahead. I bet you were not finished.
Good.
Are you?
Good.
Go ahead.
Actually, Chief, you're up next.
So sorry.
The future goals of MOST.
So I'm not next. Then we'll follow up some questions. So the future goals, what are we looking at? What's our goal of expanding this into the program? So obviously, our goals are always to continue to expand the program, to provide more coverage and care as we can. So we do have long-term plans and build out that when financially we're able to, we can add into the additional caseworkers, we can add into additional clinicians and do more in-depth case management. But one of the things I'm really excited about, and you're going to hear more about this come October, we've been working really hard on a voluntary mental health registry. And that's an opportunity for people in our community to say, I have a good example of this would be, I have a parent that has dementia, or they might wander away from their home, or they might not know who they are. Maybe they call the police frequently. The loved one for this person can put their name and information into a mental health registry for us. It's completely voluntary. It's not the police putting the information in. It's either the person themselves or a loved one of the person or a caretaker to say, this is what was needed when you respond to that call for service. So we're really excited to do that. It's really been shown in other communities for maybe nonverbal autistic people, a person that's nonverbal or autistic for them to put that in the system. So when the officers go, they know what they're dealing with when they get there. If it's a person that's threatened suicide in the past, we know what we're responding to and gives us some additional information. So that rollout's going to happen in October. It's really new to our community. It's new for the organization. I'm very excited for that. Christy and the team have done a lot of work on how to make that successful. And then always adding and expanding hours and support for the needs of the community. And then adding in additional caseworker assigned to programs to make sure that we're doing that. And we didn't touch on it, and I think you can, talking about our work with the other teams that provide mental health work in the county. I think you can touch on that a little bit more also on what we're doing and making sure that we're touching all of that and making sure that we're working very well together. And then we
I'm
can take
really
questions.
disappointed. I don't think the council knows the background, the story here. And what I mean by this is, Christy, it looked very different. The newer members probably don't realize that at one time, everyone was sort of rowing in the same direction.
Yes.
Can you talk a little bit what it looked like then, what it looks like now? And the reason why it's super important, this is your space, you know it really, really well. She is an expert. Everyone sings your praises like nobody's business. And because my goal is to make it better, I think we are actually maybe making things a little more difficult. And then at the end, I'll tell everyone why, to circle back, that I would like their support on this mental health initiative. But go ahead, Christy, and give them a little bit of background, please.
So when I first started, it was back in 2011, 2012. We were under a state grant. So there were 3 of us for the entire county. Then we transitioned with the help of Sheila Leslie from the state to Washoe County Human Services.
Yeah, we worked hard.
Yes. And so it was also under a grant. So at that time, I had 4 clinicians, a case manager, and myself. We still supported all 3 law enforcement agencies. So I would have 1 clinician on at a time, sharing between each law enforcement agency. Sparks PD said, I'm not sharing anymore. So they got funding to get their own MOST team. Our PD said, no, we're not sharing anymore. We want to have a clinician full-time. So they got their funding. And then the county grant is now with Washoe County Sheriff's Office. So each department has their own MOST team, and each department is run a little differently.
Mm-hmm. It's very fragmented. And this, honestly, this is a mental health initiative. It should be entirely under the county, under your supervision. Explain to me the structure now that you have at Reno Police. I think that has changed. We've had a couple of incidences, and Chief Nance, I can't remember if you were there, but JW was, but where we have had certain individuals really challenging, and it's changed to what it was, which does concern me, because I think you're a little bit limited based on the structure. So talk a little bit about that.
Well, I think, so for us, our jurisdiction is the city of Reno. And with each MOST team, we are limited by our jurisdiction. but the city of Reno has the most calls for service. Our lovely downtown has a lot of calls that the most responds to. Our model is a little different. From my experience riding with law enforcement, I would be with patrol, and we're driving down the road, maybe going to a call, and then there's a traffic accident. And that officer has to deal with the traffic accident, and I would sit in the car, or I would help however needed.
Yeah.
We all wore uniforms. So I would wear a vest, I'd have a uniform on, and I would take 5 to 10 minutes explaining to the person in crisis, I swear, I'm not law enforcement. Look, I'm not law enforcement.
Yeah.
You know, I'm a therapist.
Right.
So I was lucky enough to be able to, when I started with RPD, let them, or have them allow us to not wear uniforms. So we are the only team that does not wear uniforms. So when we go on calls, that's why the officers are with us. And if it's a critical incident, they have a vest with them if they need it. And they're able to deploy themselves. So that limits them being stuck with patrol on calls that they shouldn't be on. And they're able to handle any call. And then as soon as they're done with that call, they're able to go to another call and manage that call.
And the reason I ask, and I would like for, let me ask one question, this is going to be really important. How much of this is related also, do you see, to opioid use, drug use? Can you give me?
It's significant.
It's significant.
Very, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, so drug use is a huge problem that we encounter. And the problem is that lots of times that substance use mimics mental health. And so determining the appropriate resources, it can be difficult at times. Yeah.
And the reason I asked that, and I will have JW look at it, but I would like to allocate our opioid funds to getting another clinician for you. I think there needs to be a conversation with the county, because we're continuing to be fragmented where it, and I mean, I thought it worked really well when everyone was together, cohesive. We were building mental health as a priority. Now we have fragmented it again. I mean, we go up like this and we go down like this. It's constant. And it seems to be always on the back burner. And this should be a wake-up call to cities across America, that this should be the #1 priority to invest in, to fund every step of the way, because I'm sure most of your calls, Chief Nance, are most of them mental illness and addiction, a lot of them. And so I would just like to ask the council for support to allocate. Now, listen, here's the problem. You might get those funds, you might not. And with that being said, that means that you might not be able to afford that person. We could afford to do it 1 year, and that means every year you're going to have to come back. Now, they should trickle in, and I think we can do a set aside. But that's what worries me the most, is not having enough resources. I think there's a long-term discussion here with the county on how we deploy mental health services, because we're going to continue to pay for it, but that's what those funds are directly related to. The other thing is, I would say they would also stipulate on making sure, Christy, that you are the oversight, because officers and clinicians are very, very different, and you're both working together. But I think it always has been, from what I remember, that you, I think it has to be separate, but also in your purview. Because I think now, the way it is, do you have a police officer, is Hallert? Who is it?
Captain Hallert?
Yeah. Who do you report to?
I report to Lieutenant Johnson.
Okay. I would like her to report directly to you, because I think that we could do a much better job of figuring out what the biggest priorities are when it comes to using this money, getting another body for you. And the thing that frustrates me is mental health is not 9 to 5, and we treat it like it is. It's 24/7. But it could really, really help. And the reason I know this is we have been involved in some very complicated cases recently, and I have been frustrated with the lack of resources that we have, and that, again, broader discussion with the county. But if we have the opportunity to have these funds to go to that, it would be probably a very, very wise decision. So
I would like to point out that we do work closely with the othermost teams. We talk with them, we engage with them We try and meet monthly for what we call familiar voices.
Yeah.
So we do have our familiar voices that may be downtown Reno, but then go to Sparks for a little bit, go to county for a little bit, especially at the jail. The clinicians up there with the most team are engaged in the jail a lot more now. And so we send them a lot of emails saying, hey, we have this person coming up. This is what we're thinking. This is their family member who's very concerned about them, and give them that information. So we do all try and collaborate and do the best that we can, especially with the individuals that cross each jurisdiction.
And I'm grateful that you guys all work together. I just, Health and Human Services is under the county, and they typically don't want to pay or continue to skirt their responsibility. They should wake up and look at the national news. Things are bad, and we need to invest in it. And our community will continue to be at risk if we allow people to continue to. And here's why I say this. I've been in many police chiefs' meetings, and let me just tell you, the problem is that we continue to let repeat offenders out onto the streets. And that means that all we've done is stress and strain our police department. And you know what they do? They go like this over and over and over and over again. And so I just have to tell you, I just don't have any tolerance for it anymore. And I'm going to bring an initiative to this council, and we'll see where it goes. But I'm going to be pretty vocal about it because the way that this is fragmented, rolled out, it's as if mental health doesn't exist. I don't know if it's because it's got such a stigma, but you can't bury your head in the sand anymore. So I'm going to be pushing to make sure that the county does pay for mental health services. They get the money for that. I hope everyone understands. When that money comes to the state, it gets funneled to the county. We never see it, and that's problematic. And I'm tired of our police being stressed and strained over and over and over again because they have a job to protect our citizens. So anyway, I'll get off my soapbox. That's why I wanted the most here, so everyone could understand their role, how this works, how underfunded, under-resourced they really are.
If I can just add, I think it's important. I agree with everything you're saying as far as where we need the support the most. And we are never going to not have a need to have our most team and our clinicians with us and respond to calls, because there's always going to be in the moment crisis. Where we are feeling overburdened, and I think that Christy can attest to this, is the people that we work really hard to get them help or to get them through a place, and then they're back in maybe even a worse state ever because of what we're dealing with. So we will always need this mental health clinician collaboration that we have. And I think that we have, and you've identified a few of the things, I think you maybe downplayed it a little bit on some of the things that you guys do so well, is the need for them to be present, to be able to be in that moment, to deal with that crisis intervention, which is what they're the absolute best at. Where officers need their help is them showing up, looking like a clinician, being ready to provide that support, being ready to be there in the moment. Where the failures come from is not from them or from the police department, it's from that repeat offender place, where offender maybe isn't the right word, but that person that needs that significant mental health help from either after being involved in a criminal act or being taken into a custody and in a behavioral health center for a significant hold, and then they're out before they're really truly ready to be functioning in our society. And that's where we struggled the most with, that's where we see the most violent interactions with, and that's where we see the most dangerous people. But we're going to always need our most clinicians to be there with us, to be able to help us respond to those calls. Having them there more is the goal. Having more of them there and present and able to respond is the need. Because one of their jobs is also to help train us, to help train the law enforcement officers to be more effective in their response. And then that takes some time. It's a big department. It takes a lot of time for training. And so we do need more people. We need more help. But I am very proud of the program that we have here, that we've built, that is different than our other local law enforcement partners. And I want to continue this while still working with them. And I think we're doing a really good job of.
Mm-hmm. Okay, last but not least, this is a Band-Aid.
100%.
This is a Band-Aid.
Yep.
Right? Because really, what's the long-term solution? The long-term solution is investing in long-term care. There are people that are living on our streets that might never, ever be able to live in society and are going untreated. And then it puts the rest of the community at risk. And then it's the cycle. And it's no wonder police are burnt out, right? It's this constant cycle. So it's incredibly frustrating. And I'm sad to say, we need a long-term plan with counties and federal governments to build those facilities to make sure that, because otherwise it's just like this, but also accountability too with our judicial system, right? So we've talked about this and we're very frustrated. We're working on it, but I just think if there's one place that we can spend some of this opioid money, it should be in helping Christie's department.
Absolutely. The crisis intervention side of this is what's most important, and I think that that's where they're really strong places and their good work shines through. But crisis intervention can't be day-to-day and prevention also. We need that. We need something that fixes it, not the Band-Aid piece. But we will do the crisis intervention. We'll always do that. That's our job. And that's what we as first responders want to take on and want to handle, but we really do need that help in that long-term care because it's frustrating for all of us.
Okay. This was only for discussion. Yeah, discussion only. I would just like to ask to bring it back for some allocation of funding. So we could do that at another meeting. But do you have some questions? Go ahead.
Yeah. I'm going to just basically piggyback on kind of what you were saying, Mayor. The work you do, first of all, is amazing, and it's very important, and we have to continue doing it. I'm trying to thread the needle here between a presentation that we had earlier today with property tax and services, and this isn't so much a question, but I imagine you're paid out of the general fund, and like Mayor said, the city does not receive any money for these services. So I guess I'm going to ask city manager at some point to look at what it takes to run these services. And as Mayor said, we can't stop doing this. This is something that we have to do, but we have to have some sort of equity in the fiscal place too, to make sure that we can still be providing them. So this, it says critical county government services from property tax, homeless services, senior services, adult and child services, public health services. The county gets money for these services. Do you know who doesn't get money? The city of Reno. So I think as we're looking towards our budget and ways that we can try and be responsible and equitable, it would be interesting to see what we are spending on this and ask our partners at the county, hey, help us out. This is something we got to do. Yeah, absolutely. And then I do have a question. So how do we call you? We don't get to call and get a MOS team, right? We have to call the non-emergency number or something and hope that you're assigned, right? There's not enough of you.
Right. So 911 or non-emergency. We also have a referral for emails that comes in from different agencies, parents, officers on graveyard because we're not available on graveyard. And so,
which is problematic too, because I live downtown and I'm walking down the streets and I see somebody that needs help immediately. You call the non-emergency number, they're out doing other things based on the priority. So you guys are just, like you said, you might have to be at a car wreck or a traffic accident.
And we only have one clinician on at a time. Wednesdays, we kind of overlap, but that's when we meet, and but otherwise, one clinician.
The crisis center, where we could. And the fact that closed is.
I'm very appreciative of the work that you do, and I'm not trying to lessen. I'm just saying let's get some more financial resources to make sure that you guys have what you need to be helping people. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Super worked up on this one. But I also think I have sat here, how long have we sat here, Naomi?
Time.
We have sat here a long time.
You personally have sat
And we
here
have asked for
12 years.
cooperation and with our partners. It's better but it's still falling on deaf ears. And like I said, I think everyone better wake up if they're watching what's happening nationally with mental illness and mass shootings and you don't think that this should be the top priority in your city? It's unbelievable. Anyway, Christy, thank you so much. We'll bring this back to another meeting. I want to make sure you have funds allocated. And I'm excited for you to work directly with Chief Nance. Again, it is the #1 priority in at least until I'm here for another year, and then someone else can have a different priority. But until I'm here, I want to make sure we do everything we possibly can to stop from, repeat offenders, putting the rest of the community at risk. It's really, and themselves, quite frankly. But thank you for all you do. Okay, Madam Clerk, we're moving on.
Did Councilmember Ebert, did you have comment?
Yeah, I was just going to add on, but I don't know if we.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. Sorry.
It's okay.
I spent 7 years on that crisis center, and look what happened. It was
Yeah.
open for what? 3 weeks? I mean, we didn't even give it a shot.
Yeah.
So anyway, sorry. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
no. I was just going to say, we've been trying to figure out how to solve these problems for a long time, and I haven't been on council that long yet, but it's been frustrating for me too, and I know that Chief Nance has been trying to find ways to help with this, and I appreciate your work on it. And I know I've expressed a lot of frustration with the county not filling more of this gap where they should, that RPD ends up being the catch-all, and these are services that should be provided by the county. They receive a large portion of our property tax revenue to do this, and I just want to say thank you for.
We just saw that.
Yeah.
We just saw it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I want to thank you for the work that you do, and I hope that we can find a way to get additional funding, either from the county or at the federal level. But more than that, I think that, it should go to the appropriate people. I don't think it's appropriate that RPD should have to respond to so many of these types of calls. It should be specialized teams. It should be social workers to help people. And I know the ordinance that, allows unhoused people to be arrested, I was not supportive of that because of this, that it puts the financial burden back on the city of Reno for something that should be handled through a mental health situation. And it does just kind of pick people up, then kick them out, and pick them up and kick them out because they don't have the resources they need to get out of the situation that they're in. So I just want to say thank you for your work on that. I know you've really run into some barriers too, so I appreciate everything that you do. Thank you.
And everything you said is absolutely true, and it falls in line with what our plan is, which is having clinicians there to support the officers when they have to respond to calls that really necessarily aren't police-related, but also to provide that service to our community for people that call 911 that have threatened suicide, that we have the ability to get somebody to help them in any way that we can, because it does lessen our burden. And if we had 100 more Christies, we'd find work for them, I promise you that. And I do think that we have one of the best models around, and in my law enforcement experience, one of the best models that I have ever seen for the police collaboration with mental health response, which is unique and different, but it can build, we can always grow on it, but the model is there to do it. We just need a bigger program. And then there's other places where that other businesses and other community places that should be helping us with mental health also. So it's not just us, but it is that collaboration that is needed for law enforcement.
Is the county collaborating with you guys? Is that something, discussions that we need to have more of? But do you feel like you're getting support where you need there? Are there ways that we can advocate? We're talking about doing things regionally.
In the day-to-day call for service realm, I think we just need more. We need more of our clinicians being there with our officers, being one-on-one. Where we really do need the collaboration from the county is through the jail systems, when people get out of jail, through the court system of ensuring that people that are not mentally well and they need to get help to stand trial or to deal with criminal cases, and we're talking violent criminals that sometimes are let out of jail that should not be.
That's horrific.
For the judicial system, because we don't have the resources in this community to provide the ability to get people ready to stand trial. It's a very huge issue that we face here. It's something that was new to me when I got here. I didn't understand it.
But
I
we
don't
need,
understand.
we need to fix it.
I
and
don't
that's where we
understand. They
need the help.
committed a crime. I don't understand.
It
What
baffles
is the
me also,
problem?
and the problem is that if somebody commits a crime, and we'll talk about a violent crime, we're not talking low-level crimes, that's a whole different conversation.
Mm-hmm.
But let's talk about a violent crime, and then they're determined not to be sane to stand trial. They're not competent to stand trial because of their mental capacity at that time. There is not a place to rehabilitate that person to get them ready to stand trial. We're not talking about criminality that's based on insanity. That's a different legal definition, like somebody's found guilty by the reason of insanity or not guilty for the reason of insanity. That's different. We're talking about people that commit a crime, but they're not competent either due to their mental state or drug use to stand trial. We do not have the ability here to rehabilitate them, to make them stand trial for that crime. We're talking about violent crimes. And that is not something that we are going to fix. That is something our state has to fix. It's something that financially we have to put money into, because what ends up happening is people that are not safe for our community to deal with are put out on the street from the jail because there's no place to rehabilitate them.
Yeah.
And that's a disservice to them. It's a disservice to our community. It is shown on the national media. You see it in other places. We have to be cognizant that that is happening here, and we need to find a way to fix it.
Yeah.
And that is not how officers respond to crimes. This is a much bigger conversation that city manager and I have had, the mayor and I have had. I've had this with a lot of people in our community, that until that gets fixed, we are going to continue to see these violent acts that are going to put our officers in danger and every one of us in danger, because there is not a place to rehabilitate somebody so they can stand trial.
Doesn't that fall on the judicial system, Chief Nance?
It falls on our mental health systems, the lack of a mental health hospital or an overcrowding of a mental health hospital, a place that hasn't been funded by our state. It's not a priority for whatever reason.
Yeah.
We have to get these people help. It's a disservice to them, quite frankly.
Okay, well, here we go.
Now I got on a soapbox. Why'd you do that to me?
I know. I'm sorry, but
It's okay.
I'm so glad you brought it up, because I'm so tired of it. If I'm tired of it, your officers over here are
100%.
tired of it and tired of it and tired of it.
Yep.
So here's what I want to do, because it is on the judicial side. And if I am correct, for the court, Reno Municipal Court, we fund that, correct? That is under our funding and our purview. And I would just say, moving forward, I bet this council has the ability to not fund that if they don't want to do their jobs. And that being said, I think we should put on the agenda, City Manager Jackie, that they come to a council meeting, and I want to talk about why they're letting people out that are violent criminals. They're putting all of us at risk. We are continuing to fund them. Maybe we shouldn't fund them anymore. Maybe that's how it should work. Because honestly, I think it's gone on far too long. So I'm going to ask the city manager, Jackie Bryant, I would love for you to put that on a council agenda. I'd like every judge that is supposed to do their job. Because let me tell you something, if that happens to one of your family members, you would absolutely be beside yourself, and you'd want answers, and you want to know why. And I'm just tired of talking and talking and talking and getting no results. So that will be my direction, to get everyone from the decision makers, the judges, here to talk about that. And honestly, I'm not so sure we should really look at their budget and how it's allocated as we move forward, which is under the county. Again, going right back to the county, this has got to change.
And I didn't come here to pick a fight with the judicial
I
system.
didn't either.
But I thank you,
I didn't either,
Councilmember Ebert, for asking the
many
question.
of them are wonderful, wonderful people, but we've got to address it. We cannot put our citizens
You ask
at
what
risk.
we need, and that's
We can't put
a
our
huge
citizens
gap.
at risk
And
anymore. These
I'm
guys
glad
are all
you brought
going,
it up.
oh,
Thank
God,
you.
you know.
Madam Mayor?
You can tell I'm not running for office.
Madam Mayor,
Go ahead.
perhaps, is it possible that we could begin the conversation again with the county now, and then be a actual participant in their budget process to get them to acknowledge and step up in this area? They do have quite a bit more money than us. They do in all fields. And, it just seems like they need to know we're backing them picking up this charge.
Yeah. Well, yes, we've
should write
started to
letters.
have meetings, but we're going to actually come up with a proposal, and we're going to see, how that goes. So we'll go from there. Jackie is working on it diligently, and I just think it's overdue. Thank you. Anyway, I am so sorry. 7 years we put into that, to that initiative and failed in 3 weeks. $7 million.
And we are doing our part, and we're going to continue to do our part, and we're going to continue to push forward with the mental health space because it's important. And
Thank you.
I'm going to continue
Thank
to
you,
push
Christy.
all of that team as
Thank
best
you.
best we can. So.
Yeah, you do amazing work. I have seen you in action. I can't thank you enough and let you know how much I respect you.
If you take her and move her somewhere else for this thing we're doing, then I'm be very mad. So don't
Okay,
do that, okay? She's staying.
Well, I look
like-
forward that you get to work together directly. Okay,
you.
thank you so much. I need a drink, and I don't even drink. Well, maybe I'm gonna start. Start again. No. Okay, here we go. Now we've got to go into pulled consent items. I thought we were gonna put those at the very last. No, because we still have the pros master plan.
Oh my gosh.
I'm gonna, up to Jackie, she can
I'm looking at her.
decide. It
It's an
depends,
update.
depends on when someone,
It's not an action item, this one.
what do you,
We could.
it's totally up to you.
Yeah, we could.
I don't mind either way. We'll sit here. Because you see, I'm in such a good mood, Jackie. You'd like me to sit here with you.
It's up to the pleasure of the body.
Oh,
But we do need to do E1.
E1? Yes, that is fine, but what about the pros plan?
So let's push the pros to the next meeting. I'm not getting a thumbs down. Wait a minute, I can't see.
Is that Nathan over there?
Nathan.
Nathan, if you would like to present pros right now, you can. It's all you.
Okay,
If
come
you don't
on,
want to,
come on,
you don't
Nathan.
have to. He's probably stressed all
ready.
day. We probably didn't know he has a
No.
fear of public speaking. The whole time he was talking himself into it, like, you can do this, Nathan, you can do it, right? And so then he probably didn't sleep last night with his fear of public
What?
speaking.
This is a fantasy. This is not the Nathan we know.
No, but I am going to say, I don't think a lot of people think about the fear of public speaking. I just don't. But anyway, so I think that you prepare a lot, and then when we don't have you up here, it's a big letdown.
No, thank you. Thank you for getting this in. This is an important update, and my, Nathan Olliott, Parks and Recreation Director for the record, my part in this is very short. I'm mainly going to introduce Karina, who's going to do an awesome job.
Karina?
Who has been doing mental stretching all day to be prepared for this. So we're excited about this. We've been wanting to come all summer, but it's been a really busy summer, as you know. So, but we're happy to present this today. Very important to us that we had a plan approved in November of 2023, and we don't want it to sit on the shelf and have dust. So we want to tell you a little bit about what we've been doing. There was 230 implementation objectives. So we're not going to talk about all of those today, and we appreciate the long day that you all have had. So we're going to hit some of the high points, and there was a pretty extensive memo sent out in May, on May 7th, that has a lot of information in it about what we've been doing to get this plan down the road as much as we can. So included in those objectives, sometimes things were brought to council, to commissions, to staff, and the answer was no or wait. But we want to also highlight that might be the answer sometimes, that it's not the time to do this yet, but keep it on a back burner so it's ready to come back when the time is right. So with that, I want to introduce Karina, who's going to go through a short, probably 10-minute presentation, and then we'll take your questions. Thank you.
Hello, for the record, Karina Mercier, Project Manager and Park Planner. I will be brief and begin immediately. So the PROS plan falls under fiscal sustainability, economic development, and arts, parks, and historical resources in the strategic plan. You might recall it was adopted in November of 2023, and like Nathan mentioned, we did issue a detailed memo back in May that describes the specific initiatives all of the initiatives that we have been working towards. So if you're looking for more detail, please take a look at that memo. For the purposes of this presentation, it'll be pretty high level. So the master plan establishes 10 overarching goals, which you can see here in their entirety. I will not read them to you. We'll be reviewing them one at a time in this presentation. But you can see they're very robust and very specific. But it is important to note that some of these goals are more expansive than others, and some of them have different timelines than others, so we will have less to report. They vary. So The goals themselves tie into the implementation plan, which, as Nathan mentioned, has 249 individual objectives and action steps that outline what is needed to actually accomplish the goals that are established. And it includes information like proposed timelines, anticipated costs, and levels of responsibility from different departments. So the first goal is to identify and implement sustainable funding. We are very grateful to have secured a fund development manager position last August in Landon Miller. Landon made tremendous progress in securing new resources for our parks and our programs, and he's been working with neighbors who are raising money to make their parks better. Some of these grassroots projects include a potential restoration of the Idlewild Train and a new dog park play area at Northwest Park. We've also been able to enter the sponsorship space in an official capacity. Landon secured nearly $100,000 in sponsorships from Waste Management, Downtown Reno Partnership, and smaller businesses to sponsor programs like the River Rangers, Rolling Recreation, Adult Athletics, and Aquatics. And we've also found a lot of success in the grant space. Landon secured over $320,000 in new grant funding. That includes $207,000 for the Crooked Mile Trail to redo the asphalt and replace the bridge there, and then $50,000 from Tumwa for the River Rangers. And finally, we're working with a lot of different community groups who want to make a difference. The appetite in the community is strong to support parks. Recently, Landon coordinated a park cleaning with NV Energy's employees at Miraloma Park. And also the Nevada Realtors Association completely transformed the vacant lot at Northwest Park to prep the site for a dog play area. Our focus for the next year is to continue working on fundraising for grassroots projects and to pursue more grants and more creative funding opportunities. Goal 2 is to repair, renovate, and upgrade existing parks and facilities. We're working in 2 different spaces as far as this goal. The first is looking to improve our asset management. We did that by completing a new facility condition analysis report that did updated inspections for all 87 parks with updated cost estimates and a priority ranking system to improve our planning for new improvements. As part of this goal, in the upcoming budget cycle, we will be introducing a proposal for a new fee for asset replacement. And then as far as improvements, we worked with the Reno Youth Sports Association to gradually increase player fees to allow for increased frequency of turf mowing for the fields that are utilized for games throughout Reno. We're also working to complete the projects that are already approved out of residential construction tax. They're underway and will come to completion in the next year. And to name a few, these are the Jamani Ranch Dog Park, improvements to the Paradise Activity Center, and the path reconstruction at Dorothy McAlinden. Goal 3 is to expand recreational activities, programs, and services to the community. We made updates to our fees and charges schedule to better support our operations and programs by introducing a membership program and a sliding scale program, which have been very successful in increasing our revenues and services. Our new department division named Park Planning and Activation was established, and this was with the goal to improve community engagement and recreation outreach at city parks. We also made some improvements to Paradise Park. We incorporated shuffleboard and bocce ball, and we also increased programming to the community garden. And then McKinley Arts and Culture Center was reconfigured to serve as the Parks and Recreation Administrative Headquarters, as well as expanded access to Plumas Gym. For the next year, we're continuing to expand the Rolling Recreation Program, expanding camp offerings, and we also have an opportunity to expand outdoor fitness programming with the installation of the new National Fitness Campaign fitness courts at Broadhead and Damani. Goal 4 is to provide an accessible, well-distributed park system. The biggest achievement in this space was the approval of the service plan to investigate a park district. So this is an objective outlined in the PROS master plan. It touches on regional collaboration and addresses our need to find sustainable funding. And all of that will result in a feasibility study that will allow us to potentially pursue a park district. So our focus for next year is to complete this plan and continue to collaborate with our partners, Washoe County and City of Sparks, to complete it. Goal 5 is to provide high-quality amenities to meet the needs of our growing and diverse community. Our biggest accomplishment in the space is the Moana Springs Community Aquatic Center, which turns 1 year old this September. Council provided direction not to move forward with the final design for Pembroke. So we've been exploring alternative funding plans and a strategy to still bring about that project. We established new joint use agreements with Washoe County School District for the continuation of the Sierra Kids program at school district sites and the shared maintenance of sports fields. And our focus in the space for the next year are dog parks, pickleball, and flexible use spaces, as well as continuing to pursue flat field possibilities. Goal 6 is to restore and enhance the Truckee River corridor. We had a lot in this space in supporting public works on the Truckee River Vision Plans implementation as well, including plaza improvements to both West Street Plaza and Locomotion Plaza, the installation of new furniture and shade and public restroom access, increased river ranger presence thanks to the addition of 4 more full-time positions and seasonal part-time positions, the new trash cans that are animal-proof, as well as pet waste stations between Booth Street and John Champion Park. Solar light fixtures, which were installed between Fisherman's Park to John Champion, and hardwired fixtures were installed from John Champion to Booth Street. So lighting upgrades all along the river. And then our partnership with One Truckee River on the Urban Tree Workforce Program, which is a workforce development program focusing on vegetation management. For the next year, we're focusing on wayfinding improvements along the river and signage updates to parks. Also, the Crooked Mile Trail improvements will take place, and something fun, we're working with the Girl Scouts at Our Lady of the Snows to install a rainbow bridge at Chrissy Collin Park for pet memorials. It's very cute. Okay, goal 7 is to expand the existing trail system. On October 23rd of 2024, Council adopted the Truckee Meadows Regional Trail Plan, and that plan has since been adopted by Washoe County and the City of Sparks as well, so we'll be collaborating as a region on its implementation. And then in September of last year, Council voted to designate all city-owned parcels adjacent to the Truckee River between Booth and Center Street as a city park. This is for consistency of maintenance and enforcement. So in the next year, we're looking to expand that within all city limits. And we're also looking to make some improvements with our trail mapping, using GIS and working with Washoe County and the Regional Planning Agency to ensure consistency in our data. Goal 8 is to provide active stewardship of our resources. We have a partnership with Bee City USA at Valleywood Park, where we establish a pollinator garden, which is in full bloom, if you guys want to check it out. The Junior Ranger program also held a lot of successful events, and we're looking to expand that in this year. The Rangers also secured a grant program from the Nevada Outdoor Education and Recreation Grant called the Aquatic Ecosystem Exploration Initiative, which is for local students who face barriers to accessing nature. And we have a partnership with the Biggest Little Trail Stewardship. They help us with a lot of vegetation management on our trails. Pictured here, you can see them removing invasive species at Sierra Vista Park. Our focus for next year, we're looking to do a Friends of the Park program, and we're also looking for a future partner at Rosewood Lakes and to expand the Junior Ranger program, as I mentioned. Goal 9 is to integrate Reno's economic development strategies. We have access to Placer AI, which provides us data on park use and event attendance, which is a great opportunity to engage local businesses and organizations for sponsorship opportunities. And like I mentioned earlier, we're working on some wayfinding upgrades, including updated signage that is more accessible, it's bilingual, and it's consistent with city branding standards. And then finally, goal 10 is to cooperate with other regional agencies to achieve our mutual goals. We are doing this in 3 spaces. Asset management, like I mentioned, we're working with Washoe County on our GIS mapping. to ensure that our data is accurate, correct, and consistent throughout all our agencies. And since its approval in June, we've been working on the service plan with both Washoe County and the City of Sparks to develop that plan. And we also held a joint annual Parks and Recreation Commission to discuss it back in June. And we're in discussions with Washoe County to propose a land swap to this body. The reason for that is that we're looking to achieve maintenance efficiencies. For instance, when it comes to open space, the city does not have a proactive maintenance approach. We're more reactionary, whereas the county has a dedicated trails coordinator position. And on the other hand, we could take over land that makes better sense for our maintenance capacity. So our focus for next year is to continue working on these initiatives. That's all I have for you. I'm happy to answer your questions.
Great job.
Thank you.
Just so you know, Karina was an intern here. And how long ago was that now?
9 years.
9 years ago.
Yes.
I cannot believe it's gone by like that. Crazy. Anyway, any questions?
Oh, thank you. I know we're running late. Just tremendous job. Really, your work is amazing in the space that you guys have and all the things that you guys have done. On the goal 1, I did not see where, when it comes to funding, where we might be talking about the development of a parks district. Would that fall in there someplace?
Definitely.
Okay.
Yeah, I omitted it from this goal because we talked about it in later goals, but it ties to a number of goals in the implementation plan. But yes, the service plan is a feasibility study to see if a park district is right for us, if we could implement it in our region. And that would provide a sustainable funding model for parks, either through a bond or a new tax, which those things would need to be a ballot initiative, but.
Yeah, I
that's
think
the
it's
first
just
step.
important that we are moving for that. But I think with the resources, the limited resources that you have, you do a tremendous job. Nathan, you and your team, I get comments all the time about how responsive you are, how great things look, and I know we're always asking you to do more with less. So really appreciate the efforts. Thank you. Thank you for
you
the
so much.
presentation.
Okay, Councilwoman Dewar? No.
I
Okay.
mean, just, yay.
All right, moving on.
Good job.
I don't think we have any action on this item, correct?
Can I say one more thing?
Yes,
If I may,
please.
and it'll be brief.
Just, can I say one more
we said
thing?
we a lot in that presentation, and I just want to make sure it's clear that that doesn't limit that to our department. Both external supporters through volunteer groups, through groups like RYSA, and the users of our parks, the Biggest Little Bee City, the Biggest Little Trails, those folks are really helping prop us up in spaces where we don't have the resources. And then also internally, a lot of we did. Paradise Park has been turned around with the help of seniors, with the help of Isabella and that team. The police supporting our park rangers is the only thing that makes them effective. So Public Works has helped with every single project we have. So we means a lot of people. I just want to make sure that that's
Yeah.
clear as a part of this.
No, that's so nice for you to recognize that, Nathan. It means a lot, right? There's not one person that can do it all by themselves, alone. Is really, I know it sounds cliche, but it does take a village. Okay, moving right along. We are going, oh, perfect. We are going to item E1, and we have Boston in the house. And he's so cute. Look at him, he's just so mellow.
He's tired.
He's tired. It's a long day for him, huh?
Yeah.
I don't require a presentation, Madam Mayor. Does anybody else require a presentation?
Is there anything you want to put on the record?
I didn't bring a presentation, no.
Okay, I didn't bring it for you. Okay, all right.
We
Hold
gave our
on, then I'm gonna send this over to, is this ordinance?
Second reading of the
introduction?
ordinance, yeah.
Yes, and I'm gonna hand it over to the one and only Carl Hall.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ordinance introduction, bill number 7318, ordinance to amend Title 16, Chapter 16.01 of the Reno Municipal Code entitled Fire Administration and Codes, repealing the 2018 International File Code and adopting the 2024 International Fire Code and appendices B, C, D, E, H, L and N as amended, and the 2024 International Wild Urban Interface Code and appendices A, B, C as amended, and other matters properly relating thereto.
All right, thank you so much.
Motion to refer.
I have a motion. I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed. Motion carries. All right. Good night. Good night, Boston. We need bones here. That's what we need. Dog bones. Right? We're all such animal lovers right here particularly, and we don't have dog bones? Madam Clerk, get on that. I'll pay for them. Just bring dog bones.
Perfect, I love that.
Okay, moving right along. Where are we now? Oh, we are, actually, I think, don't you want, we should go back to the pulled items. Let's go to the pulled items, then we'll go to commissions, and then we're going to be done.
So just for the record, I'll say that we've pulled items 3, 4, 5, 13, 14, and 15.
Okay, sounds good. Councilwoman Ebert, I believe
Yeah.
you pulled 3.
And I'll be quick with all of
Okay,
them.
thank you.
Sorry here. Okay, so item B3, this is approval of an amended owner CMAR pre-construction services agreement with PCL Construction, Inc. for the Truckee Meadows Water Reclamation Facility dewatering project. For an additional $321,000 and some change for a total agreement amount not to exceed $1.3 million, with Reno's share being $901,000. So I just wanted to just kind of talk about what that is real quick, because that's a lot of money. So I just like to pull high-ticket items from the consent items just to kind of talk about them briefly.
Certainly. Matt Smith, Senior Civil Engineer with Utility Services Department. So yes, B3 is an amendment to an existing owner CMAR pre-construction services agreement. Our contractor, our CMAR, is PCL Construction. And so what this is we got into an agreement with them to provide, they were to provide pre-construction services, which includes cost estimates, value engineering, and design support for our engineer on the project, all in preparation for designing the dewatering facility at Tumwharf, the reclamation facility.
Okay, okay. So, and it says that Reno's share is just under $1 million from the sewer fund. Can you share who is the other financial partner? Is it Tumwa, or who's doing this other piece of funding?
Certainly, yeah. So Reno's share is 68.63% of the total amended agreement amount, with the remainder of that being City of Sparks.
City of Sparks,
Yeah,
okay.
that's through our interlocal agreement.
Great.
Through the Joint Coordinating Committee.
Okay, thank you. And then B4, is that?
Why don't you give me a motion on B3?
A motion to approve.
Okay, I have a motion.
Second.
I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed. Motion carries unanimously. B4.
I pulled B4.
I have a disclosure that I need to read.
Go right ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, fellow city council members, and Madam Clerk. I am disclosing that Jacobs Engineering is a current client of my consulting firm, Tailor Made Solutions. Item B4 involves approvals of consulting agreements with Jacobs Engineering. Because I have a substantial and continuing business relationship with Jacobs Engineering, I have been advised that I have a commitment in a private capacity to the interests of Jacobs Engineering, and that the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my situation would be materially affected by my current contracts with Jacobs Engineering. I will not be participating or voting on this item today. Madam Clerk, please accept this disclosure and lodge it on the record for this meeting and pertaining to other items. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, sending it to you, Councilwoman.
Thank you. We need to pull it for two reasons. One was this disclosure, but I pulled it because it's rare that we are spending $4 million at one time in one place. And in light of the fact that soon we will be asked to consider an increase to our sewer customers' rates, and are fairly significant. I think it's important that people know what we're spending our sewer dollars on. And there are many smaller items on the agenda, but this was the biggest. So could you just give us 1 minute about this?
Certainly. Matt Smith, Senior Civil Engineer, Utility Services Department. So this is, as was mentioned in the previous item B3, This is for the design, so we have our engineers, Jacobs Consulting Engineers, and they are progressing a dewatering building at the treatment plant. We have an existing dewatering building, but it is unsafe, seismically at risk. There's several other problems. We are running with zero redundancy. A lot wrong with that. Through the effort of our engineer, we have determined that a new building is necessary, and so that's what this design agreement is for. This is an existing agreement. We're just amending it for an additional 2 million.
Right.
Total. And the reason for that is because we started out 0%, got to 30%, and then our CMAR who got on board gave us a cost estimate, and it was outside of our budget. So we went back to those key goals and objectives for that project, and now we're back. We went back, and then now we're to 30% again, and we're within our budget. So thankfully.
So I think an important lesson here is that we've been seeing this for the last couple of years, and we're going to keep seeing it, that our bids keep coming in over even our engineer's estimate, right?
True.
And our engineer's estimate is prepared by our staff. Usually there's a contingency there, but they're still coming in over that because usually the contingency, I think, is around 25%, roughly. I mean, typically 15 to 30%, something in there. So, and you're saying that was the case here too?
Yeah, it's the original design, it had a lot of bells and whistles, and I'm
Sure.
actually thankful that
So you
we
scaled it down?
that we looked back at it, yeah, because we did find some efficiencies as well as
Good.
lowering that cost.
All right,
so.
well, good. Well, with that, I'm ready to recommend approval of the item.
Okay, Councilwoman Ebert, did you have something
No,
to?
I was
Okay.
just turning on a.
Okay, thanks. Okay, so I have a motion.
Second.
I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
And I
Okay.
also pulled B5.
Okay, please
And
go.
the reason is that some may or may not know that Reno is named after General Jesse Lee Reno. And I don't know his whole backstory, but I do know that Moya Lear had acquired a number of historic documents dating back to the 1860s and had put those on long-term loan for the last 20 years with the Nevada Historical Society. And our clerk has been processing this, and we want to do a permanent transfer, is that right?
Yes, Lauren Morris, Chief Deputy City Clerk for the record. In 2004, the City Council approved the purchase of 10 documents and 3 portraits from the Lear estate, and they're pertaining to General Jesse Lee Reno. We entered into an MOU with NHS, Nevada Historical Society, for them to store them permanently because they have a low humidity, acid-free environment. And then they also created replicas for us, which are on display in City Hall as well. So they have had those for the past 20 years, and they're requesting that we transfer permanent ownership to them through this agreement. And we did reach out to the Nevada State Library as well to confirm these are non-records because it's not city action. So we are able to donate them as we wish.
Okay. All right, well, I just wanted to draw it to everyone's attention, either here in the room or on, in TV, Zoom, YouTube land, and let them know that they can visit these documents. They can actually check them out. Not check them out of the building, but they can look at them in the building if they're doing research on Reno. So, good job.
Could you, by any chance, talk to Alicia Barber, I assume?
I don't know the historic back and forth, do you know?
Like how far back?
No, just, she mentioned Alicia Barber.
I was just wondering if she was part of this conversation.
But I think our historic resources team was part of the conversation.
Okay.
So the Historic Resources team at the city was
Yes.
not.
Was not?
No, this was a conversation, the Nevada Historical Society reached out to us like over 2 years ago requesting these documents be transferred permanently. So I've been communicating mostly with Sarah Patton, the archivist there. She was available this morning, but wasn't able to stay.
Okay.
So, okay, well, I guess I'd suggest if that ever happened again, I think.
Well, the only thing is, I just want to make sure these are preserved the way that we want them, the way the city wants them. This
Yes.
sounds like this is for the state.
So they're being preserved the way that they should be. We purchased these with the intent that they would be stored and preserved at the Nevada Historical Society. That was the intent.
Okay.
And so they have been doing that for the past 20 years. They've been maintaining, preserving them in their research library, and they're also available to the public upon supervision.
Okay. Just making sure that
Yes.
everyone will have access to them in perpetuity.
Yes, absolutely. And we
Okay.
do, like I said, we have replicas as well.
Okay, cool. All right,
All
thanks.
right,
Go ahead.
thanks. I'll make a motion for item B5.
I have a motion.
Second.
I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Okay, moving right along. Now we are on what, B13? Back to you, Councilwoman Ebert.
Yeah. Yeah, I would just like to know a little bit more about this. So it's acceptance of a grant to develop, manage, and implement a community-based sled hockey program. Can you just kind of tell us a little bit more about that?
Sure. April Wolf is one of her amazing programs, and this grant is due to the amazing relationships and performance they've had in a long-standing sled hockey program that we have. So serving our adaptive community, but really for everyone. So there's fully abled folks playing as well. So this very generous grant is going to help fund this team for another 2 years. So, and it's a really interesting evolution to see where we were going to the local folks and asking for support at the ice arena for time and things like that and prime time. And they were very supportive, but funding like this, because of a sustained and positive program, is allowing us to now pay our local folks for that time rather than asking for it. So,
Yeah.
yeah, it's a good program, and as many of them are. So
Yeah,
that she does
yeah.
are amazing. So.
Awesome. Okay, I'll make a motion to accept or approve.
Okay, I have a motion.
Second.
I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries. Okay, we are in item 14. Back at you.
Yeah. So this is for rehabilitation of some apartments. It's 115 units of affordable housing for seniors. I just had some questions about the timeline for that, and also if there are seniors currently living there, what is something they can expect as these rehabilitation services happen?
Sure, great questions. Elaine Wiseman for the record. And I believe I have if he's still on the phone, the developer can answer some questions. I do have this information. So they go to the Board of Finance in a couple weeks here, and that will get their funding approved. And I believe they're going to start the rehab within the next couple of months. It will be mainly, they're not going to have to do a relocation plan through HUD. Because it's going to be mainly like daytime work, so the seniors might just have to be in a senior room, and they will provide for all of that. Not a senior room, like a day room type of thing.
Yeah.
It's like flooring, appliances.
Great.
Yes, it's awesome, and it's a project-based property, so the whole thing is 30%. The seniors pay 30% of their income. And so the new owners who are acquiring it are going to renew their contract with HUD to maintain that. So we're maintaining and keeping affordable housing, as well as like deeply subsidized housing that every unit has a voucher attached to it.
That's great.
Mm-hmm.
Well, thank you. Yeah, I just want to give you a chance to talk about that a little bit, so thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Anybody else have any questions or anything? No? Okay, make a motion to approve.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries. We're getting to
Thank
the
you.
end where
Yeah.
we're tired and now I'm getting creepy and it's one of those things. Okay, here we go. Back.
Yeah.
I think it was 15. I think it was you.
Yeah, it's me. Yeah, so this, I just wanted to talk about, this was a discretionary fund donation I gave to FKP, the Polynesian Kava Club of Reno. They're just a really great organization that I've worked with for the last 3 years now to help with backpack drives they do for the community. They do it the weekend before school starts, and they're just really a great group of people. really great community, and I just wanted to kind of give them a shout out for what they do. And I'm just really grateful that they reached out to me. The first year I was on council to help participate in that, and just want to let people know that they exist. It's a great organization, and they'll probably have another backpack drive next year, and it's a very fun event. They barbecue, they have different booths there and things like that. It's just a really warm, friendly group of people. So just want to give them a shout out. Motion to approve.
Second.
Second, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay, we are now going to go into, I believe, boards and commissions. Am I right? Okay. I didn't know if I had missed anything. Okay, I'm gonna make a motion, this is for civil service, I'm gonna make a motion to reappoint Nicole Paul and appoint Mr. Brian Urbis. May I get, that was my motion, may I get a second?
Second.
I have a second, all those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries. Okay, next, item G2, and that would be Councilwoman Dewar.
Yep.
Give me your appointed names.
Yeah, I'd like to appoint Cynthia Albright and Debbie Leonard.
Okay, I have a motion. I'll second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries unanimously. All right, heading down to, this is Councilman Reese's appointment, item G3, to the Ward 5 NAB, and I believe, I will just pick randomly and see if he approves. No, I'm just kidding. Abby Lottug. So may I get a motion, or can I get a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, what else? What did I miss? Item H, council comments and announcements. Anything? And we do not have a public hearing. So Vice Mayor, give me a motion.
Oh, yeah, I did want to.
Oh, go ahead.
Is this where we can ask about future agenda items?
Sure.
Just, I know we're all on the same page with this, but just want to say at the appropriate time that I would like to try and figure out how to work on a regional plan to help with mental health services, that we have a regional meeting. I know we're working on this for fire, but I think this is equally important. So if that's something we can work on.
I really, really appreciate it. We will bring something back to the council that I'm hoping that we can all support.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Really appreciate all of you listening today. Okay,
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
thank you. I have a motion.
Do you
I
have
a
public
second. All those in
comment?
favor say. What did
We
you
do
say?
have public comment.
Oh, you do? Go right ahead. I'm so sorry, Lauren. I just ran over you. We're just ahead of ourselves.
No problem.
Go ahead.
D. Sean Burleson.
Okay, come on up.
All right. Before we get started, I had a couple, I've been here past couple days trying to take care of some things, trying to get my housing together. Anyway, however, long story short, I had a problem with your Allied Universal security guard following me the past couple days with situations like take your bags wherever you go, blase, blase, and it blew up to something different. I just want to express that. I'm way too old to be insulted. I know a little bit about life and those signs and characteristics of discrimination, hatred, and things of that nature. And so I wanted to express that. I didn't appreciate the interaction between him and I or his boss at the door, basically telling me that take my things when you said there was a break in the council meeting. It's poor, but I'm way too old not to express it. But however, my name is DeAndre Burleson, and I'm standing before you to let you know that I am currently homeless due to circumstances beyond my control. I went to the Walmart a couple of years ago and ended up being incarcerated for like a year. I solicited the housing authority and ended up getting reinstated in some kind of form. So that's where I'm at in regards to that. But I slept in front of the AT&T building, 195 East First Street, which I was formerly an employee of AT&T, and I got a citation and ended up in a court case with municipal court. So I'm actively going through reinstatement with housing and with shadow subsidy and with the public housing and the choice housing voucher, all that good stuff that goes along with the housing authority. And I also been going to the county commissioners meeting and been soliciting help with there as well. So I said all that to say that I sleep in front of the First Methodist Church on the side. And from my understanding, that is housing authority, that is Department of Transportation, that is municipal, blase, blase, blase. I don't know why I'm saying all this, but I guess I'm saying I'm soliciting help because I am at my wit's end in regards to housing, shelter, food, things of that sort, things of that nature. I know everything is really in place. I don't think everything has been reinstated, but I can't get a definite answer. I can't get a yes. I can't get anything. So I guess I'm frustrated. So I guess out of frustration, I'm coming to you guys to let you guys know that I'm not like this bum black man, but I am legitimate, and I'm soliciting the city council for resources or for help of some sort to get myself up and going.
Well, thank you so much for being here. Can I ask you?
Yes.
Would you be willing to go to the shelter?
I went to the shelter, and I didn't like it. I went to the shelter because I needed shelter. I don't like the shelter because you can't stand on the bed with a guy under you, and that's just a problem with me. So if we're in a bunk together, right, and you're at the bottom bunk and I'm at the top bunk, I have to ask you, in tradition, can I use your bunk to climb up on my bunk? And he'll say no. I don't want you climbing on my bunk unless it's your ASS. And so that alone just soured me, you know what I mean? And then it's always something going on. Somebody's in your bed. Somebody poured rocks in your bed. Somebody poured dirt on your bed. You have to use your EBT card. Is that right? Your food stamp card to buy a certain amount of things. If not, you're.
Yeah.
So I don't know why I'm saying that, but that was my frustration. I know it has to be still theirs. You know what I mean? So it's not safe. I mean, shelter. I appreciate it, but I feel more safe kind of sleeping on the streets. But there's nothing. You guys are not doing anything. There's not even no food in the garbage can for nobody. I mean, I live a homeless world. I'm not homeless. I mean, I buy my food and stuff, but we're dying out there. You know what I mean? Like, for real, we're kind of really dying a little bit, but we're knocking each other off as well. But other than that, I'm just standing before you to let you know that I have an active court case with municipal. I have, I'm in good standing with the housing authority. I have a senior housing specialist.
Okay. Are you able to work, or are you disabled?
I'm disabled. I have Social Security. Social Security, Medicare,
How much do you get?
way too much to be
What?
way too much to be broke the way that I am. over $1,000. But I spend it. I'm not on drugs per se. I smoke marijuana and I may drink a little beer, puff a little cigarettes. But I'm not intravenous. I don't smoke drugs. That sort. But I spend it on Motel 6, Walmart, Metro PCS. Little Caesars and miscellaneous things of that sort, things of that nature. And before I know it, it just seeps. I don't do drugs. I mean, I puff marijuana, but that's about the bulk of where it goes.
But you said you worked at AT&T?
Yes, I worked at AT&T some years ago.
How long?
Some years, it's been years prior to millennium.
But you worked for them?
Yeah, but I did work for them. AT&T Wireless Services, 10,000 Gady Road. I just used them as a springboard. Daniel Smith was my manager. I also worked for Hertz once upon a time.
Yeah.
So, I was college educated, California State University, Stanislaus. I have a degree of old communications.
Have you been in a program like a Crossroads or anything like that?
No.
Willing to go?
Crossroads, no, 'cause I'm not a drug addict. 'Cause those are the Crossroads, I've been to Lakes Crossing. I enjoy Lakes Crossing, but as far as, what is it, Crossroads? It's a whole bunch, from what I understand, a whole bunch of rebbers who are dry mouthed and looking for a meal ticket to get themselves back up and going to the next.
Okay, I understand. That was my next question. If you have a case manager, and it sounds like you do, I just got confirmation you are working with a case manager, correct? Yes. Okay. Up with them so that they also have some help on our side now that you've been here, because I want to know what's happening every day and really understand what services that they're providing. But I also think Crossroads, if you know.
What is that? What is Crossroads?
It's sober living. It's sober living.
Puff a simple marijuana cigarette. I seen them at the Salvation.
All right. Okay, so I've got to let my council members go. I've got to get them home. So I'm going to let them go, and we've been over time, but tell me what church you're sleeping at?
First.
There? Usually some of our churches, they've been very helpful. Okay. All right. I am going to follow up with you. I'm going to let these guys go, but we're going to make sure that you get resources. We're going to, because I'm glad to hear you have a case manager. So I want some follow-up to find out what's happening there.
Okay, so what do you do at this point?
Yeah, stay right here, and we're gonna follow up.
All right.
Okay. Sir. All right, everyone. Anything else? No? Okay. Thanks so much. Go home. Please get some rest. Go eat dinner. Go
Do
be
we
with.
need a motion to adjourn?
Yeah.
Motion to adjourn.
Oh, I got one from Vice Mayor.
Oh,
So
second.
just everyone, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries.